too weak. The Array Master flicked one finger at my wolf. He didn't even stand up to do it. The wolf came apart into black smoke halfway through its first step, and 300 people watched it happen. His name was New Ben. He was level 50, and the school had paid him more to run our awakening ceremony than my entire neighborhood earns in a year. He turned to the crowd with the little smile of a man about to be helpful. A new profession, yes, but let us be honest about it. Weaker than a common summoner. The summons are temporary. They die to a flick. I would place Shadow Mage at the very bottom of the rare professions. Then he looked back at me and gave me the kindest sentence of my life. Keep up the good work, young man. You might achieve great things someday. 300 people took one small step away from me at the exact same time. My classmates had already decided I was odd. Now I was odd and useless, which is a much more comfortable thing to stand next to. Here's what New Ben could not see. He had thrown out 2 level 10 Gale Demon Wolf corpses to test me. I raised one of them into the daylight, and he killed it, and he was completely right about it. 20 strength, 20 agility, 20 of everything. A summon so bad it was practically a joke about summons. The second corpse did not come up into the daylight. It sank down into the shadow under my feet, into a place the school's detection spell had no vocabulary for. And down there, where nobody in the world could look except me, the exact same wolf was reading 200, 200, 200, 200. 10 times the thing he had just executed for being garbage. I kept my face at the polite, dead flatness of a kid who has been told he is worthless in front of his entire school. Partly because that was the role. Mostly because half an hour earlier, I had been a different person on a different planet, sitting on a bed with a phone plugged into the wall, unemployed, with a construction degree and no plans. There was a bang. Then there was this. I woke up in a classroom holding a textbook, in the body of a 17-year-old named Wang Xingyu, who had studied himself into an early grave trying to catch up to his little sister. Same name as mine. Same face, apparently. Different world. The kind where monsters came down 500 years ago and turned every gun on Earth into an expensive paperweight. In this world, you awaken at the end of high school. Everybody does, 100%, for 50 years running. What you get is the lottery. I had spent the whole morning of that ceremony begging in my head. System, system, come out, please. Are you sure your technique is right? Try a different position and do it again. Nothing answered. Somewhere behind the school, a crow made a noise that I chose to take personally. Then they called us up one by one onto a 6-pointed star burned into the courtyard stone. Chen Dong went first and got a common life skill class, bag carrier. He was delighted for about 4 seconds, which is roughly how long it takes to hear your own job title a second time. He went white and sat down. Du Biansheng got Archer, an intermediate combat class, and threw both arms at the sky and shouted that he could finally change his destiny. Everyone cheered him, because combat classes come in under 5% a year, and here, in a 5th-tier city, that number rounds down. Then it was my best friend's turn, and Liu Jin did what Liu Jin does. He put his hands together and started chanting at the clouds. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, all deities present, please show your power. Sage, sage, sage. A golden beam came down and gave him support class, advanced grade, sage. He sprinted back to me, glowing like a light bulb. Haha, Xingyu, I told you nagging works. Then Tang Jiayi went up. Tang family, eldest daughter, 3 straight years of finishing second behind a kid from the slum, and she had never once let that go quietly. She stopped on the formation, looked back at me specifically, and said, I will show you what a real genius looks like. Theory is useless if it is not backed by power. Clouds rolled in for miles. A sword the size of a building hung inside them, and then a gold beam broke the whole thing apart. Rare combat class, Sword Saint. The courtyard lost its mind. A Sword Saint can be promoted to Sword Emperor. A Sword Emperor takes a city apart in one swing. Principal Wu Bing looked like a man who had just watched his mortgage pay itself. Then they called my name, and the sky went out. Not dark, out. Middle of the afternoon and the sun quit. Lightning walked around inside clouds bigger and blacker than hers. Wind came off them hard enough to knock over the drink table, and New Ben stood up for the first time all day and said he had never expected to witness the birth of a new profession. Up in the clouds you could see figures moving, black shapes with scarlet eyes, hundreds of them, looking down. Hidden combat class, Shadow Mage. Hidden classes are rarer than legendary ones. Nobody in the courtyard had ever heard of this one, which meant nobody had a price for it, which meant everybody looked to the expert to be told how to feel. and that is when the expert killed my wolf. So the sky broke open for me, and then a man flicked his finger, and my whole class learned in the same 90 seconds that I was special, and that being special did not matter. Cool, very cool, love that for me. Tang Jiayi came over afterward wearing an expression she had clearly practiced. You did well, actually, suppressing me for 3 years. Even though you failed, you are honorable in defeat. Thank you. Genuinely, I will have that carved somewhere. Liu Jun patted my shoulder with the deep sympathy of a man who has just won the lottery in front of a homeless friend. Xiao Yu, even though you lost, you did great in my eyes. Xiao Yu, little fish. He had known me for 11 years and picked that afternoon to try out a nickname. This kid was going to fly to the moon someday, and I was going to have to watch. I walked home to a room where the stool was held together with rusty wire, where the table planks had a gap you could put a thumb through and creaked if you looked at them, and where one leg of the bed stood on a stack of bricks. 3 photographs on the desk. Me, my grandmother, and my sister, Wang Xuejing. Grandmother died 3 years ago. My sister changed the same week. She stopped talking, started studying like something was behind her in the dark, and awakened 2 full years early, which is not supposed to be a thing that can happen. Then she left for the capital and stopped answering. The kid whose body I was in had been trying to catch up to her ever since. He studied until his heart gave out. I inherited the desk, the bricks, and the question. I put the photo down and tried something. Sit. 2 black wolves came out of my shadow and sat on the floor of a slum apartment. Spin around. They spun around. They did not fade. That was the thing New Ben got wrong in front of 300 witnesses. A summoner's monsters are on a timer. Mine are on a payroll. Once they are in that space under my feet, they stay there forever. They rest until they are healthy again, and they do not get to have opinions about me. They also do not fit for free. The space held 10 of them at level 1, and it would hold 10 more for every level after that, and the rule that mattered most was the one about slots. Once a corpse goes in, it is in. You cannot take it out to make room for something better. Which is why I did not spend that first night vacuuming up every dead animal in the province like a lunatic. I could only raise things up to 10 levels above me, and every slot I filled with a rat was a slot I did not have when something worth having finally died in front of me. Patience. I hated it too. Then Wu Bing announced the prize for the beginner dungeon run, 100,000 yuan for first place, another 100,000 for breaking the city record. I looked around my apartment at the brick under my bed. Fine. Bottom of the rare professions it is. The bus left at dawn with 57 of us on it, plus VIP chairs bolted to the front for the principals, plus a camera crew, plus families and guild scouts who had paid to sit in. 5,000 kids awakened across Ning City's 9 high schools that year. Fewer than 500 got anything that could fight. Liu Jun grabbed my collar somewhere around the 3rd traffic light. Team up with me. Come on. You and me. We clear the whole thing. Before level 5, soloing is faster. That is a lie invented by people who do not want to carry me. The monster count inside is fixed, and team experience splits in half. If we go in together, we both come out slower. He let go of my collar with the face of a man who has done the math and hates it. Tang Jiayi got on last, in custom bronze tier armor, which is not something you earn at 17. It is something your family orders. She walked past my seat without stopping and said, Xingyu, let me show you who the real king is. At the entrance, they laid out the free beginner gear on a folding table. I took the peach wood staff, +5 spirit. Previous years only got +3. Somebody in procurement had a good quarter. The dungeon runs 8 hours and then throws you out whether you are finished or not. I walked in, went about 40 meters, and said the only sentence I needed all day. Find your prey, kill it. 2 wolves with 200 agility do not run. They smear. 1 second there were 2 of them beside me, and the next there were 2 dark lines going into the trees, and a sound like somebody tearing paper very fast, and then the notification started. Killed a level 1 Cyclops rat. Experience +10. 100 rats is a level. My wolves were doing 100 rats the way a lawnmower does a lawn. I hit level 2 in half an hour, and the moment I did, both wolves quietly rescaled to 300 across the board. That is the part I have not explained yet, and it is the part that made everything after it possible. Every level I gain hands me 30 extra points in everything, multiplies every skill I own by 10, and multiplies every summon I own by 10. Not adds, multiplies, forever. Every level, on everything I have ever owned or will ever own. A normal professional levels up and gets a little stronger. I level up and my entire army gets rebuilt from the ground floor. By hour 2, I was level 3. A working professional takes a full day to reach level 3. The prodigies manage 4. Out in the grassland, I found 40 wolves and let the shadows harvest their own species. And then a magic-patterned leopard corpse gave me a summon worth 700 points a stat, and I stopped taking wolves entirely. Slots. Always the slots. Outside, Wu Bing was drinking tea and telling the other principals that Tang Jiayi would probably break the city record and reach level 6. The principals were not actually worried about the record. They were worried about the door. Whoever comes out first comes out because they got wrecked, and their school eats a year of jokes about it. The only genuine scare I had all day came from behind a tree. A level 8 demon bear tracked me for a while, got inside 10 meters without me noticing, and hit me with everything it had. Damage transfer successful. The blow arrived somewhere else entirely. My leopard took it, and I got thrown into a tree trunk without a scratch on me, which was still enough to knock all the arrogance out of my head in one bounce. My passive is the reason I am alive. It is not a reason to stop looking behind me. If it had been on cooldown, or if the bear had been 3 levels higher, I would have been a stain in a beginner dungeon with a school photo on the news. The bear came in again, and I saw the exact moment it started doubting itself. It had hit a human at full strength, and the human was standing up brushing bark off his shoulder. I stepped back and put an energy bullet through it. That is the only attack skill I got with the class. A ball of black energy, 100% of my spirit, no cooldown at all, and 10 meters of range for every level I own. It went through the bear the way a rock goes through a paper bag. Level 6. While I was doing that, a black car pulled up outside the dungeon, and Mayor Luo got out of it, and the news he brought ruined the afternoon for every family sitting in those VIP chairs. Huaxia University had raised its bar. It used to be that level 12 got you a look, and 14 or 15 got you in. As of that week, it was 15 minimum, and if you wanted to actually be safe about it, 16 or 17. Too many people are taking shortcuts, the mayor said. It is unfair to ordinary families. Then he shrugged, because he is a politician, and added the sentence that everybody in that tent already knew. There is no way around it. Background is a form of strength too. Wu Bing grew up in the same slum I did. He did not say anything, he just closed his hands. I was 2 zones away by then, standing in front of a river 30 meters across that marked the end of the level 8 territory. Everyone else at that ceremony was in the rat fields. I jumped it. The level 9 forest was wrong immediately. Nothing on the ground. No birds, no tracks, no bodies. Just gray trunks and one enormous tree with 5 scratch marks in it, high up, where nothing that walks could have put them. Titan demon apes. The only monster on the beginner list with no listed weakness. Battle maniacs. They use weapons, which no other low-tier monster does. And they have one behavioral quirk that whoever wrote the field guide clearly enjoyed writing down. They lose their minds if prey turns its back end toward them. So I told a wolf to go stand under the tree and stick its rear end out. The canopy came apart. Apes dropped out of it holding spiked wooden clubs, screaming, and every single one of them went for the wolf's backside like it had personally insulted their ancestors. Their innate skill is berserk. Strength times 5 for 5 minutes, 1 use a day, which is terrifying if you are a normal 17-year-old with a beginner staff, and which becomes something else entirely when it lands inside my multiplier and comes out as times 50. I watched a monkey turn gold and cave in a tree and thought, that is not a monster skill, that is a Saiyan. Also, they came with the clubs. Free weapons. I filled my shadow to 80 out of 80 and had to stop. Then I found the barrier. Invisible, soft, the kind of thing you walk into and immediately want to leave. Behind it, in a clearing, a golden ape the size of a house was asleep sitting up. Level 10, clan leader, the hidden boss that the beginner dungeon is not supposed to contain, which is why level 9 has never been reached by a student in the history of Ning City. The barrier came down when I killed the last wounded ape outside it, and 9 meters of golden gorilla stood up and looked at me. Then it berserked, and the multiplier was on its side this time, times 10. Gold fire came off its shoulders. It used Sweet Strike once, and every single one of my 10 summoned apes stopped existing in the same instant. Okay, so I summoned one ape, the biggest one I had, and gave it a single order. Berserk. The shockwave off that alone picked me up and threw me dozens of meters backward through the brush, and I did not see the hit land because I was busy going through a bush. Successfully defeated the level 10 gold Titan demon ape. Experience plus 1000. Level 9. I walked back and harvested it before it cooled. 1000 in every stat. Berserk at times 10 for 6 minutes. Sweeping Strike, 150% strength in a 30-meter arc, 3 seconds to charge and 10 minutes to reload. I told it to guard me, and it poured itself into the shadow under my feet like water going down a drain. Then I went to the exit because I was finished. The dungeon flashed early, hours before the 8-hour limit, and every principal in that tent went pale at once. Coming out early means one thing. It means somebody's kid got taken apart in there and had to be spat out. Wu Bing leaned forward to enjoy watching a rival eat it. I know because I watched him do it. I walked out with no injuries and my hands in my pockets. Xingyu, why are you out early? And you are not hurt. I finished killing all the monsters in the beginner dungeon, I said, so I left. He ran the detection spell on me twice. Wang Xingyu, Shadow Mage, level 9. He actually rubbed his eyes, not as a joke. He stood there in front of 8 other principals and rubbed his eyes like a cartoon, because level 9 in that dungeon means the Golden Ape, and he had spent years calling the Golden Ape an anti-human design that should be removed by the education board. The other principals had come to laugh at somebody. Now they were all sitting there looking like men waiting on the results of a very personal medical test. Principal, I said. About that reward. The sun was going down behind me while I said it, and my shadow stretched out across the whole clearing, much longer and much darker than it had any business being. Nobody looked at it. People do not look at shadows. That has been working out extremely well for me. The rest of the class started trickling out after that, and Tang Jiayi came out last, glowing, level 6, holding the new Ning City record and about 4 seconds of triumph. She marched straight at me. Wang Xingyu, I have finally defeat. Then she read my tag. She stood there for a long moment. Then she pointed at me with her whole hand, which is somehow angrier than a finger. No, I will never admit defeat. Once I hit level 12, with my clan behind me, watch how I surpass you. Noted. Filed. Looking forward to it. Wu Bing spent the bus ride comforting her, telling her a sword saint is the only class that can go toe-to-toe with a legendary after the first job advancement, which is true and did not help. The mayor gave a speech. I did not hear one word of it because I was doing arithmetic. Then Wu Bing leaned over my seat and put a card in my hand. 400,000. The password is 6 zeros. Liu Jun, who had been fake sleeping in the seat behind us for 20 minutes specifically to hear this, shot upright like someone had put a firecracker under him. 400,000! You have to treat us! Damn it, you are level 9 and I worked myself half to death for level 4. Great Chin Mall has 2 stone qilin at the door and a gold plaque. Inside it is crescent-shaped, floor after floor, around a 360-degree quest board. 36 terminals, built by a divine rank alchemy master and a divine rank blacksmith working together. I registered, loaded the card, and became a level 2 trader. Then I read the board. Wolf pelts, 5 gold. Leopard bones, 30. Refined iron, 15,000 a ton. Snake gallbladders out of Blackwater Pool, 1,000 each. And then, near the bottom, in the section nobody stands in front of, retrieve the orc heart from the Death Basin dungeon. Payment on delivery, 500,000 gold. A middle-aged man in silver armor with a scar down his cheek like a centipede saw me stop in front of it and came over unprompted. Death Basin. Levels 12 to 18, right next to the Dark Mine, miasma all year round. The heart only drops on Nightmare or higher. 6 people at level 15 tried hell last spring and none of them came back out. That posting has been up half a year and nobody has touched it. I thanked him and laughed and took the quest. He walked away from me shaking his head, and I understood exactly what he was thinking, because a level 9 accepting that job is not brave, it is a suicide with paperwork. I bought potions on the way out. Healing elixir, 100 gold. Small mana potion, 150. Medium, 600. 600. For a bottle. This is not a market. This is a hostage situation. Ning City's outer wall is close to 1,000 meters high, and there are 108 high-grade energy crystals set into the arch over the gate. The guard stopped me at the line. Your teachers told you not to leave the city before level 10. Big brother, I know. Just let me sign the waiver. Outside there is fog. Gray, permanent, in every direction, and you cannot see a kilometer through it. Everything in it gets 50% stronger after dark. Dire wolves at level 13 died to single claw swipes. My backpack space finally unlocked off a wolf pelt, which normally happens at level 10 and which I had apparently been carrying things around by hand without. The Dark Mine Forest started an hour later, and it is the most disorienting place I have ever walked through. Every tree is the same gray, same height, same bark, same nothing. You do not get lost in there so much as you stop being able to prove you are moving. 3 magic patterned rats jumped me in there, and I have to give them credit because they ran an actual play. One came straight at my face and then broke upward at the last second to pull my eyes with it. The other 2 came in low from behind with black claws that could open iron like wet clay. A shadow came up out of the ground behind me, took both of them in one hand each, and closed. Then the air about 20 meters ahead of me tore open into a silver-white spiral, a wild dungeon. One time only, gone in a day, and the guilds clear them less than 30% of the time, mostly because you cannot find out what level it is until you are already inside and the door is behind you. I took one step toward it and an arrow planted itself in the dirt in front of my foot. 6 professionals in silver armor came out of the trees, all level 18. A greatsword user in front named Wan Haisong, an archer with red lipstick named Zhang Min, and a speed type called Sun Changjiang, who could not stand still. "Kid," Wan Haisong said, smiling like a used car, "it is fate that we met here. Come explore this dungeon with us. You will definitely get your share of the rewards." Translation: "We need something with legs to walk in front and find the traps." "Okay, sir." They put me in the middle of the formation, which was very thoughtful, and we went in. Welcome to the Nest, level 13, Purgatory difficulty. Nobody has ever walked out of a Purgatory dungeon. Not a guild, not a national team, not one person in 500 years. That is not a reputation. That is a record. The corridor dripped. Behind us, the entrance sealed itself with iron and something invisible, and Wan Haisong hit that barrier at a dead sprint and got thrown back into a wall. Then the far gate opened, and 20 Minotaur chieftains walked out of it. Rank 13, 1600 strength each. Savage Charge, Bull's Roar, Trample. 6 people at level 18 can handle 2 of those, maybe 3 if they are honest with each other about it. Wan Haisong stopped panicking with impressive speed and started organizing. He ordered Sun Changjiang out front to pull the whole herd. Then he clapped him on the back and left a palm print of red powder there, blood powder. Some pharmacist invented it as an act of revenge, and it works exactly as well as revenge usually does. Monsters go berserk for the smell, and nothing gets it off you but human blood. Sun Changjiang got about 40 meters before he understood, and when he turned around to come back, Zhang Min put 3 arrows in the ground in front of his feet. And I sat down. Right there in the middle of the plaza, cross-legged, and took out a bag of sunflower seeds and started eating them. When Sun Changjiang went past me for the 3rd lap, I raised my left hand and gave him an encouraging little wave. He nearly ruptured something. "I am out here dying to pull these things, and you are sitting on the floor eating seeds and watching." "I know. I am aware of how it looks." I did offer them the chance to be decent people first, and they had used it up before we walked through the door. A bull's roar caught the youngest of them, a fighter called Ajie, and he went down and did not get back up. Then they turned around and remembered me. The assassin came first. Their hired one, the kind of man who tells you at dinner that murder is an art and a headshot is the highest form of it. He came off the wall at my temple with a dagger. A black arm came out of the floor and caught his wrist in the air. "As you can see," I said, "I am just an ordinary mage." He started screaming about my shadow, which was the single most useful thing anyone in that party did all day, and much too late. Dozens of gale wolves came up out of the ground around me. "Kill every living thing in this room." Zhang Min tried to trade. "Let my sister go, and everything I own is yours." Wan Haisong offered compensation, terms negotiable, generous terms actually. Sun Changjiang, who was the only one of them with any claim to a spine, just sat down against a pillar bleeding and said that seeing a legendary class before he died made his life worth something. He was wrong about the legendary part. I let him have it. Death helmet, staff of death, boots of death, silver tier off the chieftains, which meant the ones who pressed me into this had walked me into a set drop. The chieftains themselves were worth 2,080 experience each, and there were 20 of them, and when the numbers finished landing, I hit level 10 and something else moved. The talent itself leveled up. Shadow Monarch, level 2. 60 attribute points per level instead of 30. Every skill and every summon at times 20 instead of times 10. 2% of my summon's stats bleeding into mine instead of 1. Capacity 200. My stats read 700 base with 5,040 stacked on top of each of them. I stood in a room full of dead professionals doing mental math and thought, at this rate, I could become One Punch Man, and then felt bad about thinking it, and then did not. 15 Minotaur Shadows went into the domain. Silver tier, 2,800 across the board. Bull's Roar and Savage Charge each. And I made a note about skills because it is the one place I am genuinely poor. Random skill scrolls start at 1,000,000 gold and are rarer than winning lottery tickets. Every other class has schools, masters, inherited manuals. My class has never existed before. There is nobody alive who can teach me anything. Scrolls are the only door, and the door costs 1,000,000. The stairs down to the second floor were cold. Hundreds of level 16 Tauran chieftains stood on a plaza under a fake blue sky, completely motionless, and a voice in the architecture explained the joke to me. The first floor fills you with despair and a little hope. The second floor is there to explain that everything you did on the first floor meant nothing. I stepped onto the plaza and all of them woke up at once. I lined my 15 Minotaurs in a row and fired 15 Bull's Roars at the same time. They overlapped. 200 meters of sound went out across that plaza and tore the floor open, and the front ranks came apart before they finished standing. 2,560 experience each. I filled my domain to 200 out of 200 and stood there in the wreckage thinking, honestly, this place is a leveling paradise. If anyone had heard me say that out loud, they would have taken me apart with their hands. The third floor had 500 Minotaur bosses on it at level 18, which is the cap this dungeon is allowed to have, and they did something the first two floors did not. They woke up, and then they waited. Nothing in a dungeon waits. Monsters come at you because that is the whole arrangement. These stood in ranks with their heads up, breathing, holding formation, listening for something. Then the floor took my backpack away. Some kind of pressure came down over the whole level, and every item I owned went behind glass. No potions, no food, no spare gear, no swapping staffs, nothing. Which is a death sentence for a normal team on a normal day, and which, for a man who eats experience and does not use consumables, is roughly a mild inconvenience with a bow on it. Then a voice arrived from every direction at once, low and pleased with itself, riding on the wind. Interesting. It has been a very long time since I have seen any human traces. I did not answer. I read a lot of old stories as a kid, and every single one of them agrees on this. You do not talk back to the thing in the dark, and you especially do not tell it your name. Say your name to the wrong gourd, and you spend the next 500 years being a soup. Human, how dare you ignore me? You are courting death. Still no. Roar! Form ranks! Advance! And 500 bosses started burning their own lives. Crimson fire came off all of them at once and poured into the middle of the plaza, and the fire stood up as a Red Bull 3 times the height of the ones feeding it. Health times 10. Regeneration times 10. It is called the Blood Ox formation. It costs every participant 10 years of their lifespan, and 100 years ago, Ning City survived a siege because something on our side used it. Now I was watching it get used at me. Its Bull's Roar erased 10 of my wolves, and sent a wave of broken floor at my knees. I gave it 15 of mine back at once, and then I did the thing I had been waiting all week to try. Shadow Mages do not chant. We do not focus. We do not gesture. We do not have a casting time. The skill costs spirit, and I have absurd amounts of spirit, and there is no cooldown listed anywhere on Energy Bullet because whoever designed the class assumed the spirit would run out first. I pointed my right hand at it and turned it into a machine gun. Black spheres left my palm faster than I could count them, one after another, a solid line of them across the plaza, and the bull's regeneration held for about 20 seconds and then stopped holding. It came apart standing up. That cost me more than half my mental energy, which was the first real bill anything had handed me since the awakening. Then I walked the ranks and collected 2,880 experience ahead, and somewhere in the middle of that I noticed something about myself that I have not told anyone since. I had killed 6 people that morning, actual people, with names, one of whom had asked me to spare his sister. I had been braced all day for the moment my body caught up and I threw up in a corner. It never came. Not that hour, not that night, nothing at all. I put that thought in a drawer and kept walking, because the sky above the plaza had gone black, and something was pulling in. Negative energy funneled down into a sphere in the air, and a shape unfolded out of it. I, Wind Demon, am finally about to be released. Wind Demon, Lord level, rank 18. 3,400 strength, 3,600 agility, 4,500 spirit. Mist transformation, wind blade, dragon cyclone, wind whisper, and one at the bottom of the list called instant kill, which I appreciated for its honesty. It had been the voice on all 3 floors. It had watched me since I walked in. It had planted the blood ox formation in those minotaurs specifically to bleed me down before it came out, which is genuinely good work, and it wanted to tell me why. Abyssal demons cannot grow talents. Not one of them, not ever. Countless years ago, one of them killed a human prodigy and tore the talent out of the body and wore it, and it worked, and that is the entire reason the Abyss keeps coming through into our world. They are not invading for land. They are farming us for the one thing they cannot make. Ignorant human, I know your talent is extraordinary. It will be mine shortly. Then it stretched and bragged and made the mistake. My attacks reach 500 meters. I can fly 1,000 meters into the air. Death is your only destination. I stood there and looked at it like it had just told me it could hold its breath for 8 seconds. 1,000 meters? Sir, I am level 10 with 10 meters of range per level, and I have been standing here the whole time listening to you explain that you plan to fight me from inside my own numbers. I threw an energy bullet the size of a car. It cut that one apart with 9 wind blades, which was impressive, and then it saw the several hundred behind it, which was not survivable. It never got to use most of its kit. 11,520 experience. The drops are why that fight matters. An elementary hidden badge, plus 100 to every attribute, and completely invisible to any detection under level 30. There is no market price for that because there is no market. People do not sell them, they inherit them. 1 talent fragment. Collect 9 and you can advance any talent by a grade, or hand a talent to somebody who was born without one. An elementary random scroll. Market price 1 million gold, which I had been dreaming about since the mall. And the heart of subduing wind. I used the scroll immediately, standing in the crater, with the giddy, stupid hope of a man buying his first lottery ticket. Shadow summon, ranged, level 1. Level 1. I had been praying for level 11, and the universe handed me a starter pack. My face must have done something remarkable, because the wind demon's corpse was right there, and I took it out on that. Its shadow only came up bronze, 200s across, embarrassing, but it came up with wind blade at 9 blades and 100 meters, and dragon tornado, and I do not care what the stat sheet says about a skill I can multiply by 20 later. The dungeon folded up behind me and put me back in the gray fog around midnight. I built a fire. I set 2 titan apes and a wind demon around it as sentries, and I cooked actual hot food for the first time in 3 days, and I sat there eating while the experience log scrolled past on its own in the corner of my vision. That is the other thing nobody understands about this class. My summons do not sleep. They do not get tired. They do not need healing. They do not need me awake or nearby or interested. A normal summoner spends his whole career babysitting. I spent that night eating rice while my army worked the night shift. I went to sleep expecting level 12 and woke up at 13. I found out much later what that night actually did. Everything within 10 miles of that campfire was dead by sunrise. Tang Jiayi and her cousin spent the next morning walking a wilderness with a monster density of 0. I have it on good authority that she stopped in the middle of an empty field and said, "Sister Feifei, did you not tell me the wild has more monsters than the beginner dungeons?" Nobody in Ning City ever worked out where the monsters went. There were about 400 theories. None of them involved a 17-year-old and a campfire. The ravens found me at dawn, dozens of them, circling. And in this world, ravens are the crown jewel of ordinary summoners. They scout, they watch, they map, they fight. Every summoner in the Empire wants one. I sent the wind demon up because it is mostly smoke and physical attacks go through it without an opinion, and it took them apart one at a time like a man picking fruit. Bronze Raven, 600s across, 1,000 spirit. Phantom Raven, which drags anything within 100 meters into an illusion for 10 seconds. And Flying Feathers. Then I climbed on one and flew for the first time in my life. Gray forest going by underneath, fog in every direction, wings holding steady as an airliner, and me on top grinning like an idiot at a world nobody in my old life would have believed. Then a crosswind hit at altitude and took me clean off its back. The plane crashed shortly after takeoff. Luckily, there were no witnesses. I fell for a while with the calm of a man who owns the sky, summoned a second raven underneath myself halfway down, and landed on its back sitting up. Death Basin was another half day out. Levels 12 to 18, permanent miasma, a hunter's paradise and a monster's paradise at the same time, and it eats a few hundred people a year without anyone making a fuss about it. Windblade stopped me 2 kilometers short. Boy, hand over the hidden badge and I will let you go. Chen Shui, level 18, hired muscle. He had scanned me first. The scan had bounced off my new badge and returned nothing, and instead of finding that alarming, he had decided I was a spoiled rich kid worth robbing. 2 more came out behind him, a heavy named Han Chang and an archer named Liu Yi, who actually recognized me. He is the top student from Da Ying Middle School, lives in the slum, awakened some new hidden class, Shadow Mage. My brother says the skills are nothing special. I told them an apology would settle it. They laughed for a while about that. Kill them, I said. Han Chang charged straight past one of my minotaurs, still grinning, and got about 6 more steps before the thin red line across his middle decided to open. Chen Shui understood immediately, which I will give him. Liu Yi, run! He has been playing dumb this whole time. They made 100 meters. They stopped. They caught their breath. They actually congratulated each other. Then the Minotaurs arrived, because 100 meters is nothing to something with 2,800 agility, and the last thing Chen Shui said was a very reasonable question about how far that thing could run. That was the first roadblock. There were 6 more. Somebody had hired everything with a pulse to keep the road to Death Basin closed, and they came at me in waves all afternoon, and along the way, I found what all those missing wild monsters had turned into. Corpse piles. Stacked deliberately off the path to keep the road quiet. The gate itself had a crowd in front of it and a line of Chen family guards holding it back. Our young master is challenging nightmare difficulty. Nobody disturbs him until he has the orc heart. The orc heart drops once a year. That day was the day. The Chen family is the strongest family in Dezhou, and the standard story people tell about them involves a 10,000-member guild that offended them once and how tall the grass on those graves is now. I walked toward the entrance. 2 people in that crowd broke ranks to warn me off, which I have never forgotten. A young man in bronze armor named Ah Jun and a middle-aged man with a scar, both of whom got in front of a stranger to tell him not to die for nothing. Chen Chao got in front of me in golden armor. The Chen family is not something you ditch people can compare to. Get out of here. Get out of the way. He used Eagle Claw on me, which is the best ambush skill under level 30, and it landed on a black arm like a hand slapping a steel plate. I heard his fingers go, so he called out the retainers. A dozen of them, all past level 20. I raised 40 minotaurs. They appraised them first, which was very professional. Level 13, silver tier. They actually laughed. One of them made a joke about garbage summons and swung a level 22 weapon into a level 13 minotaur's shoulder. He did not scratch it. Then he went up into the air, and I heard him wondering out loud on the way whose body that was down there. A man next to him slapped his own friend across the face to check whether it was an illusion. Then they got organized. Defensive line, mages behind it, fireball and fire dragon and water bullet all going up at once in a genuinely respectable wall of light. My minotaurs walked through it the way industrial machinery walks through a picket fence. Chen Chao ran. Then he turned around and tried the last card in the deck. Boy, release us now and the Chen family will forgive and forget. He died running. I want that recorded accurately. He died running and still negotiating. Afterward, I turned around to a crowd of about 200 witnesses and told them the golden armor was theirs and that they had never seen me. Ah Jun bent down, picked up a gold-tier weapon, and said to nobody, without turning around, I have been out in the wild killing monsters for days. I have not been to Death Basin at all. The man with the scar took over from there and organized the cleanup like a professional, because he was one. Split the gear evenly, burn what is left, nobody talks. I had a brother who died over something like this, he said. The scar reminds me not to gamble. Then I went inside and opened the difficulty menu. Normal, 1 to 5. Hard, 1 to 6. Nightmare, 1 to 8. Hell, 1 to 12. Hell. Inside, there is a pale yellow road going through a gray-white forest under a gray sky, and there are flowers growing along that road in colors that do not exist anywhere else in the world, which is the miasma's way of advertising. The 30-minute antidote lasts about 10 minutes in there. The trash mobs are level 16 gnolls with 1150 strength. A human professional at that level runs 4 to 500. Hell difficulty garbage is more than twice a person. 5,120 experience each, which is more than the purgatory floors were paying. I sent ravens up to map the whole thing first, found 5 branching roads, and then flooded all 5 at the same time with hundreds of minotaurs and wolves. I did not fight that dungeon. I administrated it. The first hell set piece came off a knoll boss, a dark red staff with a skull on the end, Hell Death Staff, level 10 requirement, plus 200 spirit, 30% more skill damage, 30% faster casting, 1 of 6. Then the road ended at a 5-meter tall thing in silver armor with a blood-red cloak, standing with one hand resting on the hilt at his waist, waiting for me to walk into range like he had all afternoon. Canine General Leader, rank 18, 4200 strength. His knockback badly hurt my minotaurs, and I want to be clear about how rare that was. 2 things in the entire world had managed to injure my shadows up to that point. The golden ape was one. This was the other. I ended it with a single energy bullet off the new staff. 23,000 experience, 3 more set pieces, level 14 with 1200 base and 19,500 stacked on top. And I took his shadow specifically for the knockback and kept him standing behind my right shoulder from then on. 2 zones over, the Chen family young master was failing his nightmare run for the 4th time that week and taking it personally. Damn it, the heart of the orc is impossible to find. He wanted it for the skill ring, plus 3 to every skill you own, the best piece of jewelry in the world before the second job change, and the only recipe for it starts with that heart. He had shut down a public dungeon for 3 days to get it. Then he came out to find that his captain, a level 23, had stopped answering. He went very pale, very fast, put a small silver rune into his pocket without letting anyone see him do it, and pulled his people back to start asking questions. Meanwhile, I was standing in front of a forbidden gate solving a puzzle. Twist both torch braziers. Rotate the orc fangs on the doors until they point up. Then push the 2 orc eyeballs into the 2 empty sockets, which is why the canine general had been carrying 2 orc eyeballs, which is a detail I have decided not to examine. The gate opened onto hundreds of level 18 orcs, and one very large one sitting on a chair made of bones. I summoned a single titan demon ape and said one word, Berserk, times 20, then times 10 again on top. 78,000 strength walked into a field of 18s. It was not a battle, it was a product demo. 3 minutes, start to finish, and most of that was walking. Then the boss got up. Orc boss, rank 18, 6,800 strength, 5,800 agility, 6,200 constitution. Knockback, stun, sweeping attack. It hit my 70,000 point ape hard enough to put it in the air, stunned it for 10 full seconds, and went straight for the head. And I want to be honest that for about 1 second I had nothing. Then I put an energy bullet into its chest to move it back a step, and then I remembered I have tens of thousands of agility of my own, and I have never once used it, and I simply ran. Around it, behind it, staff against its spine, 36,000 experience. The drops came out in a pile, and I sat down in front of them like a kid on a birthday. Hell Death Necklace, Hell Death Ring, the heart of the orc, which was worth 500,000 gold to a man in a mall who had given up on it, and a first-tier transfer certificate. That last one is not loot, that is a life. At level 30, every professional in the world hits a wall, and if you do not have a transfer certificate, you never gain another point of experience for the rest of your career. Under 1% of the human race has ever completed a first job change. The materials only exist deep in the abyss, which is why the greatest alchemist alive tried to counterfeit one and could not, and why a nation will trade a city for one. It came out of a dungeon in a province nobody has heard of, into the hands of a 17-year-old in a slum jacket. Then I ruined my own good mood by getting greedy. The ranged extraction skill from that 1 million gold scroll had been sitting at level 1 doing nothing, so I stood in a field of orc corpses and tried it. Extraction failed, proficiency +1. Failed, +1. Failed, +1. 550 times. I burned 90% of my mental energy on it and did not gain a single level. I sat down in the dark afterward with my head buzzing like a phone on a table. That is when I finally understood what the mall meant by rarer than lottery tickets. A hidden class has no teachers. It also has no shortcuts. Everything I learn by failing at it several hundred times in a row with nobody watching. I camped by a creek that night, and I was cooking when 3 young men in sunglasses came through my campsite at a dead sprint chasing someone, and one of them kicked my pot over into the fire. They kept going about 10 meters and then stopped because I had spoken. Replace the pot and apologize. They came back laughing. It is a pot. What are you so worked up about? Are you that desperate for money? Then their scan bounced off my badge and returned nothing, and I watched greed arrive on all three faces at exactly the same time. The one with the staff got there and then looked at my eyes and stopped. He did not say why. He walked over, handed me a brand new pot out of his own bag, apologized properly, and told his friends afterward that he was just being cautious because a level 19 mage cannot stand there and admit he got scared of the level 14 summoner. I got the fire going again. Then the person they had been chasing walked out of the dark, a girl in a black bodysuit, and I have met a lot of people since, and I will still say she was the most striking human being I had ever seen up to that point, Tang Jia very much included. She walked up to my fire with her stomach growling audibly and led with it. "Hey, could you share some of that?" I handed her a bowl and went back to eating. She finished it and asked for more. "Do it yourself," I said, without looking up. The silence after that was fantastic. She sat there holding an empty bowl, genuinely dislocated, because nobody in her entire life had ever failed to react to her. I could hear her rebuilding her whole approach from the studs. Her name was Yu Yi. She scanned me too. It failed too. So she filed me as somebody from one of the capital families, which suited me perfectly, and she relaxed and started talking about the things she actually cared about. The ancient academy. The strongest and most secretive school in the world, and her family could not buy her a seat in it, and her family can buy most things. There is exactly one road in, and the road goes through Huaxia University. That was the first time I heard the name. It went into a drawer with the rest. Then the three hunters came back for her. "Yu Yi, hand over the thing and we will let you go." She offered them the item on the condition that they let me leave, which she absolutely did not have to do. They put a slow mark on her before she got the sentence out, and she turned to me and said the words I have thought about a lot since. "You go first. I will cover you. I am so sorry I dragged you into this." "It is all right," I said. And then I offered them the same deal I had offered everyone else that week, and they took it about as well. The Minotaurs came up. A feathered arrow hit one, and it was like watching someone try to open a bank vault with a butter knife. Ice spike, nothing. A charge, nothing. The three of them broke in three directions, which was smart, and made it about 100 meters into the trees, which was not far enough. Yu Ye stood there for a while. Then she picked up her bag, and on her way past me she left me the only thing anyone had given me for free that entire week. "If you actually want into Huaxia University this year, you had better be level 17. Then she was gone, and I was relieved because now I could get back to work. Here's what my work was costing other people. Tang Jia was out hunting at midnight in night vision goggles and finding an empty world, because my shadows had stripped every field within a day's walk. 4 days to the entrance exam, stuck between 11 and 13, no path to 15. She made a decision in the dark that night, and I did not learn what it was for a long time. The Chen family young master found out the heart of the orc had been taken and never turned in. He sealed Death Basin again, got dressed down in public by the city leadership for closing a public dungeon, got grounded by his own father, and started hunting for the man who took it, with family agents standing in the crowd outside the gate every day taking notes. I did not notice any of it. I ran hell difficulty by day and the open wilderness by night for 2 days straight, and came out the other side at level 16 with ranged extraction up to level 10 and 5 of the 6 hell set pieces. Only the boots were missing. The area outside the dungeon on the last morning sounded like a fish market. Level 18 mage leading a party, hard difficulty, 100,000 gold a seat, guaranteed reputation, healer wanted, name your price. Nobody was recruiting a summoner, and nobody was recruiting a sage. Liu Jun had made level 12 on his own, which is genuinely respectable, and it did not matter. A sage has no damage and no healing worth the name until much later. Every party he approached told him the same thing with different words. He was 100,000 gold short of buying a seat, and he had just remembered that I had 400,000 and had never bought him that meal. Tang Jia was level 13. She had tried hard the day before, failed it, and gotten out by a margin she was not discussing. She had a cooldown talisman from her family in her pocket, so she could run normal 10 times a day, which is the most expensive way in the world to be mediocre. They were both standing at the entrance waiting for me, not to be carried. That is the part I want to be precise about. They were waiting to go in with me, because nobody in that entire shouting market would take a summoner into a party unless the summoner paid, and they had both worked out that I would be standing there alone. I have been given a lot of things since. That one still counts. So I formed the party, and I opened the difficulty menu, and I selected Hell. Liu Jun's voice came out about an octave up. Jiayi, did you see how long he took choosing? I think I am seeing Hell. Tang Jiayi laughed at him. She had run normal 10 times. Normal is barely harder than the beginner dungeon. Current difficulty level, Hell. Both of them went the color of paper. Then hundreds of minotaurs and wolves came up out of the ground around them and went down all 5 roads at once, and their experience logs started scrolling so fast the text blurred. 1,700 experience a knoll, each. A 12-person hard difficulty party fights for its life all afternoon and walks away with 200 ahead. Tang Jiayi stood in the middle of that and did the math on her own future, and I watched her arrive at the number. She was never going to catch me. Not that year, not that decade, not ever. She looked up and smiled at me. Xingyu, thank you. The last pair of Hell Death Boots dropped an hour later, and the set completed with a glow that ran up my whole body. It drew a small crowd of monsters and one very confused sage. Set bonuses are not supposed to exist below level 20, and nobody in that dungeon had ever seen one activate. I handed Tang Jiayi a spare longsword and Liu Jun a spare staff out of my Hell Drops. They both refused. I insisted, and I kept insisting, and eventually they took them, and Liu Jun grabbed my hand with both of his. Xingyu, from now on you are my boss. You say east, I will never go west. Please take me in as your underling. Then we hit the crossroads, and I saw an old friend standing there in the silver armor and red cloak, tapping the hilt at his waist. We meet again, Canine General. Liu Jun looked at me. Boss, you know him? I recognize him. I have killed him 3 times. The Canine General has exactly one flaw, and I found it on my second visit. / cannot be cancelled once it starts. He commits to the full animation no matter what happens. Which means there is a window in the middle of it where he is a very large statue with a sword. I showed them the window. Tang Jiayi took notes. Liu Jun took a step backward. He complained the entire way through the dark colonnade, which is genuinely creepy, I will give him that. Boss, how much longer? Boss, this place is weird. Boss, why are the pillars like that? At the orc gate, I offered him an antidote pill, and he waved it off. No need, boss. I still have 5 minutes on the last one. Then the door opened, and the miasma came out, and Liu Jun turned around and lost his lunch in front of the eldest daughter of the Tong family. She laughed so hard she had to sit down on a step. He has never recovered from it. 11 years of friendship, and that is the story she still leads with. 3 people cleared Hell difficulty in 2 hours that afternoon. Tang Jiayi's old team once cleared normal in 3.5 and posted about it. On the way out, she pulled something out of her jacket and offered it to me, which cost her more than she let on. A cooldown talisman. 10 uses, rechargeable, removes the dungeon lockout entirely. It is not in any textbook, and it is not for sale. It is the kind of thing a clan hands its heir so the heir stays ahead. She gave it to the person who was already ahead of her. Then a man in Chen family colors was standing at the dungeon mouth waiting for us. Chen Daoming, captain of the Chen family guard, all teeth. I wonder if you might part with the heart of the orc. Double the posted price. 1 million? I said nothing. 2 million. The crowd around us made a noise because the mall had been offering 500,000 for half a year, and everyone standing there had just found out they were being lowballed by a factor of 4. I do not have the heart of the orc on me, I said. Please leave. His smile came off in one piece, like a mask on a hinge, and he started reading me my own life back to me. Wang Xingyu, Liu Min Street, West District. Younger sister attends Huaxia University. Parents deceased. Grandmother passed away 3 years ago. You investigated me. No, I'm stating facts. The Chen family is not as simple as you think it is. Then I will wait and see, I said, and walked back into Hell difficulty. Behind me, because people always think distance is the same thing as privacy, one of his men asked when the young master's people were arriving. Tomorrow noon. There are more than 10 of us here. Why bother? Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Fine, I appreciate professionalism. I spent the rest of that run redesigning the dungeon. Instead of hunting gnolls one at a time down 5 roads, I sent wolves out to insult everything in the building and run home. Every gnoll in Death Basin came pouring back up the main road after them, in one screaming black and gray tide, straight into the Canine General's plaza. I would pay money for a picture of that man's face. 5 meters of silver armor and command presence, standing in the middle of his own plaza, watching a wall of dark shapes come at him with his own subordinates chasing them, and you could see the exact moment his hands started to shake. What are those shadows? Why are my own men running toward me? Then a berserked Titan ape landed in the middle of the crowd, and the question became academic. Level 17 for me, level 14 for Tang Jiayi. 3 hell pieces dropped at once, because faster kills raise the drop rate, which is the kind of rule that only ever benefits one person. The Canine General himself died by accident, caught in the edge of the ape's sweep along with everybody else. He never even drew. 4 separate visits, and the 4th one killed him as a bystander in his own home. He died a very unjust death. We cut the clear time in half, 1 hour. Liu Jun looked at the timer and said, "Boss, honestly, I do not think anyone but you is ever breaking that record. That is the first time it came up. Remember it." Then Tang Jiayi left. She warned me first, which I want on the record. She told me the Chen family keeps dedicated cleanup teams for exactly this kind of situation. Then her cousin Tang Feifei, who had been standing outside the dungeon all afternoon, reading the mood of the men in golden armor, came and took her by the arm. "Jiayi, we are going back to town to recharge the cooldown runes." But there is no but. I knew exactly what was happening. I did not say a word, because it was not my decision to make, and because a girl with a family and a future is allowed to walk away from a fight she did not pick. She apologized. She said she would see me in the dungeon tomorrow. We both knew she would not. Liu Jun was furious enough for both of us. "Boss, that is low, leaving right now of all times." "Xiao Jun, you should go back to town too." He turned around so fast he nearly fell over. "Boss, what do you take me for? I decided you are my boss, so I stand with you through anything. Worst case, 18 years from now, I will be a hero again." I had a full spare hell set sitting in my backpack the whole time he said that. "We will see how you do tonight." He cooked at the campfire because he cooks better than me, and somewhere in the middle of it, he let something slip. It is a shame I did not inherit my father's profession. He was a culinary expert. His face closed, his hands closed. Then he opened both of them again and smiled and asked if I wanted more rice. I did not ask. Some doors you wait to be shown. He took first watch, which is why he saw them coming. Around 50 figures in matching golden armor, moving properly, spread out, no torches, not guards, a purpose-built cleanup team, led by a Captain Qing who had negotiated 60% of the drops out of Chen Daoming before agreeing to come. Chen Daoming made Liu Jun an offer first. "Join the Chen family, and I will spare your life." Not a chance. Then he turned and shouted at my tent as loud as he could. "Boss, the Chen family is here. Run!" I came out with my hands in my pockets. There is nowhere to run. They have us surrounded. "Wang Xingyu, hand over the heart of the orc, and I will leave you a whole corpse." I gave Liu Jun the exit one more time. He said no again, louder. "Honestly," I said, "I never expected the Chen family to send 50 experts above level 20 for one person." Then 100 and some minotaurs came up out of the ground behind them. "Sorry. You are surrounded." I put Liu Jun on a raven first, and we went up to watch because the view is better and because I wanted him to see it. Chen Daoming landed his triple strike on one minotaur 3 times. Full commitment, full animation, all 3 hits. He split his own hand open on the 3rd one, and there was not a mark on the shadow. That was the last thing he learned. Captain Qing did it correctly. Shields to the front, mages in the middle, healers at the back. The exact formation they teach. It is a good formation. It is designed to hold against things with 5,000 constitution, and it held for a while. And the first person in that line to go down was the healer, who simply ran out of mana and fainted, and after that, it was arithmetic. From up on the raven, Liu Jun said mostly to himself, "So this is the boss's real strength. Thank God I passed the test." I told him to go to sleep because the night shift was starting. That is the part that still gets me. Every other summoner in the world has to bring his monsters back into the summoning space to rest after 3 hours, maximum. Mine work all night, every night, for free, forever. Liu Jun went to sleep at level 12 and woke up at level 15 with 85%, with a full page of kill notifications he had slept through. My ranged extraction hit level 13 somewhere in there too. By the time we got back to the square the next morning, the crowd was already talking. I heard the heart of the orc is in Wang Xingyu's hands. Is Wang Xingyu even a person? On the last run, Liu Jun hit level 16, and I handed him the full spare hell set, a hell death shield, and a first-tier transfer certificate. He held the certificate with both hands like it was going to bite him. He did not say anything at all, which for Liu Jun is the loudest thing he has ever done. Then we went to the mall, and I stood at the public quest terminal, and I started emptying my backpack. 10,000 wolf pelts, 7,000 leopard bones, 8,000 wolf teeth, 5,000 canine teeth. The counter kept climbing, and the crowd behind me kept growing, and the clerk stopped making eye contact somewhere around the fourth pile. 5.6 million gold. The previous best that day was 400,000, submitted by a professional with a name and a guild and a reputation. People stepped out of my way on the way to the door, and not politely, the way you step away from something you have not identified yet. The principals had taken over the whole window side of the Westgate Hotel, scanning every student who walked back into the city and keeping score against each other. They had noticed two impossible things that week. The students coming home looked rested, and there had been almost no monsters in the wild for several nights running. The consensus theory was that the Tang family had paid for a large-scale wilderness clearance. The Tang family did not correct them, because when people credit you with a miracle, you say thank you. By sunset, Wu Bing had gone quiet, because two of his students still had not come through the gate. Then we walked in. The number 2 principal in that room was level 53. My hidden badge stops anything under level 30, and it did absolutely nothing to him. He scanned us out of habit and then read it twice. Liu Jun, Sage, level 16. Wang Xingyu, Shadow Mage, level 18. He put his cup down. One is 16 and the other is 18. Is this some kind of joke? Tang Jiayi had an entire clan behind her and reached 16. 3 students from one school in a 5th-tier city were now near certainties for Huaxia University, which had never happened in the history of Ning City. At the gate, the guard on duty stopped me, and it was the same one from before. We have met. Last time, the person leaving the city was level 9, and alone. I went home to the room with the brick under the bed and picked up the photograph again. 2 weeks until Huaxia University. 2 weeks until I could stand in front of my sister and ask her what happened 3 years ago when our grandmother died and she stopped being someone I recognized. The morning of the exam, Tang Jiayi found me at the gate and tried to make it right. Xingyu, I am really glad you are okay. I looked at her and did not answer. Here's the thing I did not say, and it is the truest thing I thought all week. She thinks I'm the one standing above her. She has no idea that she has been standing above me the entire time, in the only way that has ever mattered in that city. She has a clan. She has a name. She has a talisman she can hand out and a family that will fly her home. I have a brick under a bed and a class nobody has ever heard of, and everything I have taken, I took out of something that was trying to kill me. Liu Jun arrived shouting my name from 40 meters away, and the moment passed. They handed out teleportation stones, 1 each, alchemist-made and stupidly expensive, and 300 of us crushed them at the same time. I landed on a stone square in front of a silver-white octagonal tower 100 meters high, the Tower of Trials, one of the 3 divine towers of the Great Qin Empire, mirrored into every provincial capital, and it opens exactly once a year for exactly this. 10,000 candidates in my sector alone, over 5 million nationwide. A face made of silver light formed above the tower and started reading the rules, and a boy about 6 meters to my left said to his friend at a completely normal volume, "They are bluffing." Violation of exam rules. Examination cancelled. He did not finish the sentence. He did not go anywhere either. He just stopped being part of the crowd. Somebody further back said, reasonably, "What if we did not hear you clearly?" Same result. 10,000 people discovered silence at the same moment. Even the Chen family young master kept his head down and his mouth shut. Liu Jun solved the problem by putting his own hand in his mouth and biting it, and stood there for the entire briefing with tears in his eyes, and I have never respected him more. 7 stages. Backpacks sealed inside. Equipment allowed, tools banned. The 7th stage has a success rate under 1%, and while all of that was being explained to us, something the size of a planet was looking down at the tower from very far above, and it was not on our side. The first stage put me alone in a stone room with a dogfolk general and a countdown. I found out much later what was happening on the top floor while I stood there. The examiners up there have all completed their third job advancement and wear black dragon badges, and they sit in front of a wall of several thousand live feeds, and once a year they go looking for the one candidate worth remembering. Somebody flagged my file because of the hidden class, magnified my screen, read the Da Ying report, and sighed out loud. A rare summoner. Somewhat disappointing. They set my exam to the rare class standard, which means a monster 3 levels above me, and they went back to watching more interesting people. I killed it with 1 energy bullet before the countdown finished, 0.1 seconds. Their instruments could not get a reading, so they assumed a fault in the difficulty assignment and reran the whole thing as a rare mage test. My summon deleted it. Then a legendary mage test, deleted. Then a legendary summoner test, which is the highest bracket the first stage has, deleted. At which point an elder named Zhao Kuangyi wandered in with a cup in his hand, looked at the screen where a teenager was standing in an empty room with his hands in his pockets waiting for something to happen, and made a ruling. This is very simple. Designate him first and strip his score from this test. There is precedent. They did the same thing 50 years ago for a celestial master, and the name of that celestial master is going to come up again. First place, Wang Xingyu. 0.1 seconds, 500 points. Second at 3.6, third at 4.2. Liu Jun 4th at 5, Tang Jiayi 5th at 6. The Chen family young master 8th at 7.5. 35,000 combat candidates went in, 4,000 did not come out of stage 1. Tang Jiayi found Liu Jun's time on the board and stood there, working backward from it, because she has known him for years and she knows what a level 16 sage should be capable of. And she got to the answer. He was wearing a full hell set. Somebody had given him a full hell set. She told me later what she thought in that moment, and it was not anger. If she had stayed in that dungeon with me, she might have been second. Stage 2 handed us a difficulty menu again. 1 point per kill on normal, 3 on hard, 6 on nightmare, 10 on hell. Locked once chosen, 30 minutes. I picked hell, and up on the top floor, somebody spilled a drink. Is this kid insane? The Celestial Masters from 50 years ago would not have chosen hell. Then I walked to the spawn portal, put a single minotaur beside it, and sat down. Monsters in that stage come out of a fixed doorway, which means the doorway is a bottleneck, which means the entire stage is a machine that hands you one monster at a time, at chest height, in a predictable place. My minotaur took the first one apart before it cleared the frame. Then the next. Then the next. By the 10th, it had developed technique. By the 50th, it had developed something the examiner's notes describe as an almost artistic quality, which is a very generous way to describe a shadow that has figured out the most efficient possible angle and is now simply doing it forever. I dozed off against a wall. Around me, other people were having a real exam. The Chen family young master went at it head first and burned his stamina in the first 10 minutes, and the panel wrote him down as reckless. Tang Jiayi's sword work got marked as sloppy, and worse, unadjusted, meaning she made the same errors in minute 25 that she made in minute 2. Liu Jun got real praise, and I want that in the record too. He kept retuning his rhythm all the way through, quietly, without panicking, and the man watching him said so out loud. 2 other names came off that board and stayed on it. Rahu, a gun king. Ai Weiwei, a spirit master. Both clean, both fast, both worth watching. Stage 2 results. First place, Wang Xingyu, 4,000 points. Second place, 1,200. The Chen family young master came out of his room and stood up so fast his chair went over. How is that possible? He had a point, honestly. The theoretical ceiling on nightmare difficulty in 30 minutes is 3,600. My number should not exist on any scoreboard anywhere, and the only explanation is a difficulty setting nobody had ever selected. He could not even file a complaint about it. Questioning the Tower of Trials and being wrong means disqualification, and it means dragging your family into the transcript with you. Stage 3 sent 10 monsters at once for 10 minutes. I took hell again, 5,000 points. Stage 4 was boss monsters with the backpack sealed, so no potions and no swapping gear, which is the stage designed to end people who bought their way up. I sent out the orc boss I had taken in Death Basin. It stunned the enhanced orc lord and killed it in one motion, and the summoner on the examining panel said something into a live microphone that I am told got him a formal reprimand. 35,000 became 31,000, became 21,000, became 15,000, became 5,000, became 3,000. Stage 5 is the one everyone talks about. 9 waves, 150 monsters a wave, 3 minutes each, and anything you fail to kill carries into the next wave with the new batch. 10 of the monsters in every wave are casters, hidden in the crowd, and if you do not find and kill all 10 inside the 3 minutes, the field compounds and eats you alive by wave 4. There was no hell option on stage 5. The leadership had reviewed it and judged that combination impossible. So I took Nightmare, and for the first time all day I stopped hiding. 5 wolves and 5 minotaurs came up at once. Up on the top floor, apparently, there was a long silence, and then somebody said what everyone was thinking. His limit is 5 of each type. He hit it so well we assumed he could only field 2. That is not my limit either. It has never been my limit. But an examiner watching a summoner does the same arithmetic as everyone else, and I had spent 4 stages making sure the arithmetic came out wrong. I found all 10 casters in the first wave and killed them with 10 instant energy bullets, cleared the rest in under a minute, and sat down to rest for 2. Meanwhile, the room next to mine turned gold. The Chen family young master finally spent what he came to spend. Blade domain, level 1. All attributes up 500%. Blade damage up 500%. Everything within 10 meters slowed by half. 10 minutes, then 30 minutes of being nearly helpless, then a full day of cooldown. 80 million gold for 1 skill. Plenty of third-tier professionals go their whole careers without one. It is a genuinely great skill, and I want to be fair about it, because everything else about that man was awful, and that skill was not. Su Yixuan stopped hiding in that stage too. Metal manipulator, sword control technique, and a talent called Sword Immortal that hands him another floating sword every 10 levels and every 500 points of spirit. He fought the entire stage without touching a weapon with his hands, and 3 time zones away, in a hall belonging to Sakura Country's Yin-Yang Prefecture, a teacher was sending out his best student in 500 years with a very simple set of instructions. Zhou Yi, your goal this time is to put all of them under your feet. Stage 5 took 3,000 candidates down to 100. First place, Wang Xingyu, 26,250. Second, the Chen family young master, 15,280. Third, Su Yixuan. Fourth, Ai Weiwei. Fifth, Rahu. Sixth, Liu Jun, 12,900. 10th, Tang Jiayi. Tang Jiayi looked at that board, saw both of her classmates above her, and announced to nobody in particular, "Fine, once you get into Huaxia University, do not even think about asking me for help." Stage 6 is a staircase. 100 steps, 30 minutes, 100 points a step. No monsters, nothing to hit. The steps themselves push down on your soul, and at step 10, the pressure is already double what a person carries, and it climbs a little more with every step. And past step 90, it doubles again each time. The steps also get longer as you climb, 30 meters at the bottom and 50 at the top, so the pressure lasts longer per step exactly when it is worst. And every surviving candidate in the entire country was on that same staircase at the same time, which is why Sakura Country had 4 of their students already sitting on it. They were not climbing. They had reached steps 79, 89, and 99 and stopped and set up. They had Shikigami. They had a tool that multiplies their combat power by 3, and by 5 for the best of them, and stacks extra soul pressure onto anybody they knock down. They were not there to pass. They were there to hold the door. They had done it before. 30 years ago, Sakura Country and South Korea ran this exact play on the same staircase, and that year, not one Great Chin candidate reached step 100. Not one, out of millions. The Empire spent a decade being a joke, and the only reason it did not turn into something worse is that we have 9 war gods, and other people have to think about that. The taunting started early, and it was constant. You people call yourselves the strongest empire on the continent. 30 steps, and you are already shaking. The Chen family young master went at step 99 first, with blade domain up, and a great Tengu picked him out of the air and put him back down on step 70. Rahu tried step 79. His spear got caught by a black-armored Shikigami, and something hit him hard enough to put him on his back and keep him there. Liu Jun got to him first. Not a friend, not a schoolmate, a stranger from a different province lying on a step. Liu Jun knelt down and healed him and got him upright, and that is how those two ended up calling each other Little Ho and Xiao Jun for the rest of their lives. Up in the tower, Xiao Kuangyi identified the interference, pulled the old file, and told the panel the whole ugly history in a flat voice. Then he found me on the feed, somewhere around step 65, and said the only thing he said out loud for the next hour. Whether Great Chin gets laughed at again, or answers for it, depends on this one. Here is what nobody on that staircase had worked out, and I only worked it out by being stubborn. You can step back down. The pressure resets when you do, and the extra pressure they stack on you caps out at 5 times, which sounds enormous and is for a normal candidate, and which for a man carrying 20,000 points in every attribute is a heavy coat. So while the greatest young talents of an empire shook and sweated and negotiated with their own knees, I walked up that staircase like a man going to get the mail. At step 78, I ran into a traffic jam. 30-some candidates stalled out, sitting, arguing, one of them Tang Jiayi, and a very small girl in a sky-blue dress named Guan Guan physically grabbed my arm as I went past. "Brother, do not force it. They are strong. We already have 37 people. If we wait for a few more, we can break through together." I asked her to let go. She did not. I asked twice more, politely both times, and the crowd on that step turned around and decided I was the problem. They meant well. How ungrateful. What kind of man bullies a girl like that? Up on step 79, the 2 Sakura students watched 37 of the Empire's finest hold one of their own back by the sleeve and laughed until they had to hold each other up. So I shook her off and kept walking. The one in the black iron armor got his shield up in time. My energy bullet went through the shield and through the Shikigami holding it in the same motion, and that Shikigami had 3,600 in every stat under triple amplification. Yuki Natsu threw everything he had left. Fire, wind, and water Shikigami, 8 attacks at once in a genuinely beautiful pattern, and 5 Minotaurs stood in front of me and ate all of it. Then he made the mistake everyone makes. Shikigami are intelligent from the moment they are made. They coordinate, they feint, they adapt. Summoned creatures do not gain intelligence until their master completes his first job change at level 30, which means every summoner under 30 is fielding very strong furniture. He had spent the whole fight reading my summons as furniture and me as an incompetent commander who could not even give them orders. My furniture cut his Shikigami apart, 7 strikes each, on things carrying over 3,000 in every stat. He lost his composure completely and charged me himself, and my canine general used knockback and put him down on step 30. The other one, Sakura, the girl with the twin tails, dropped to her knees before I had taken a step toward her. The Great Qin Empire is a land of etiquette. Surely you would not be so violent toward a weak woman. She had a knife hand behind her back and an expression on her face that did not match her voice at all. "Your country came to run wild in my empire's examination," I said. "That we have not killed you is already the greatest courtesy you will get from me. Do it." She went to step 32. Afterward, the crowd that had shouted at me for shaking off Guan Guan's arm turned around and looked at Guan Guan, and their faces were not kind. She had almost cost every one of them the exam by being generous with somebody else's time. Step 89 was 2 more of them, Yamada and Ryosuke, with 18 Shikigami between them, and they were not even pretending to fight. They were playing for the clock. I love watching you all be helpless. If you are so capable, come and attack. The Chen family young master organized 21 candidates for a coordinated charge, gave a genuinely stirring little speech about it, and then hung back at the rear to let 21 strangers absorb the opening volley. A fighter named Luo Jianjun caught him doing it and shouted it out loud in the middle of the charge, which is when the earth wall came up and the lion's roar landed and the tide spell arrived, and 21 people went back down the stairs together. I walked up while they were still congratulating themselves. 18 Minotaurs and 2 canine generals came up around me. Severely injure those 2 and throw them down. Yamada's energy shield is rated to stop almost 5,000 points of attack. It cracked on the first hit and came apart on the second, and both of them left the staircase in a way that involved a lot of air. The Chen family young master, who I had just cleared a path for, got up off the step, brushed himself off, and said, "Why did you come so late? You waited until I made a fool of myself on purpose." Step 99 had Yamamoto Kyuichi sitting on it. Ju Yi. The best talent Yin-Yang Prefecture has produced in 500 years, a legendary class, running the 5 times multiplier for a flat 6,800 in everything, with a great Tengu standing behind him. He did not get up either. Cut off his limbs and throw him down. I killed the great Tengu with 1 energy bullet. He summoned 3 more. Then he summoned every single one he had, which was the correct decision, and about 4 seconds too late. 4 energy bullets went out in a line and erased all of them. Then he threw an ice sword technique at me that would have ended anyone else on that staircase in one motion, and I walked through it the way you walk through a garden, and put an energy bullet through his energy shield and his chest. My only actual thought, standing over the best young talent of a foreign nation on step 99, was relief that I had held back enough not to kill him. It is an exam. There are rules. I did not come here to start a war on a staircase. 100 candidates went into stage 6. 8 came out. First place, Wang Xingyu, 46,250. Second, the Chen family young master. Third, Su Yixuan. Fourth, Ai Weiwei. Fifth, Rahu. Sixth, Liu Jun. Eighth, Tang Jiayi, 18,390. Huaxia University's floor that year was 30,000. Stage 7 does not take place in the tower. It teleports you to a front line, and it is not a simulation of a battlefield so much as a recording of one. Dark red earth, air that tastes like iron, a sky the color of an old bruise. Every survivor in the country lands there together, and out of 5 million candidates, that was about 300 people. 7 substages. The monsters start at rank 17 and climb to 23, and the points double with every rank, 10 at the bottom and 640 at the top. 300 of them in the first batch, and the faster you clear, the faster the next batch arrives. They call them Warmaul Warriors. 5 meters tall, gray-skinned, black horns, thick tails they use for balance, and clubs that have clearly been used before. They come in squads of 12, and the squads are organized. 2 casters, 2 archers, 8 on the front line. Later batches add summoners. Appraisal gives you the name and the level and absolutely nothing else. No stats, no skills, no weaknesses. You find out what they can do when they do it to you. My wolves could not one-shot them. That had not happened in weeks. Their constitution is enormous, and my wolves went in at 5,000 agility and had to work in pairs. So I stopped fighting like a person and built a wall. Dozens of Titan demon apes, 8 meters each, 3 rows deep, shoulder to shoulder across the whole approach. The archers put cold iron volleys into that wall for 4 straight minutes. The casters dropped fireball barrages on it until the ground under it turned to glass. The wall did not move, because the wall does not need to be healed, and does not have morale, and does not care. Nobody in the Empire could see any of that. Fewer than 10 people alive have clearance to watch a Stage 7 feed. Everyone else, including the entire examining panel, gets a score ticker and nothing else, and mine was going up in jumps of 800 points at a time, which forced them into an uncomfortable conclusion. To move that ticker that way, a summoner would need 80 to 100 summons on the field simultaneously. They said it out loud in the room, and then nobody followed it up, because the number was too stupid to build a theory on. Second substage, 600 monsters, 12,000 more points. 67,250 total. Third substage put me at 91,250 in under 15 minutes. Second place on the board at that moment was Su Yixuan on 12,000. The all-time record for that stage, set 50 years ago by the celestial master they still name buildings after, is the 4th substage. I never got to find out what the 4th substage looks like. Very far above all of us, above the real tower in the capital, 3 men were standing in the open air, and the one in the middle wore white, with white hair moving in no wind at all, and he was shouting, "How dare you!" That is Bai Qi, god of slaughter, one of the 9 war gods of the great Qin Empire, and the only one whose famous story is a solo one. He held the Abyss Gate alone. The number of high-rank demons he has killed is a figure the history books give in the millions and then decline to break down. And across from him, filling the sky, was a head 100 meters across, assembled out of skulls, with blue fire moving behind the eyes. Beelzebub, an abyss lord, and he had been waiting for exam season the way other people wait for a holiday. Using the Tower of Trials as cover, you humans are as cunning as ever, holding your assessments inside the Tower of Gods and Demons. I wonder how heartbroken you will be when I kill this entire crop of prodigies. Bai Chi's halberd came down and split the void realm open, and thousands of those skulls came apart at once, and it did not matter at all, because every one of them was a copy. He only needed one to get through. And one got through. The reason it worked is a detail nobody outside a very small room knows. Battlefield Beyond the Heavens was refined out of abyss material in the first place. You cannot simply shut it off with a demon lord inside it. Purging him would take an hour, minimum, and there were 300 teenagers in there. So Bai Chi did the only thing left. He locked the examination ranking rules in place, which meant the monsters stayed pinned at rank 17 instead of climbing to 23. And then he opened a channel to every candidate at once. Attention all candidates, I am Bai Chi. The monsters you face will now be transformed into demons. Stay united, hold for 1 hour and wait for rescue. Beelzebub commands the power of jealousy. Be careful. Then every candidate in the country was dumped into a single space together, and the ground on the far side of it went black. Demon Warmaul Warrior, Abyss Corrupted, level 17, 1500 strength, 3300 constitution, and 7680 experience each. 300 people looked at that horizon and saw the end of their lives. I looked at it and saw an all-you-can-eat buffet with the lights just turned on. I want to be honest about that. Everyone around me was doing the arithmetic of survival, and I was doing the arithmetic of levels. That is who I had become in 3 weeks. I noticed it and I kept it to myself. Then the crowd started forming up around me without being asked. The survivors from Stage 6 had been telling everyone what happened on that staircase for the last 20 minutes, and there is no faster way to build a reputation in this world than being the person who cleared the door. 300 strangers from every province in the Empire waiting to be told what to do by a 17-year-old from a 5th-tier city. I am not made of stone. Every one of them was mine, in the only sense that matters when something from the abyss is coming over a hill. Warriors to the front, ranged in the second row. Bend the line into a half circle. Do not let them wrap the flanks. They did it, instantly, without arguing, which is the single strangest compliment I have ever been paid. The Chen family young master took about 30 people and ran for the high rocks at the back. People screamed at him that the line was going to break where he left it. He did not turn around. He got up on his rock and he watched, and his face did something I could see clearly even at that distance, and it was not fear. Why is it not me who got the Shadow Mage class? Deep in his pupils, a red light came on. I did not see it happen. I found out about it much later, and by then it had grown into something with its own opinions. I plugged the hole he left myself, and the line held. Liu Jun became the most popular human being on that battlefield inside of 10 minutes. A sage has no damage and no real healing. Everyone had been telling him that for a month. It turns out a man who never stops moving along a shield line, topping up the people about to fall over, is worth 4 of anything else. Strangers were shouting his name by the second wave. Then I looked up, and something was wrong with the sky. There was a cloud in it that was not a cloud. It was the wrong color, and it was not moving the way the wind was moving, and it was sitting directly above the middle of our line, where it could see everything. I put an energy bullet through it. The whole battlefield shook. Human! I never expected your senses to be so sharp. The cloud came apart into 100 skulls, and they all dove at me at once, laughing on the way down, which is a sound I could have gone my whole life without. I shot the first dozen out of the air. Then I stopped playing and called up the one thing I had been saving since the beginner dungeon. The Golden Titan Demon Ape Leader had been riding in my shadow since the afternoon a school principal rubbed his eyes at me. 9 meters, gold fire, and 1 skill with a 3-second charge that I had never once had a reason to use in a crowd. Berserk, sweeping strike. 1 golden arc went out across the whole sky, and there were no more skulls. No, how could there possibly be a human being like you? Behind me, 300 candidates were making noises. One of them said, out loud, "When I saw those skulls coming down, I genuinely thought that was the end of the world." Liu Jun, who had been healing a shield line for 40 minutes and could barely stand, chose that exact moment to announce to every province in the empire, "Wang Xingyu is my boss." And that is how Liu Jun got named. Somebody in the crowd, watching him run up and down the line topping people up, called him Nai Ge, Milk Bro. It followed him into university, into the guild registry, and eventually into an official document, and he has never once been able to stop it. Level 20. and the talent moved again. Shadow Monarch, level 3. 120 attribute points per level. Everything at times 30. 3% transfer, capacity 800. Up in the Tower of Gods and Demons, Bai Qi and a man called Liu Bo Long watched the skulls stop existing and did not celebrate because they could both still feel him. Beelzebub was not dead. He had sacrificed a piece of his own power to shield the space, which is what an Abyss Lord does when he intends to stay. Then we can only trust that Wang Xingyu turns it around again, Bai Qi said. He will. That was generous of him, given that at that moment I did not know what I was supposed to be turning around. Then somebody noticed the smell coming from the Lonely Rock. That is where the Chen family young master had taken his 30 people. Candidates went over to check on them and came back out again immediately, and none of them came back out steady, and nobody would say a word about what was in there. Standing on the rock above it was something in dark red scales with black ram's horns and blood grooves cut down its cheeks, and it was still recognizably him. The allure of genius is captivating. Su Yixuan got to him first, and I have to say, Su Yixuan was brave every single time it counted, and it never once worked out for him. Su Yixuan, are you jealous of my strength too? If I kill all of you, I get stronger still. He picked Su Yixuan up by the throat with one hand and held him there. This is what absolute power feels like. Then he threw him like a kite with the string cut, and turned to the rest of the field, and said the friendliest thing he had ever said to anybody. Do not worry. You are all perfectly safe until Wang Xingyu is dead. I appraised him. Chen Yuming, level 17, Blade Master, 13,000 strength, 12,000 agility, 15,000 constitution. Special condition, abyssal corruption. Jealousy had multiplied him tenfold. That is what Beelzebub actually is. Not a monster that eats you. A pressure that finds the thing already inside you and turns the volume up until the person is gone and only the appetite is left. He had been standing on that rock watching me command 300 people and asking why it was not him, and something had answered. His crescent slash badly hurt one of my gold tier minotaurs. 12,000 points across the board, and it came away hurt. That was the third time in my entire career something managed it, and I counted. He dropped blade domain, and the ground between us turned into a crater under a rain of flying blades, and he narrated the whole time. He was genuinely enjoying himself. That is the part I remember. Then an energy bullet grazed his left arm, and the arm froze solid and came off, and he stopped narrating. He started changing into something that was not going to be a person at all when it finished. Whatever his real ultimate was, he never got to open it. Wang Xingyu, I will remember you. Successfully killed the Demon Lord's clone. Experience plus 100,000. Somewhere far above, a war god said, to nobody, these little guys actually pulled it off. Bai Qi came down to us personally. He stood on that dark red field in front of 300 exhausted teenagers and told them the thing they needed to hear more than any of them needed loot. Not one of you backed away. Not one of you hesitated. You stood together against a demon. Anyone who reaches 30,000 points enrolls at Huaxia University. The lowest score in that group was 31,000. Then he walked over to me, and everybody else stopped existing for a second. That was a life-saving act. You have the greatest credit here, 100,000 points, plus a high-quality skill scroll, plus a teleportation stone keyed straight to Huaxia University. And then he put a token in my hand, gold, 5-pointed star. Something in the back of my skull twitched hard when I looked at it, and it took me a while to work out why. And the reason was a photograph on a desk in a slum apartment. They look so alike. Final National Board. First, Wang Xingyu, 647,250. Second, Su Yixuan, 139,500. Third, Liu Jun. Fourth, Ai Weiwei. Fifth, Rahu. Seventh, Tang Jiayi. A pillar of golden light comes down on the position of the national top scorer, so the whole empire knows where to look. It came down on me. Back in Ning City, an old principal from the slums grabbed his own chest and had to sit down on a step. In an attic a few streets from the tower, a middle-aged man in casual clothes saw that same golden light and smiled, because he had been told all year that it would be his son. Then he looked at the board again and did not find his son's name anywhere on it. He stopped smiling and said something very quiet. Now that my son is dead, there is no need for that one to exist either. I gave a little speech to my classmates before we scattered. I do not remember it well. Something about how life is a series of peaks and university is only another starting line, and nothing worth having comes cheap. Liu Jun applauded like a seal. Tang Jiayi rolled her eyes. It was a good day. I went home and opened the scroll Wu Bing had given me and got a skill that made no sense to me at all. Chains of Imprisonment, Level 1. 9 chains out of the ground and the void, 1 target held, 1 extra target for every 1,000 spirit, 10 seconds, 1 minute cooldown, and the holding strength scales off physique. Control. I do not need control. I need damage. Then I actually did the multiplication. 30 targets per 1,000 spirit, 300 seconds, 450 meters. I sat there in the dark of a slum apartment holding a piece of paper that had just turned into a cage the size of a district. And then I felt killing intent at the window. That is not a metaphor. Once you have killed people yourself, the feeling has a shape, and you learn it the way you learn a smell. You have come at exactly the right time. 9 golden chains came up out of my floor and caught something invisible by the ankle in mid-jump. A first-tier assassin, hired, professional, still wearing his own stealth when the energy bullet found him. He dropped a level 35 dark gold longbow that he had absolutely no business owning. The second scroll gave me Darkness Blade. 9 crescents, full spirit damage each, 30 meters, instant, no cooldown, which at times 30 is 270 blades at 900 meters. Then somebody knocked politely at the door, which after the window was almost funny. 2 men in black, Chen family. Extremely correct, extremely calm. They only had one question. Had I met their young master in the tower? In the 6th stage, I said, which is true, and which was safe only because the 7th stage is classified above their clearance, and above mine, and above almost everyone's. They thanked me and left, and I heard them on the stairs. Did you notice? He was not afraid of us at all. A first-tier assassin was supposed to arrive ahead of us. Then why is he unharmed? I teleported out the next morning. Men in dark gold suits came through that door about 10 minutes later and found an empty room with a photograph missing off the desk. Guaksha University has a gate 30 meters high on pillars carved with dragons, and I got there 2 weeks before anybody else because I had nothing else to do and one person to find. A senior in a beige dress was waiting inside the gate, and she was so helpful about it. Chen Jiao Jiao. She offered to show me around, asked whether I needed anything, and then asked to see my admission certificate so she could confirm my dormitory allocation. She held it, and something wet touched the seal, and then she screamed loud enough to bring the whole courtyard running. "Who are you? Why have you broken into Huasha University?" And she threw my certificate on the ground and stepped on it. Then, quietly, only for me, while everyone was still turning around. "By the way, I hear you have a younger sister. Do not worry, neither of you gets away." The law enforcement team arrived in about 11 seconds, all level 30 and above. Captain Long checked the seal, confirmed it was dead, and gave the order to take me somewhere quiet and get the names of whoever forged it out of me. I warned them once. Then 2 of them came at me at 5 times normal speed, and I stepped around both like they were furniture in a dark room, and 10 minotaurs came up out of the courtyard stones. And then a voice said, "Stop," and everyone stopped. Director Zhang Ning picked the certificate up out of the dirt, and he did not look at the seal. He smelled it. Blood spirit jade powder, the only substance in the world that erases a steel imperial stamp. This certificate was genuine an hour ago. Chen Jiao Jiao did not even flinch. She had a second layer ready, and she said it in front of everyone. And it was a good argument. Damaged is the same as invalid. Rules are rules. He still cannot enroll. So I took out the gold token with the 5-pointed star and held it up. Zhang Ning nearly came out of his shoes. "You actually got it. Make the most of this, young man. This is a golden opportunity to soar." Then he had Chen Jiao Jiao's hands checked. The blood spirit jade residue was still on them. Expel her from the school and enter it on the family record. They dragged her out of that courtyard screaming, and the last thing she got out was the part she actually believed. "People from the sewers should stay in the sewers. I am a member of the Chen family." Standing at the back of that crowd the whole time, watching very carefully, was a young man from Julu Academy named Nang Gongfu, who had run all the way across campus the moment he heard a freshman was carrying a God of Slaughter token, because he wanted it. He watched me put it back in my pocket and said to himself, "So what if you have it? You will never pass the test. A sophomore named Su Xiyan sold me orientation for 100 points, and it was the best 100 points I ever spent, because Huasha University does not explain itself to anybody. 1 point equals 1,000 gold. You pay points for your room, your meals, your library access, your training time, your dungeon resets, everything. A meal is 1 point or 100 gold, and you will take the gold price exactly once before you learn. There are no signs anywhere on that campus, not one. That is deliberate. Directions are a business, and Su Xiyan was in it. You earn points from quests, from dungeons, from Battlefield Beyond the Heavens, and from guild contracts, and that is all. Trading points privately gets you expelled, which keeps the rich from simply buying their way to the top of the boards, and which they have therefore spent a century inventing ways around. She also told me about the Youth Palace. Those are the ones raised inside the university since childhood, who regard the national top score as a participation prize, and who graduate directly into the 4 great academies without sitting anything. Dormitories run 200 to 1,600 points a month. Villas are 2,000, 3,000, and 5,000 by floor, and the 3rd floor has a restoration array that puts you back to full no matter how much you burned that day. The 3rd floor, I said. She started to explain, kindly, that a freshman should really start with a dormitory. Transaction of 18,000 points successful. 629,250 points remaining. The receptionist, who had been wearing an expression all afternoon that said she had seen 100 country boys try to show off, had to put both hands on the counter. Su Xian just stood there. She had been working herself into the ground for a year to get to 200,000. Across the campus, in a pavilion with a go board between them, 2 old men were watching. Old Bai. Are you not going to go and see him? It is not the right time yet. They had already worked out that my talent was an amplification type, which was closer than anyone else had come. They were wrong about the size of it by an entire order of magnitude, and they agreed on the only thing that mattered. As long as he does not fall, that one becomes the new god of war. Nangang Fu's revenge for the token was to stand in the middle of the dungeon hall and announce that anybody who partied with Wang Xingyu was an enemy of the Nangang family. The hall emptied around me like somebody had spilled something. You all know what happened to Ye Shu, a boy behind me said, in the voice people use when they do not want to be asked to explain. Honestly, relief. Handling people is exhausting. Handling people who want to know why my summons keep hitting above their listed stats is exhausting and dangerous. I had been dreading the part of university where somebody friendly asks to see my status screen. Su Sheyen walked me through the dungeon list instead. Zuma Temple. Level 23, the experience holy land of the whole campus. 3 floors. The Hell difficulty leaderboard's standing record was 5 hours, 32 minutes, set by 12 people working together. Then she said something twice, in the exact same words, while looking at me. For nightmare difficulty and above, you must bring an assassin. You must. I thanked her and selected Hell, and set the party size to 1. Nangang Fu actually clapped. You are digging your own grave. His man leaned in with the theory. If you stay inside for 2 hours without triggering the main hall, the dungeon spits you out with a 48-hour lockout. So Nangang Fu decided to stand in that hall and wait, so that he could be the first face I saw when I came out. That was a 2-hour plan. He was there considerably longer. The first floor of Zuma Temple is a hall of statues that are not statues. Zuma Guardians, level 23, 3,500 strength, permanently petrified and afraid of light, standing in rows in the dark, and they wake when you get close, and the stone comes off them in sheets. My minotaurs were carrying 12,000 across the board by then. The petrification did not slow them down enough to notice. 29,440 experience each, and there were hundreds. That floor is where I finally got to use the new kit properly. Chains of imprisonment came up out of the whole hall at once and pinned every single thing in it standing upright. Then Darkness Blade. 270 black crescents left my hand in one press and crossed that hall, and when the dust cleared, the room looked like a building that had been hit from orbit, and over 200 guardians were simply gone. I stood there for a second with my hand still out. I am not going to pretend I was calm about it. I had spent a month killing things one at a time with a ball of energy. This was a button. The second floor is Zuma Archers at level 24, and they are fast, so I fought that floor personally on purpose to grind proficiency and to learn the thing I needed to learn, which is that Darkness Blade can be dodged. Half of my 270 went past them into a wall, So the order flipped and stayed flipped for the rest of my life. Chains first, blades second. Nothing that cannot move can dodge. Then the third floor, which is what Su Xian had been trying to tell me twice. Zuma assassins. Invisible, and their weapons ignore defense completely. Not reduce, ignore. I walked into an empty room and took real damage from nothing at all, and my summons stood around me looking at air, and for about 30 seconds I was genuinely in trouble in a way I had not been since the demon bear. Then I stopped trying to find them and made the room too crowded to move through. Dozens of summons, shoulder to shoulder, filling the whole floor. And I watched, not for a shimmer, not for a footprint, but for one of my own minotaurs to twitch under a weight. The moment something used my shadow's shoulder as a step, I knew exactly where it was, at exactly what height, going in exactly which direction. The boss is the 10-story statue in the middle of the temple, and it is not a statue either. Zuma leader, rank 25, 9,000 strength, crimson eyes and petrifying eyes, and the lasers that come out of that thing move fast enough to be a real threat to anything with less than 80,000 agility. I have 80,000 agility, 1 darkness blade, 70,000 experience. I walked out into the hall where Nangong Fu had been standing for 3 hours and 15 minutes, and he opened his mouth to enjoy himself, and the hall's broadcast system spoke over him. Congratulations to Wang Xingyu for breaking the Zuma Temple Hell difficulty record. New record, 3 hours, 15 minutes, 8 seconds. The old record was 5.5 hours with 12 people. Tantai Mingyue, the strongest genius on that campus, had gone in alone once and could not finish it in 6. The hall went completely silent and then completely loud. Nangong Fu said impossible 4 times in a row, each one quieter than the last, which I have always thought was the most honest thing he ever did. Then the offers started, and this is the part that tells you everything about how those families think. Nangong Fu himself, first, publicly, magnanimously. If you pledge allegiance to the Nangong family, I am willing to let bygones be bygones. Idiot. Then an heir of the Li family, who had clearly rehearsed. Join us and you would be eligible to change your surname to Li. And if you remain this capable, we might even allow you to marry into the family. Idiot. One of Nangong Fu's people leaned in and said, "Young master, I have a feeling he was cursing at you just now," and got shouted at for it, which was fair because it was not a feeling. Here's the part I understood only later. It was not really about the record. In the back of their heads, a commoner is a subordinate who has not been assigned yet. A commoner at the top of the board is not a rival, it is a filing error. I paid 1,500 points to wipe the dungeon cooldown and went back into hell twice more before dinner. That night, I was meditating in my villa when something appeared in the room, and I put an energy bullet through it before my eyes were fully open. A hand came up and closed around it, and it went out like a match. Very good alertness, very good reaction speed. Bai Qi sat down in my villa like he paid rent there and gave me a choice. Hand the God of Slaughter token back, or accept the 9 tests that come with it. I took the tests. First task. Bring back 1 Dragon Serpent Gall and 1 talent fragment from Dragon Serpent Valley, which opens once every 10 years, and which opened the next morning at 10, and which stays open for 3 days. Then he told me how talents actually work, which is not in any book on that campus. Talents do not level, ever. Not with effort, not with age, not with achievement. The only way to advance one is materials. 10 talent fragments make a talent stone. 10 talent stones make an advancement stone. Only Abyss difficulty drops stones at all, and a single opening of Dragon Serpent Valley yields roughly 3 galls, 5 fragments, and if the whole world is lucky, 1 stone. I sat there and nodded politely and did not say the thing. My talent had leveled up on its own 3 times. At 10, at 20, and once more coming. The man who had just told me that was impossible is the strongest human being on the continent. So I said thank you, and I kept my mouth shut, and I have kept it shut ever since. They collected me the next morning. 40 slots for the whole empire, 10 from each of the 4 great academies. My escorts were from 9 provinces academy. Xu Chang, a level 24 rare guardian knight who has never had an unspoken thought in his life, and He Dong, who said nothing at all for the first 11 hours I knew him. Long Aoqian of the Dragon family hated me before we were introduced, and for a legitimate reason. Bai Qi had given me a slot, and the slot had been promised to his brother. He is a commoner. I have no idea what luck got him picked. Ye Qingwu, a rare curse prophet who buffs, curses, and heals all at once, was the only one who bothered to explain what we were actually going for. A Dragon Serpent Gall guarantees your first job change at level 30, 100%. The natural success rate is 1 in 10,000. The best gem money can buy raises it to 30%. That is what everyone in that clearing was willing to die for. Not power. A coin flip they never have to make. Then Tantai Mingyue arrived, and the clearing rearranged itself around her. White robes, a starry sky staff, legendary frost mage with an ice talent on top of it, called the greatest talent in 500 years, admitted into the ancient academy without an assessment, and the previous holder of the Zuma temple record I had broken the day before. She did not look at me once. The teleport array opened. South Korea was waiting for us at the other end. They took position on the high ground, made a few remarks about how the Great Qin Empire gets weaker with every generation and might as well hand the valley over, fought for about 90 seconds, and then folded and ran. Way too fast. Everybody felt it. The reason was 100 meters up the canyon, heart-devouring demon wolves, enhanced elites, level 28, 4,000 in every stat, and there were thousands of them, packed nose to tail in a corridor where the guides all say they should be scattered across an entire valley. Somebody had spent days herding them into a bottleneck. Fighting through would cost every person there their stamina, and stamina cannot be restored by any potion before level 30, and the valley opened in 11 minutes. Long Aotian's contribution to the tactical discussion was to point out again that I had taken his brother's slot, so I volunteered to hold the corridor and let the rest go through. Long Aotian had that repackaged before I finished the sentence. Our 9 provinces academy is willing to send 1 man. Xu Chang went red and said absolutely not. He was not leaving anyone. He Dong did not say anything at all. He just walked over and stood next to me. And that was the moment I decided I liked him. And Tantai Mingyue stayed. She appraised one of my Gale Demon Wolves while we waited. 400 and some points. For a level 20 summoner's pet that is not weak, it is pitiful. And I watched her write me off in real time. Nanggong Fu, on his way past, told her that my whole record was luck. Then the wolves moved at 5,000 agility, and she did the arithmetic in about a second and a half, and her whole face changed. Amplification talent. High tier. She told me later what the record was for one of those. 100 times, and they call it demigod grade. Mine was at 30 and climbing every 10 levels, and I did not correct her. The others got clear and did not come back for us. I want to be fair, that was the plan, and it was my plan. It still tells you something that not one of them looked back. I sent her a party invitation. She said one word and accepted. Then she tried to appraise me, and it failed completely, which I enjoyed more than I should have. I opened with Darkness Blade, and dozens of heart-devouring wolves came apart at once, 17,920 experience each. She answered. Absolute Ice Seal first, which locked the whole corridor, and then Frost Storm, which is not a spell so much as a change in the weather. 100-foot blizzard came down inside a canyon, and the sky above it changed color. They call it a minor forbidden spell. It is the strongest thing a human being can cast after the second job change, and she was younger than me. We killed over 1,000 wolves in 15 minutes. Somewhere in the middle of it, she started enjoying herself, which she has since admitted and which she blamed on me. Apparently, I was the first person her own age who did not bore her. She also started calling me junior. She is younger than I am. I let it go. Twice. The valley mouth was already occupied when we got there. Sakura Country had several legendary professionals and better than 30 rare ones standing across the entrance, set up, rested, and comfortable. They had known the exact opening time down to the minute, and the only man alive who is supposed to be able to produce that number lives in a pavilion in Huaxia University and plays Go badly on purpose. Somebody had a profit. Nobody wanted to say it out loud. While our side worked out a plan, Nanggong Fu tried to shuffle Tantai Mingye to the back for her own safety, and Long Aotian formally proposed removing me from the team on the grounds that I was a liability. I walked at the line. The first one out to meet me was Inukai Jiro, a legendary evil eye class, and his pupils were platinum and gold, and he was the first person in my life to use rule power on me. Boundless boundary. Space and time simply stopped inside a bubble around us, and my 9 chains stopped with them, hanging in the air like a photograph. 9. I have 270. He held the first 9 beautifully. Then the rest came out of the ground and up through his beautiful frozen space and closed, and he spent the remainder of the fight screaming for help while his own allies stood in a group discussing whether he was worth it. The second one was better. A legendary lightbringer with a dagger from their emperor's own vault that ignores armor, and he crossed the distance to my throat at a speed I had no business tracking. I watched him come the way you watch a child throw a punch, not because I am fast, because I am 40,000 points of agility past the top of the human scale, and somewhere in the last 3 weeks, the world had gotten slow and I had not noticed it happen. Energy bullet, through the chest. The third one was a blazing swordsman who put his ultimate 9 blades into my chains and could not break them in 9 full strikes, which was genuinely impressive, and then teleported behind me for the finish. A black arm came up out of my shadow and caught the blade like a hand catching a thrown stick. That is when Yamamoto Kyuchi, standing at the back of their formation, recognized me from a staircase 2 months earlier and lost every bit of color in his face. People of the Dragon Country, Sakura Country surrenders. We beg for mercy. No, I said, you came here knowing what you were doing. This is not a game you get to stop when it stops going well. Darkness Blade took over 10 of them in one press. The surviving legends went out on teleport stones and left Inukai Jito chained to the rocks behind them. Nangang Fu watched all of that from 40 meters away and quietly canceled every operation his family had running against me. He never told me. I found out from a bill. The valley itself had a difficulty menu at the entrance, and it had 3 settings: Nightmare, Hell, Abyss. Nobody has ever cleared an Abyss dungeon. Not a guild, not an academy, not a national team. Every recorded attempt in history ended with the entire party lost. Abyss content is normally rated for level 60 professionals, and the oldest of us was 24. Even Tantai Mingyue's teachers had specifically forbidden her from touching it. I selected Abyss. Ye Qingwu went the color of paper. We are likely to be wiped out here. The first floor is a corridor full of abyss red serpents, level 25, 8 or 9,000 in every stat. That is the weakest thing in the building, and it is a hell difficulty boss everywhere else in the world. A wolf's nether claw at times 30 went through them like a knife through cake. 25,600 experience each. Then something came down the corridor that made me stop walking. Abyssal Azure Serpent Guard, Leader Class, level 26. 14,800 strength. That was the first monster I ever met whose numbers beat my shadows. It knocked wolves out of the air with the side of its head, and it filled the entire corridor with poison, and Ye Qingwu's purification only holds for 1 minute. So I bet that its breath lasted less than a minute. It did. Barely. The drops off one Abyss floor boss were better than anything I had seen from a Hell dungeon. An Abyss-grade Serpent Bone Staff and Shield, an excellent random skill scroll, a first-tier transfer certificate, and about 10 other things I did not have time to read. I took the 40-meter corpse as a shadow, and then we came to the bronze gate down to floor 2. Shu Qiang and He Dong put their shoulders into it together, 4,000 strength between them, and did not move it a centimeter. They tried for a solid minute, and then sat down on the floor, wrecked. I walked past them and pushed it open with one hand without changing pace. Shu Qiang, flat on his back, said what everybody was thinking. Is he a mage? Because that is not a mage. Floor 2 was abyssal scorpions and then a lava pool with something in it. Abyss Yamata no Orochi. Lord Class. Level 28. 16,000 across the board. 8 heads, each carrying a different element, an energy shield, and regeneration fast enough that you have to outdamage it or go home. It spoke to us on the way out of the lava. Humans, I never expected you to come this far. It is a pity you will only be material. Its energy shield stopped all 270 chains cold. Then it stopped one energy bullet and came apart like a windshield. Chains, blades, done. 320,000 experience, 1 talent fragment, and a dragon serpent gall on the first attempt, which is a third of what the entire valley produces in a decade. Small administrative note, I left the corpse hanging in my chains because it looked good hanging there, and the exit to the next floor refused to appear until I let it drop, and I spent a genuinely embarrassing 4 minutes working that out while 4 people watched me. Floor 3 was a forest, so I sent ravens up, and the ravens came back with a picture of thousands of giant serpents converging on us from every direction at once. At the far end there was a blue lake with a dozen azure serpent guards standing in the shallows like an honor guard. Then the sky changed, not clouded over, changed. There is a phenomenon in this world where killing something big enough grants a title to whoever does it, and the phenomenon announces itself in advance by rewriting the weather over your head. Abyssal Flood Dragon, Boss Class, Rank 30. 32,000 in every stat. Dragon's Might, Dragon's Breath, overturning rivers and seas. Takes half damage, deals double. Its Dragon's Might alone put Shu Qiang, He Dong, and Ye Qingwu on the ground and coughing before it moved, and nearly took Tantai Mingyue down with them. It talked, too, and it let something slip that took me 2 more days to understand. The Abyss is only my clone. Then it raised its head and used overturning rivers and seas, and a 100-meter wall of water stood up out of that lake and erased the entire forest behind us. I caught all 4 of them in golden chains and lifted them straight up out of it. I want to record what Shu Qiang was doing at that exact moment, because nobody else has. He is a guardian knight. He had already put himself between the wave and the other 2 with his shield up, in water that was going to kill all 3 of them regardless, and he had made his peace with it in under a second. He never mentioned it afterward. He complained about his hair for a week instead. Dragon's Breath cracked my chains, which nothing had ever done. So I put them back on, and I opened with Darkness Blade, and the sky went back to normal. 657,000 experience. A complete gold tier Abyss set. 2 more talent fragments. Another Dragon Serpent Gall, and a talent stone. 10 fragments make one of those. The entire valley was expected to produce at most 1 in the whole 3-day opening, and it came out of the first Abyss boss anybody had ever killed. Tantai Mingyue looked at it on the ground for a long moment and then asked me for it, and offered to give up every other thing in the pile, and she was so embarrassed asking that she could not look at me while she did it. I said yes. We ran that valley 3 more times. The second run, I stopped walking and rode the Shadow Serpent instead, dragging 200 and 300 snakes behind me at a time and dropping them into a single Darkness Blade. Under 4 hours, then under 2. And Yamata no Orochi, coming out of the lava the second time, said its line again. Word for word, same pause in the same place. That is how I found out it was not a creature at all. It was a puppet with a script. The Flood Dragon, though, was different. The second time it looked at me with no recognition whatsoever, and then said, "Human, how could you know that I, the king, am a clone?" I had killed it the day before, and it had no idea. The clones do not share what they learn. I filed that under things that will save my life later, and it did. Something else changed on that run, and I did not do it. I looked into the dark domain, and my summons had organized themselves. Yamata no Orochi stood at the front like a general. Behind it, the Azure Serpent Guards each held a squad. Wolves in one, leopards in another, minotaurs, orcs, ravens, all in ranks, all under somebody. Nobody taught them that. Nobody could have. They are supposed to be furniture until their master reaches level 30. I stood there looking at my own army arranging itself into a chain of command and got the first genuinely cold feeling I had had since the awakening ceremony. Tantai Mingyue used the talent stone in front of everybody, which she did not have to do, and her Frost Mage line opened up into something called Scourge Mage. Her absolute ice seal visibly changed shape. Her new ultimate is called the Ice Sword Withers, and it took 3 waves of Abyss Red Serpents off the board and then put her on her knees on the stone. Final haul across 3 days. 3 talent stones, 10 Dragon Serpent Galls, 16 talent fragments, 3 complete Abyss sets, 16 first-tier transfer certificates, 24 excellent random scrolls. I gave Shu Qiang, He Dong, and Ye Qingwu a gall each and told them to keep the Abyss gear. They tried to give it back, all 3 of them at once, loudly. "Are we not friends?" I said. "Are we not teammates?" Level 21. Dark Domain at 486 of 840. 12,500 base, 153,000 stacked. And outside, Long Aotian and Nanggong Fu had taken 40 people and a Void Realm Formation Master through Hell difficulty 3 times and come away with 3 clears, 0 galls, and 0 fragments. They went home certain of one thing. The 5 idiots who chose Abyss must have died in there, or run. Coming out was worse than going in. South Korea had spent all 3 days camping the exit, not fighting the valley, standing at the mouth of it, killing Great Chin students as they came out in 1s and 2s, exhausted, out of stamina, carrying everything they had earned. Then hiding the bodies, and not from us, from their own allies, so that Sakura Country would not find out how good the take had been. I went out first on purpose. 24 skills hit the exit at once, and the smoke came up over the whole ravine. Then one of their swordsmen came sprinting back out of that smoke, screaming at his own line to run, which they did not understand until the smoke moved. 2 40-meter shadow serpents came out behind him, with cracked hides and scarlet eyes, and the poison off their breath turned the ground under the entrance to soup. They reached for their teleport stones and found out what I had already found out that morning. Once Dragon Serpent Valley opens, the whole area is sealed. Nothing teleports in or out for 3 days. It is a safety measure. It is why they felt safe camping there. People of the Dragon Country, South Korea surrenders, spare us. You spent 3 days killing people who were too tired to fight back, I said. Finish it. Unique title acquired. Dragon King. Mental energy cost cut in half. Cooldowns cut in half. 50% more damage to dragon-type monsters and 50% less from them. The others got Dragon Lord at 30%, and Shu Chong wore his like a wedding ring. Bai Chi's pavilion has Qilin statues at the gate and a pressure field between them that is supposed to fold anyone under level 40 in half. I walked through it the way you walk through a beaded curtain, and only noticed afterward that Shu Chong had stopped at the line. There was a second old man inside, playing the black stones and losing. Liu Bolong, the divine calculator, the strongest prophet alive, and a man who can reportedly tell you what you will eat next Thursday. He looked up at me and smiled. Little guy, you are doing well. Follow your heart. I have never had a worse moment in my life. Because I am not from here. Because there is a construction graduate from another world wearing a dead boy's face, and the single most dangerous thing in my entire situation had just looked directly at me and said something you could read either way. I found out much later what he actually saw, and it was better than I deserved. He could not read me at all. He told Bai Chi that my fate refused to calculate, that my life was nothing but variables, and that it was the first time that had happened to him in 60 years. I reported the haul. Then I mentioned, because it seemed like the sort of thing you mention, that I had killed several legendary Sakura professionals and every Korean at the exit. Bai Chi did not even look up from the board. It is a small country. If they have objections, I do not mind going over there for a chat. Second task. Bring back a soul gem. And then he explained why, and it reframed my entire year. At every job change, you can awaken a new talent. Not upgrade, awaken. A second one, from nothing. The materials for it are effectively unobtainable, and the soul gem is one of them, and there have been fewer than 10 soul gems in recorded history. It drops from Arthas in Icecrown King City on Hell difficulty. The drop rate goes up the faster you clear it and the fewer people you bring. It is a level 25 dungeon, and nobody who has already completed a job change is allowed through the door. Before I went, I spent money in the one place on that campus that actually deserved it. The training ground has 4 tiers. Beginner at 500 points an hour, intermediate at 1,000, advanced at 3,000, and top tier at 10,000, where whatever you burn is replenished at the same rate you burn it. Every prodigy who ever bought an hour of top tier came out and said it was a waste of money because no human being can drain their own pool fast enough to notice the difference. It is reserved for instructors, and nobody argues about it. I have a dark domain feeding me a percentage of an army's stats. I bought 10 hours. 100,000 points paid at the desk, while 2 receptionists took turns not believing the number. An instructor named Liu Qian came in to reclaim her own booking, heard my name, stopped, and said, "Oh, so it is you. Good luck," and walked out again. And to this day, nobody has explained that to me. Inside, there is an assistant called Xiao Yi that prints corpses and live monsters on demand, which is the single most useful thing I have ever paid for. I ground ranged extraction on raven carcasses until it hit level 21. Then I spent 9 straight hours alternating chains and darkness blade on 30 simulated titan apes at once, and I burned so much energy out of that room's array that the supervising officer was formally demoted over the operating loss. I am sorry about that, genuinely. I did not know it was coming out of a person. Chains of imprisonment, level 21. 189 chains, 55 meters, 21 targets plus 9 more per 1,000 spirit, 30 seconds, 1 minute cooldown. Darkness Blade, level 21. 189 crescents, 70 meters, instant, no cooldown. Run those through times 30 and you get thousands of blades reaching past a kilometer. The excellent scrolls gave me 3 more things. Dark Night Storm, which is a localized black lightning storm with a 10-meter radius that becomes 300. An energy ball that was garbage, which I re-rolled immediately into Shadow Slash, turn into a shadow, cross 15 meters instantly, land 50% soul damage. That is the first soul damaging skill I have ever held, and soul damage does not care about armor, constitution, or how big you are. And dark armor. 10% physical defense, 10% elemental resistance, 100 physique, and one line at the bottom that is worth more than all of it. Immune to all control effects and negative status, castable on others. At times 30, that is 3,000 physique and 300% resistance on every single summon I own for half an hour. I went back to the dungeon hall and the whole hall was already looking at the door. Long Aotian had brought the Dragon Guild, a 100-year-old guild with a golden dragon badge and money that does not fit in a sentence, and he had them line the hall and publicly notify every other guild on campus that anybody who signed Wang Xingyu was signing against the dragon family. It worked. Even the neutral ones stepped back. That is 2 blockades in 1 month from 2 different families, and I want to be clear that neither of them ever beat me at anything. They just kept trying to make the room smaller. But the room had one thing in it they had not thought about. Su Xian, my 100-point tour guide, turned out to be a member of Tianji Pavilion, which is an information guild, and information guilds do not care whose family you have annoyed. 5,000 points bought me the file I came to this world holding. Wang Shuijing. Awakened at 16, only the 3rd early awakening in the history of the Empire. Rare class, Divine Thought Master. Cleared the Ancient Academy assessment in under 3 months, and was taken as the personal student of somebody senior enough that the file does not name them. The Ancient Academy takes 3 things and nothing else. Level 30 inside 3 months. The rank of Private 3rd class on the Outer Heaven Abyss battlefield, and a solo clear of the Hell difficulty Demon Abyss Cave. My little sister did all 3 of those before her 17th birthday, 2 years after a funeral, in a family with no money and no name and no connections at all. I sat in a rented villa on the 3rd floor and read that file 4 times. Grandmother died, and within a week, a girl who used to cry at bad weather started training like something was chasing her, and hit a wall that only 3 people in 500 years have hit early and left. That is not grief. Grief makes you slow. Something happened in that house, and my sister has known what it is for 3 years, and she went and got strong enough to do something about it, and she did not tell anybody, including the brother whose body I am wearing. I did not write that down as a promise. I want to be honest about that. I did not stand up and swear anything, because I have learned what happens when you say a thing out loud in front of a world that keeps score. I just closed the file and paid for the next dungeon. Icecrown King City. Level 25, 1 to 40 players, Nightmare and Hell only. 3 lines of defense. The Glacier Outpost, the Land of Buried Bones, and the Abyss Gate. Every student has to clear it, or their tuition doubles every year until they do, which is why the rich clear it in 40-person groups, and the poor drop out. And it has a public leaderboard that the guilds care about far more than they care about the loot. Standing record, Zulu Academy, 36 hours, 27 minutes, full team. I selected Hell and set the party size to 1. Up in the pavilion, an old man moved a stone and said, he will solo it. The only question is how long it takes him. The Glacier Outpost is a dead white world under a dim sky, and the first thing you see is a wall made of bone, running a mile in both directions, with a tower every 50 meters. Hell Skeleton Warriors, level 26, 10,300 across. And the important line in the appraisal is at the bottom. The soul flame is eternal. You can take one of those apart completely, and it will reassemble unless you kill the fire. I cast dark armor on myself and on 29 wolves. They came out of the ground wearing black flame. I sent them at the wall as bait, and while every archer on every tower turned to shoot at them, I used Shadow Slash in the field for the first time. I became a shadow, and I crossed 15 meters, and I came out of the dark behind the first archer and cut down through the skull into the fire inside it. Then I did it again. Then again. 30 times in a row, tower to tower, faster than the line could turn its head. The mournful little music those things make when they die started, and then it stopped all at once, and the wall had no eyes left. Hundreds of skeleton warriors came over it after that and got chained and bladed. The keep at the center is shaped like a skull, because of course it is, and it had a skeleton general on the steps, with 30 archers and 20 skeleton mages behind him. Their ice rain came down and did nothing. Their ice balls landed and did nothing. 300% elemental resistance is not a defense, it is a different genre. So the general raised a blizzard to blind me. I stepped into the shadow, came out inside his mage line, and killed it from within his own weather. The general dropped a skull badge, and then, for the first time in my career, Shadow Summon failed. Shadow Summon failed. Skill level improved. I stood over the bones for a while, working out why, and the answer is a rule I did not know I had. I do not raise bodies, I raise souls. That general's soul had already been used up by whatever built this place, so there was nothing left in the armor to call. Good to know. Extremely good to know, and I would have preferred to learn it somewhere else. The second line of defense is a white plain of crystal skeletons, and some of them are hundreds of meters long. It is a graveyard, not a dungeon dressed as one. The Wind Demon had told me the Abyss conquered a long series of worlds before it found ours, and standing on that plain looking at ribs the size of overpasses, I understood that I was walking through one of the earlier ones. There were no monsters anywhere, not one on an entire plain, because they had all been swallowed by the thing on the horizon. An undead storm, a tornado joining the ground to the sky, and thousands of skeletons orbiting inside it, every one of them ridden by a warrior or an archer or a mage, all buffed by the rotation, all taking half damage, all with their ranged attacks tripled. It has been recorded 9 times in the history of that dungeon. 9. Every single one of those runs failed, including the run that set the record I was there to break. It parked 800 meters out and started grinding my chains down from thousands to hundreds, because inside its radius, my chains do not cut across the rotation. They are forced to travel with it, so I built a second storm. Dark Night Storm came up 300 meters wide underneath theirs, and it pulled skeletons out of their orbit and into mine, and lightning is the natural enemy of the undead. At times 30, the soul fires just went out on contact, like somebody walking down a hallway turning off lights. 2 casts killed a weather system. Out of the collapsing clouds came a 100-meter skeletal dragon, whose breath of dark flame opened a chasm across the glacier in front of me. Chains, 1 energy bullet, 160,000 experience. I tried to harvest it and got nothing, because every soul in that place had already been converted into fragments long before I was born. Then I got up in the air to look around, and something the size of the sky slapped me back down. Ice Crown has a no-fly rule. It does not warn you. It waits until you are 300 meters up and enjoying yourself, and then it simply revokes the concept of flight. I fell for about a second and a half, spotted 2 skeleton warriors floating 300 meters up, and shadow slashed onto one of them instead of the ground. The Abyss Gate held 1,000 skeletons in parade ranks, with a winged skeleton lord standing on an altar at the far end. Dark Night Storm into the middle of the formation, minotaurs down onto the skulls. 1 shadow slash into the lord's soulfire, level 22. The skull badge, the dragon horn, and the bone wing went into 3 recesses under the corpse, and the altar folded me into Ice Crown King City. Back at the campus dungeon hall, something happened that I did not see and only heard about later, and it is my favorite thing in this whole story. The Trailblazers Guild came in to sell their last raid slot. Wolf Head badge, only 2 years old, grown faster than anything on that campus because they take anybody, which is precisely why the old guilds sneer at them. Their vice president Li Ming was selling the seat for 10,000 points. Shu Qiang, He Dong, and Yi Qingwu had gotten into that guild in the first place on the strength of the Abyss gear I handed them in the valley, and all 3 of them asked Li Ming to delay the run, for a friend, who was busy. A member objected, and his objection was correct. Rules over sentiment. And the friend in question had offended the Dragon family, and the Dragon family remembers. Li Ming heard him out and then turned to my 3 and put it plainly. Are you willing to leave this guild over that friend? Because if you give up this run today, you have not only offended the Long family, you have offended me. I know, Shu Qiang said. I do not regret it. Li Ming let that sit for a second. Well said, no regrets. There is a reason we chose a wolf's head. Wolves stay together, and wolves do not abandon. Ice Crown King City itself has black ice walls and 2 bone statues flanking the gate that stand up and turn out to be skeleton guardians carrying the 2 swords that open it. Inside, a 100-meter statue, hundreds of red-cloaked skeleton mages, and 100 columns of 50 warriors each moving in patrol patterns. And here, unlike the outpost, they dodged. Some of them drove their swords into the ground to anchor themselves against my Dark Night Storm before it landed. Anchored. Preemptively. Skeletons. Queen of the Dead. Boss class. Rank 29. 22,000 spirit. Puppet clone. Ice sword. Ice seal. 8-lock seal. Frozen wasteland. Immune to physical damage. Magic damage halved, and the last line of the appraisal said intelligent. She was running all of them herself, in real time, like a hand inside 100 gloves. Her 8 locks seal punched 8 holes through the space I had been standing in. I moved. 8 more came up out of the floor under my feet because the second stage of that skill has never missed anyone in the history of the dungeon. Dark armor ate it at point blank, 1 crescent through the head, 240,000 experience. Then the throne room doors closed behind me, and blue flames ran up 18 pillars all at once, and Arthas stood up off the throne. He talked to me. That was the surprise. Not that he could, but that he wanted to. And when I asked him a plain, ordinary question, something completely reasonable, what arrived at the other end of the hall made him rise off the steps. "Human, you dare to curse me." I had said nothing of the kind. Something in that place was rewriting my words in transit. Every sentence I sent across that hall arrived as an insult, and every sentence he sent back probably arrived at me the same way, and neither of us could hear what the other actually said. I have thought about that a great deal since. 500 years of war with something that cannot hear us and that we cannot hear. Everyone at home knows the abyss came for us, and there is nothing else to discuss. Standing in that throne room, I stopped being sure, and I became very sure of something else. Bai Qi already knows. Whatever the actual shape of this war is, the god of slaughter has known for a long time and has not said it out loud to anybody. Arthas himself was the hardest fight I had had. He has blink, instant, no cooldown, unlimited inside his own hall, and the nether fire he is soaked in has sharpened one specific sense, and the sense is soul, which meant that every time I committed a shadow slash, he felt it start, and he was somewhere else before I arrived. I chased a man around a throne room for a long time and could not touch him. It is the first time in this world I was genuinely stuck. Not in danger, stuck, which for me was newer and worse. So I stopped chasing and looked at the room instead. 18 pillars, 18 skulls on top of them, blue flame in every one, lighting the whole hall. And the hall is the only place his blink works without limit. I shot one skull. He flinched. Then Darkness Blade took all 18 at once. The hall went black, and Arthas made a sound I have not been able to describe since, and the next Shadow Slash landed exactly where I sent it. 300,000 experience, a Hell Greatsword, an excellent intermediate scroll, a second job advancement certificate, and the Soul Gem. The record pillar outside rewrote itself while I was still reading the drop list. Long Xing Yu, 4 hours, 38 minutes, 27 seconds. 1 player. The record it replaced was 36 hours and 27 minutes, set by a full Academy student council. Far away in a pavilion, an old man heard a bell and said, "Not bad, under 5 hours, on Hell." Li Ming was waiting for me at the exit, and he did not bother with small talk. "You want the Trailblazers to break the record, do you not?" "I do." So I went in with all 39 of them, partly because cultivate points cost a fortune, and partly because I had decided it was time for people to see me. I cast dark armor on the whole raid at the door. Their veterans stood there, reading the buff on their own status screens for a solid minute. One of them said, out loud, that a legendary support class does not put out numbers like that. Every ice resistance elixir, every potion, every bag of hand-carried supplies they had packed for a sealed backpack hell run turned into dead weight in a single cast. Then I left them behind. Not as a joke, I genuinely forgot they were slower than me. Li Ming was in the middle of assigning an assassin to escort me safely past the skeleton mage line when the kill log interrupted him with the skeleton general, which normally costs that guild 2 hours. "Move! Catch up!" They never caught up. 39 people spent an entire dungeon run sprinting and wheezing and shouting at each other to hurry, and arriving at each landmark to find it already finished. I had 2 new Raven skills by then, and I used both constantly. Flying Feather puts a rain of black blades across a kilometer, and Phantom Raven pulls everything within 3 kilometers into an illusion for 5 minutes, and it turns out that illusion works on the soul, which means the fires in those skeletons simply went out while they were dreaming. 2 hours, 7 minutes. The Trailblazers made the board that night, and I have never seen adults behave like that. The queue outside the next morning was 100 students long. A nervous boy named Zhang Tan got to the front and asked whether I would consider taking people through. I held up 5 fingers. 5,000 points ahead. Everything that drops in there is mine. Every hand in the courtyard went up. Understand what that queue actually was. Those students grind all day for 200 or 300 points, and on a bad day they lose money on supplies. The Ice Crown clear is mandatory, and every year you fail it, your tuition doubles, and I met seniors who had dropped out of Huacha University entirely because of a compounding bill from a dungeon they could not beat. 5,000 points to make that stop forever is not a price. It is a mercy with a receipt. Some of them came along to steal the trick. There is always a trick. One of them was a phantom assassin named Xiao Zizai, who spent the first 20 minutes of the run quietly planning the carry business he was going to found the moment he worked out my exploit. Then the kill logs started scrolling, and he watched a man one-shot hell difficulty bosses, and he understood that there was no exploit to steal. There was just somebody who could do it. I watched his face go through the whole sequence, and I recognized every stage of it because I had watched the same sequence on a rock in the battlefield beyond the heavens. A stranger with a skull staff walked up behind him and put a hand on his shoulder. "Brother, there are differences between geniuses. Do not let this blind you and take you down a road you cannot come back from. This place is a paradise for the dead, and it is full of that kind of energy." I do not know who that man was. I have never seen him since. He talked a boy off a ledge that another boy had already gone over, and he had no idea he was doing it. Then somebody tapped me on the shoulder in the crowd. "Wang Xingyu, do you still remember me?" I remember. "You are that girl." There was a pause of a quality I did not appreciate at the time. Yu Ye, the one from the campfire, who ate my food and asked for seconds and told me to reach level 17. And it turned out she could keep up with me, which nobody else on that campus could. Her class is Battle Mage, and it is also a new hidden class, and her signature skill is called Shadow Kill, and it lets her appear anywhere within a kilometer of a marked point. Shadow this, shadow that. I let it go and filed it, and that file got very thick later. She talked the entire run, constantly, about her family, about the dungeon, about my summons, about a boy she once beat up, and for reasons I still cannot defend, I did not mind at all. Then she pulled me behind a low hill in the land of buried bones and showed me a crack in the rock. Inside was a small, colorless tree, glowing faintly, with 9 pale blue fruit on it. Mystic ice fruit. Plus 500 to every attribute each. A normal level up gives you 20. You can eat a maximum of 9 in the lifetime. They only grow where an undead storm has passed, which is why there were 9 of them there, and why there had not been any for a decade. Those things do not reach the market. They move between noble houses as favors. She told me to take them all, because I had said everything in the dungeon was mine. I gave her 5 and kept 4. She argued. I told her to eat hers before I changed my mind, and she stood there holding 5 fruits worth more than her family's monthly income and looked at me in a way that I noticed and did not examine. I went back to that hill 11 times over the following week. 10 times there was nothing. On the 11th, there were 5 more. The carry business ran for 2 days, and I passed 2 million points. Up in the pavilion, Liu Bolong complained that the Ice Crown requirement existed to test students, and that I had personally destroyed the point of it. Bai Qi refused to lift a finger. What kind of test is it now? It was a good rule when it was written. Today, it is a cancer. How many students have been dragged into mediocrity by that bill? He was letting a 19-year-old break the rule in public specifically so the old men above him would be forced to rewrite it. I did not know that at the time. I thought I was just getting away with something. Long Aotian's Dragon Guild finally posted a 37-hour clear, and he made sure to gloat about it as he passed me. Behind him, their vice president, a woman in red called Dragon Piao Piao, watched me walk off without responding. What an interesting man. Bai Qi took the soul gem and, in exchange, finally explained what we are all actually standing on. He explained it badly, and Liu Bolong finished it for him. The abyssal demons came from outside, from another star domain entirely. They collided with the cloud of ice at the edge of our system, and that collision became the 9th abyss. Later, when their dominator pushed inward and struck the belt beyond the outer planets, the impact tore an alternate dimension out of the wound. That dimension is the battlefield beyond the heavens. And it is the only reason the abyss has not simply taken Earth. Humans can teleport into that space. Demons have to fly. Third task. Earn the rank of 2nd Lieutenant on the Outer Heaven Abyss battlefield. 1 merit per demon killed. And, as Bai Qi mentioned in passing while pouring tea, even the weakest low-level demon out there carries abyss-grade strength. Before I went, I booked 36 hours in the top-tier training ground, 360,000 points paid in 1 transaction, 11 hours each on Shadow Slash, Dark Armor, and Dark Knight Storm. The manager of that facility was formally fined over the energy I burned. That is 2 members of staff whose careers I have damaged by training too hard, and I would like the record to show that nobody warned me either time. Shadow Slash, level 22. 3 targets, 120 meters, 71% soul damage. At times 30, that is 90 consecutive teleports without touching the ground. Dark Armor, level 22. 22 targets, over 3 times physical defense, 31% elemental resistance, 2,200 physique, 22 minutes. Dark Night Storm, level 22. 31 meters, 71% damage every second for 31 seconds. Liu Bolong's compass put us through, and the first thing on the other side was a wall of steel 1,000 feet high running off into the haze in both directions. That is the great wall our empire built in outer heaven. Bai Qi changed his face before we walked through the gate. He went from a war god to a pleasant, white-haired old man with a bad back. If anyone out there recognized the god of slaughter walking around with a level 22 student, the Abyss Lords would know inside the hour. Then I stop being a person and start being a target. He took me to a hall first, tens of thousands of spirit tablets, floor to ceiling, in rows I could not see the end of. He put incense in my hand and waited while I offered it. Without them, there is no humanity as you know it. I asked him the question I had been carrying since the throne room. If outer heaven has stood for that long, and it is the only road the demons can take, how was it ever breached 500 years ago? The floor under him cracked, not a metaphor. Stones split in a line away from his feet, and the air went cold, and then he caught it and put it away, and the pleasant old man came back. You will find out about that later. He walked me to the trade district and left me with one sentence. Xingyu, remember history, then make some. The trading center runs on 2 currencies. Potions and supplies are sold for gold, which is why gold means something out there. Actual equipment is sold only for merit, and your rank decides which shelf you are allowed to look at. I sold the leftovers from my Huaxia dungeon runs on the open auction, the stuff I had been carrying around because my backpack is enormous and I am lazy. 160 million gold. I bought a communicator, a stack of return stones, and a dungeon escape scroll, and then I walked toward the gate that leads outside the wall, and 2 guards, past level 40, physically got in front of me. Hey, brother, you are level 22. Where are your parents? Something opened my chest 90 seconds after I got outside. Not an assassin. There was no killing intent to feel, because it was not a technique. Some things out there are simply born invisible, which is a rule I had no experience with and which nearly ended me on my first afternoon. I grabbed at empty air where the blow had come from and my hand closed on skin. It teleported above me with a trident, and I caught the trident in my palm and put the whole thing into the ground. Dark Night Storm finished it, and with its last second it did something clever. A blood-red lizard shape formed over my head and stayed there. A mark. It calls every demon within range to the exact spot where I am standing. Low-level Demon Lizard Man. Plus 153,600 experience, plus 1 merit. I stood under that mark and started laughing, and the storm was still up, and 36 low-level demons ran into it in the next few seconds. That thing spent its dying breath giving me a delivery service. Wherever it is now, I hope somebody has explained it to it. Promotion to private. Corporal needs 200. Then a red distress flare went up over the ridge. There were 6 of them, and they were from a good university 1 year ahead of me, and they had just barely killed an intermediate 3-headed dog and had nothing left. Yang Tao was the captain, rich family, the sharpest perception I have ever seen on a person, and the only one of them who never seemed to be in a hurry. Feng Xiao carried a spear and was saving every coin she earned to buy her mother out of the slums. Xiao Liu had the shield and did the talking. Chen Xiumin wore glasses and did the healing. Da Ming was the assassin, and I heard him speak maybe 4 times. Li Jiang bound things with wood. They were out of potions and out of stamina, and they went toward that flare anyway. I asked why. Xiao Liu answered like it was a strange question. When we were the ones in trouble, plenty of seniors risked their lives to come and get us. The man on the other end of the flare was called Qi Shangsheng, a level 39 rare reaper, and he was standing in a circle of 6 ogres and still alive, which happens because ogres like to draw things out. 2 energy bullets ended that. He thanked us and opened his pack and handed over 5 magic potions. My last 5. There were hundreds in there. I saw them. I said nothing because a man can be stingy without being anything worse, and because a silver spiral opened under all 8 of us at that exact moment and pulled us down. Welcome to the level 30 Abyss level Demon Cave Dungeon. Panic immediately. Out there, hell difficulty is what Abyss means back home. This was Abyss on top of that. They spent 10 minutes planning a tactical approach to the 100 goblin demons in the pit below us. I walked to the ledge and dropped a Dark Night Storm on them. 76,800 experience each, split 8 ways, and 6 people who had been discussing formations stood there watching their own experience bars move like a broken thermometer. Then I cast Dark Armor on all of them. Over 60,000 physique each, 11 hours of duration, and Xiao Lu spent the next hour walking up to things he had run from that morning. The throne hall had a goblin leader in it, intermediate demon, rank 32, 51,000 strength, 53,000 constitution, and its glance alone pinned all 7 of them in place like specimens on a board. Its goblins fused. Hundreds of them poured into one 10-meter giant, which is the Blood Ox formation again with better engineering. And for the first time ever, Shadow Slash refused to fire. The space in front of me was sealed. So I chained the giant and turned my hand back into the machine gun I had not used since a purgatory floor and took it apart the slow, honest way. Then Darkness Blade cleaned up the goblins while they were still stunned from losing it. The leader crossed that hall faster than I could react and put a sword into me, and it slid off Dark Armor. Then I put a Shadow Slash into its soul. It screamed, and it ran. An intermediate demon in its own throne room let go of its weapon and retreated to the middle of the floor holding its head, and I watched a thing that had never been afraid of a human being learn how. The second slash killed it. 500,000 experience, an Abyssal Blade, 2 excellent intermediate scrolls, another second job advancement certificate, and something called the Goblin King's Heart with no description attached at all, which I still have and still cannot identify. Then the exit vanished, and the far wall cracked open on its own. Behind the throne was a bronze gate with 7 grooves cut into it. Qi Xiangsheng read the script above it out loud, fluently, and organized everything for us. 7 people, 7 grooves, 1 drop of blood each. He was warm about it. He kept apologizing for the inconvenience. He excused me from the ritual specifically, so as not to affect my performance, since I was clearly the one who would have to do the fighting. Inside were 7 statues, 10 stories each, and even before he named them, I knew what I was looking at. The 7 devil kings of the abyss. Lucifer of pride in the center, Leviathan of envy at his shoulder. Qi Xiangsheng took a dark red metal out of his coat, stamped with Lucifer's mark, and dropped it into the jade platform in the floor. The whole hall went the color of blood, and 7 altars rose out of the ground connected by a pattern with 8 points. Then he handed out blades and explained, kindly, that the tablet said 7 sacrifices would open the exit. I said it out loud, in front of everyone. Uncle Qi, you are very familiar with this place. Are they having us sacrifice ourselves to let something out? And my own teammates talked me down. That is the part I still think about, not what he did, what they did. Li Jiang first, then Feng Xiao, then all of them, because they had been in that cave for hours, and they wanted to go home, and here was a man with a plan. They asked me to stop being difficult. They asked me for 1 drop of blood. I gave it to them. Yang Tao's perception fired about 2 seconds too late. No, we have been tricked. Qi Xiangsheng opened his own wrist over the central altar and went up into the air on black wings that came out through his coat. I did it. I actually did it. Wang Xingyu, your intuition was better than I expected. Lucky for me, I moved when I did. Ancient God Cult. Not a demon, not a spy. A human organization that has existed for centuries, and the invasion 500 years ago was not something that happened to us. It was something they arranged. Every year he had spent building a career in outer heaven had been spent for this hour, to bring a Devil King down onto the battlefield. Li Jiang ran for the half-open gate anyway, and 2 red beams crossed him on the threshold. Then the scythe went through Chen Xiumin. I put a crescent through Qi Xiangsheng's shield and hurt him badly, and he answered with mind depravity, which is a control effect, and dark armor ignores all control effects. He had never bothered to read the skill on the man he was standing in a room with. So he stopped trying to fight me and started killing the ones who could not stop him. Da Ming came out of stealth and did not get a word out. Did I not tell you? The moment you sacrificed yourselves, the result was already decided. And then he turned to Feng Xiao, and he told her exactly why he despised her, and it was the only honest thing he said all day. Do not pretend to be kind if you do not have the ability to be. I killed him. The altar drained his blood before he finished falling, and his body came apart into dust, and Lucifer opened his eyes. One look pinned everybody in the hall. 2 red beams went through Da Ming, and there was nothing left of him at all. Then the beams came to me. Damage transfer successful. The thing that had been on my status screen since a school courtyard, the passive nobody in this world thought was worth a comment, took a Devil King's kill and gave it to a minotaur standing in a pillar's shadow. I walked back out from behind the pillar with all my limbs. The sacrifice had bound me to that hall for 300 deaths. That was the deal Qi Sheng had signed on my behalf. 300 lives to pay the door. So I spent them. Hey, big fellow, I am over here. I died and stood up and said it again. Devil King, is that everything you have? I died again. You think you can kill me? Do not embarrass yourself. The survivors started keeping count out loud behind me because there was nothing else to do and because people will find a way to be people anywhere. Last time it was 107, so that was 108. No, I counted 109. Are we sure he is not just immortal? Somewhere past the 200th, Lucifer stopped roaring and lowered his head and asked me a question in a completely different voice. What exactly are you? Then you must not be a thing at all. That is not what I said. That is what arrived. Whatever rewrites our words was in that hall too, and I have never known whether I was taunting a Devil King or just failing to communicate with one for an hour and a half. He burned the last of his power on one compressed beam that took down 10 pillars and most of a wall. 310 deaths. Every Gale demon wolf I owned was gone. Every minotaur, every leopard, every Titan demon ape, including the golden one that had been riding under my feet since the day a principal rubbed his eyes at me. My stats were cut in half, and a Devil King's clone was empty, 9 shadow slashes into a Devil King's soul. Successfully defeated Devil King Lucifer clone. Experience plus 3,260,000. An intermediate hidden badge. The Sacrifice Blade. A talent stone. And a title. Devil King Terminator. 500% more damage to demons, half damage from them, an intimidation aura, and one line at the bottom in smaller text saying that while it is worn, every demon that sees you will hunt you and will not stop. Then the exit opened, and Yang Tao stopped Feng Xiao before she could walk to it, and finally said the thing he had been carrying around since their first year. I like you, Feng Xiao. Xiao Liu laughed at him. Then he said he would go first and give them a minute. He touched the passage and was gone. 300 lives. Not 7. It was never 7. Feng Xiao looked at the empty air where he had been, and she was calmer than any of us. We should be glad, she said. We got the answers we wanted at the end. Then she took off her gear and put it in my hands and asked me to sell it and get the money to her mother, because her mother had already had a hard life and deserved not to have a harder one. Yang Tao did the same thing and asked me to give his to Feng Xiao's mother too. I offered them the only thing I had, and I was honest about it. I told them I did not know what they would be afterward. I told them I did not know if it would be them. They said yes anyway. Feng Xiao threw the returning dragon spear into the ground and held on to Yang Tao and looked at him. Captain, let fate decide. I believe we will find each other again. 1 spear, both of them. I raised them. Feng Xiao, gold level, rank 22, 39,900 strength. Her whole spear kit, intact. Several times stronger than any beast I had ever taken, and standing there in the dark of my dark domain looking at me like she was waiting for orders. I did not give her any that day. I sent Bai Qi a message about the ancient god cult, and then I sat in the wreck of that hall for a while and did not do anything at all. Bai Qi read that message, and the room he was in cracked from wall to wall. The ancient god cult had been operating under the leadership's nose for centuries, and now held positions inside outer heaven itself, which finally explained the pattern nobody had been able to explain. Every top talent the world produces, in every country, quietly dies young. Liu Bolong put the pieces together first, the way he does. We need to draw the snake out of its hole. Old Liu. You are not planning to use Xing Yu as the bait. You do know me best. The global professional competition was 1 month out. Step 1 of their plan was to have me seen in outer heaven, in public, next to Tantai Mingyue, so that the news would travel to exactly the people it needed to reach. Nobody asked me. I want that on the record, too. The Demon Abyss cave entrance had 60 people standing on it when I got there, and none of them were ours. Sakura country again, third time. The examination staircase, then Dragon Serpent Valley, now this. 36 Great Chin professionals were pinned in the open below them, and while I was still walking up the slope, the Sakura side raised an anti-air formation so that no distress flare could be seen for 5 li in any direction. Then they opened fire on all 36 at once. A man named Niu Hao saved them. Level 35, Formation Great Master, and he threw 9 yellow flags into the dirt faster than I could follow and put a dome over everybody. And then their array specialist countered him. The 4 symbols heaven-changing formation. It does not break a shield. It flips it so that the dome protecting you starts doubling everything that comes in. They had studied our formations specifically, for years. That is not a raid, that is a curriculum. The dome was seconds from folding when black energy came down over all 36 of them. Dark armor. Then the chains came up and took the entire Sakura force off the ground at once, including the stealthed rogues who had already started moving toward wherever the caster had to be standing. They hung there. I gave the Great Chin professionals the floor, and 36 people who had been about to die killed 60 attackers with basic attacks, at their own pace, while the Sakura commanders shouted offers down at us. Compensation, apologies, at one point an offer to execute their own men themselves if we would let the officers go. Niu Hao stayed behind afterward and explained the local economy to me while his hands were still shaking. There are teams out there they call gold miners. 8 to 10 people, farming the Demon Abyss Cave and the level 35 Holy Temple in shifts, selling hell-grade equipment at half price to whoever funds them. He offered me a place in his. I thanked him and went in alone. Demon Abyss Cave is pitch dark, so I used Shadow Yang Tao's fireball to see by, and that is when I noticed what my army had done while I was not looking. They had split into 2 divisions, one behind Feng Xiao, one behind Yang Tao. I did not organize that. Nobody organized that. A serpent had made itself a general in Dragon Serpent Valley, and now 2 dead students who had been in my domain for less than a day had a command structure under them, and my shadows had sorted themselves into it the way water finds a level. I want to say I found that comforting. I found it a lot of things. Corpse demons, level 30. 19,000 agility, arms that extend like vines, photophobic, 50% poison resistance, which is a real resistance and which does nothing when a 40-meter shadow serpent breathes on you, 307,200 experience each. Then I found what I actually came for, 3-eyed race warriors, level 31, 24,000 strength, 23,000 agility, and under the stats, in the description, 4 lines that I read 3 times. High combat talent, strong combat intuition, excellent reflexes, born for battle. I had spent 3 months building an army out of animals. Animals are strong, and animals are stupid. These were soldiers. I took 200 warriors, then 20 3-eyed assassins at 40,000 agility, which was the answer to every invisible thing that had ever hurt me, because their intuition detects stealth on its own without being told to look. Then 150 mages across fire, water, ice, earth, wind, and lightning. My dark domain went from 176 to 546 in one afternoon, and for the first time since Lucifer, I stopped feeling poor. And I learned something about the Abyss that changed how I think about all of it. The 3-eyed tribe used to be a great race, not a demon species, a power, and a coalition of the others beat them and stripped their rank and formally reclassified them as low-level demons. The Abyss runs ranking wars against itself. There are politics down there. There are losers down there. Every one of those warriors was somebody's grandchild in a race that lost an argument a long time ago and has been paying for it ever since. I raised 200 of them anyway. I am not going to pretend that thought slowed me down. The boss was a 3-eyed race general. Intermediate demon, rank 32, 43,000 across the board, with something called the heaven-shattering sword formation. He dodged my appraisal. Not the attack, the appraisal. I looked at him, and the reading slid off. And then he looked back at me, and the look hit like a thrown chair. Chains, bullets, 3,700,000 experience. I took him as a shadow, too, and put him in charge of his own people, which is either a kindness or the worst thing I have ever done, and I have never decided which. While I was in there, 2 people were standing at the cave mouth, having a considerably worse afternoon. Tantai Mingyue had come looking for me, which she will still not admit. Yuye was there because her grandfather had ordered her to clear hell difficulty by any means available and had put a date on it. They arrived to find the Great Chin gold miners gone and better than 30 foreign professionals past level 35 sitting on the entrance. It was a toll operation. They wanted the return stones, the supplies, and the ancient academy token that Tantai Mingyue wears where everyone can see it. Their plan was to keep those two standing in the sun until Yu Ye's deadline ran out and her family made the loss for them. The man in charge did most of the talking. He was very relaxed about it. He had 30 people, and the numbers were the numbers. Yu Ye had already marked a coordinate behind their line, which is what battle mages do when they are stalling. And Tantai Mingyue, who had spent that entire month upgrading a talent with a stone she had asked me for while looking at the floor, was standing very still with her staff down, letting them talk. I came out of the cave mouth behind all of them. Actually, I need to back up about 4 hours, because there was one more room in that cave, and it is the reason I came out of the mouth instead of the entrance. Past the three-eyed camp, there is a fog zone full of mist spirit demons that make copies of themselves faster than you can kill the copies. I did not solve that one. My shadows did. Yang Tao put the fire mages next to the wind mages, which fans the flames into a wall the clones cannot outrun, and then he had the lightning mages pick off the stragglers coming around the outside. I watched a dead student run a combined arms operation in a fog bank, and I did not give a single order. Behind the fog there was a lava pool with a bird in it. Flame Demon. Intermediate Demon, boss class, rank 35, around 45,000 in every stat. Firewall, Fire Dragon Pillar, Meteor Fire Rain, Fire Immunity, Extreme Speed, and Vision that reaches further than my range. It raised dragons out of the magma and dropped a sky of burning rock on me, and I chained it in midair through its own meteor storm and killed it with one energy bullet. 4,300,000 experience. A Hellgrade Dark Gold Flame Cloak. Another second job advancement certificate, and a demon-slaying blade, which is not a weapon, it is a material. Forge it into a weapon, and that weapon does 5 times damage to every demon that exists, and every gold mining team in Outer Heaven is out there right now farming for one. Then I took the bird itself, and for the first time since a raven threw me off its back over a gray forest, I had a mount, which is how I arrived above the cave mouth instead of walking out of it. They had been holding those two for an hour, not fighting them, attacking in shifts, deliberately, to burn them down without killing them, because a corpse cannot hand over a token. Yu Ye had already spent Unleashing Potential, which is a battle mage skill that gives you 5 times your strength and costs you everything afterward, to buy Tantai Mingyue 1 minute to build a real spell. Her Gale Slash had cracked their golden body defense and nothing more. Their leader saw me land and made a decision that shaped the rest of his family's century. Kill him, then let these two watch what that costs them. An axeman jumped me from 30 meters out, Shadow Slash, and I throttled it on the way in, deliberately, so that the crescent went through his soul without finishing him, and he came down on the sand fully conscious with a wound he could feel and could not point to. Then I kicked him back into his own crowd like a football. I want to be honest that this was not tactics. It was a message, and I chose to send it. Then I blinked through the whole group, once, twice, 9 times, and by the 4th I was behind their leader. His name was William Manny, and he did the smartest thing anybody in that group did, which was talk. He invoked his grandfather, Marshall Manny Shaw. He explained at length what happens to people who touch that family. Then he swore on his God that he would leave, that there would be no trouble, that this had been a misunderstanding between colleagues. And while he was still swearing, he signaled his men forward and stepped behind them. "You came here to squeeze 2 people out of everything they had," I said. "Now you get to find out what it feels like from the other side." Darkness Blade took the group. William got his last words out with a genuine sense of occasion. His family would hunt me to the ends of the earth. There was nowhere I could go. There would be nothing left of me or anyone who had ever known me. "Fine," I said. "I will be waiting." Very far away, in a manor with a hall full of soul lamps, a servant polishing the glass watched one of them go out and ran down a corridor screaming. And an old man in that manor did not grieve. He gave an order: prepare the resurrection materials. That is what a hereditary military house is. They are not rich in the way the Chen family is rich. They can buy their heir back off the floor. We ran the Demon Abyss cave together after that, the 3 of us, burning cooldown talismans. Tantai Mingyue watched the record on the wall go from 51 hours 12 minutes down to 4 hours 37, and I could see her working through it. She had been the strongest person on her campus since she was 15. She was now a supporting character in a building where she used to be the whole cast. She never once complained about it. Not then, not later. Then Yu Ye asked me for help with Shadow Kill, which is when this whole thing actually turned into something. Her family's advisors had spent years telling her that Shadow Kill was her trump card. Mark a coordinate, teleport to it up to a kilometer, and in all that time she had only ever used it to run away, because that is what a teleport is for, obviously. I had a thought that would never have occurred to anyone in that world, because it did not come from that world. Mark the coordinate on your weapon. She looked at me. Throw the weapon, then go to it. She threw the golden short sword at the cave wall, blinked to it, caught it out of the stone, spun, threw it back the other way, and blinked again. Both moves inside one breath. Then she stood there at the far end of the room, breathing hard with her eyes enormous. Tantai Mingyue got there half a second later and started building on it out loud. Throw with one hand and hold a spell in the other so you arrive already casting. Throw past a blocking enemy and arrive on their flank while their guard is still committed. Throw it at somebody's feet. And Yu Ye already had the finishing piece and had never had a use for it. Storm Jade. Instant cast, 5-meter range, and the damage rises 50% for every meter closer you are. A skill that is worthless unless you can appear at somebody's chest. Good, I said. Practice it until it is the thing people know you for. That is what I gave her. Not gear, not levels, not protection. An idea. She has told me since that it was the first time anybody had handed her something she could not have bought. William Manny came back 9 days later. He came back in a 6-pointed array in his family's hall, and he lied to his grandfather about how he died. And the old man sent a man called Nick with him and gave him a stack of boundary-breaking talismans. Those things should not exist. A boundary-breaking talisman tears an entry into somebody else's dungeon while they are inside it. Every floor that has not been cleared yet upgrades from hell to abyss on the spot, and the intruders are permitted to be up to 10 levels above the dungeon's cap, which means the men who came through the wall at us were past their second job change, at level 45 and up, wearing level 50 gear. It also seals the space, so escape scrolls do not work. That was the part they were proudest of. My response was to leave the recording running. I have thought about whether that was cold. It was. I stood in a sealed dungeon with 2 people I cared about and a squad of professionals 25 levels above me, and my first clear thought was that Bai Chi was going to want to see this. I hit level 23 in the middle of it, 12,820 base, 654,000 stacked, Dark Domain at 706 of 920. And I had a small realization on that floor that changed how I fight permanently. I had been thinking about it wrong the entire time. The point is not that my summons sweep everything aside, the point is that I do. Tantai Mingyue noticed the change before I finished having it. She told me afterward it was like watching a sword come out of a sheath. Nick appraised as a rare hunter, level 50, 337,000 agility. Yu Ye went white when she read it, and she was right to. Level 50 gear on a level 50 body does not lose to anything underneath it. That is not an opinion, it is how the numbers are built. His opening move split the floor of that cavern into 9 pillars of lava that vaporized dozens of rock crocodiles as a side effect of being aimed at me. I put both of them on the flame demon and sent it up. Then I went to work from behind. The second strongest man in that group died first, with 1 crescent through the back, because that is where the fight actually is. Then the third. Then down the line, 12 of them, 1 each, none of them ever getting to turn around. Nick got out with a shadow web that left 36 copies of himself standing in the smoke, which was genuinely beautiful, and he came to a stop 300 meters away with his hands on his knees. I was behind him when he looked up. He put a dagger at my throat, and I stopped it with 2 fingers. Then he used Severing Mountains at 10 times power and split the lava field for hundreds of meters behind me because I did not move and it went past. Chains. Energy bullet. Yu Ye asked me afterward how a level 23 kills a level 50. The honest answer is that he underestimated me, and so did the 12 before him. If any one of them had opened with everything instead of with a demonstration, we would be telling a different story. Then the seal came off the space, and every return stone in the room lit up at once, and the alarm went across all of outer heaven. The abyssal demon tide was starting. There were over 100,000 professionals in the mobilization square, and the 3 of us stood in the middle of them in gold-tier gear, surrounded by dark gold and diamond, and people said things. They sorted us by level. Under 30 fights at the foot of the wall. 30 to 40 at 1.5 kilometers out. 40 and up at 3 kilometers. A shy level 27 high priest named Xiao Ai had been turned down by every team in that square for being a burden, and she asked to join us, and I said no. I told her plainly that I am not a savior, and I was not going to pretend otherwise to make the moment easier. Then the general ordered every party under 5 to fill up, and I took her, and a level 21 staff king named He Yu, and Xiao Ai looked at the ground the entire time she was thanking me. A veteran walking past heard her asking what a demon tide was and gave her the whole answer without stopping. A normal tide is a payday. A full-scale tide brings advanced demons in numbers and kills 70% of the professionals on the wall. The last full-scale one was 15 years ago, and it only cost us under 3 million lives, and the only reason the number was that low is that 2 prodigies decided not to come home. Then General Nia Yun opened Legion mode. He is a legendary military king. Inside a 5-kilometer radius, every human being gets 50% more attack, 50% more defense, half the mental cost on everything, stacking with every other buff, and no friendly fire. 100,000 people got stronger at once, and you could feel the square change temperature. Then a storm dragon came down out of the clouds with a silver-haired boy in diamond armor on its neck, and it dove at me specifically to see whether I would move. I did not. Wang Tung, 19, level 45 space mage. Closed-door disciple of the Dean of Super God Academy before he had even awakened, publicly announced heir of the capital's Wang family, and the phrase people use about him is that as long as he does not die young, he will certainly become a war god. Interesting, he said. Ordinary people cannot stand under a dragon's pressure. We have the same surname. That was the thought I had, standing there. One of us was raised on the best of everything the Empire produces before he could pick a class. The other one grew up in a room with a brick under the bed and studied himself to death, and nobody wrote it down. Reincarnation really is a skill. He asked to join my party. No, he took that better than anyone else that month. He was out there hunting the Flying Bull, a level 45 world boss that surfaces for under 15 minutes at a time and specifically hides from anyone over level 45, whose golden eye guarantees a second job advancement and gives a 50% chance at an entirely new talent. The last one was killed 8 years ago. Then I sent flame demons out as scouts, came back, and told the command post the tide would arrive in 5 minutes. The military's own estimate was 10. An officer told me politely to go and stand somewhere else. 4 minutes later, the Array Master's Eye of the Void reported the concealment barrier around the demon cloud had broken. They charged the cannons early because a level 23 with a bird said so, and that is the only reason those cannons were hot when the sky opened. The cannons stalled the cloud at 20 kilometers, and then the cloud burst and the tide came out of it. And in the front rank of the tide, at the 9th line of defense, there was something that has no business being anywhere past the 6th. Qingtian giant turtles, 50 zhang tall. Their red flash swatted the cannon beams out of the sky like a man waving off flies. Nia Yun looked at that and stopped managing the room. This is worse than 15 years ago. If you want to survive, be ready to die. You could hear 100,000 professionals stop believing in the plan at the same time. Meanwhile, at the first line of defense, Bai Qi was standing in front of Mephisto and Liu Bolong was standing under a sky made of bats that was called Belphegor, and between them they pulled 2 Abyss Lords off the board entirely. Nobody at our wall knew that. We just knew nothing worse than turtles had arrived yet. My contribution was the thing nobody expects from a level 23. I started casting dark armor on the army, not on my party, on the soldiers. Thousands of them, in blocks, black flame going down the line, company by company. 70,000 physique each, triple defense, immunity to every negative status in the Abyss catalog for over 10 hours. A swordsman with an old scar across his face was the first one to work out what he was wearing. He stopped defending entirely, walked into the horde, and started cutting. Brothers, this armor is better than we were told. Do not hold back. Up above us, Wang Tung was having a completely different war. He looked at me buffing infantry and filed me as a support, which is fair. Then he demonstrated. Blade of Space cut hundreds of demons in half in one pass without a drop landing anywhere. Then Black Hole opened a 10-meter singularity that emptied 100 meters of battlefield and crippled everything within 500. People gathered under his dragon to watch. He is genuinely spectacular, and he has earned every bit of it. I walked to the front line. A soldier who had clearly been out there for hours tried to send me back and gave up when he saw my face. A grinning young private named Zhou Tong decided to look after me instead, killed a demon with his spear in a very showy way, and turned around beaming. Hey, pretty cool, right? I put a Dark Knight Storm a kilometer across down onto the horde 3,000 meters out. Nearly 2,000 monsters in a few seconds, 2% of a level, in one press. Zhou Tong looked at the crater for a while. I thought you were a support. Boss, all that performing I did was a complete waste. Then I stopped holding back and summoned everything. Over 900 shadows in 16 legions, the Abyssal Flood Dragon, Yamata no Orochi, the three-eyed race general, 200 three-eyed warriors behind him and 150 mages behind them and 20 assassins somewhere I could not see, serpents 40 meters long, 6 flame demons, ravens filling the sky over all of it, and at the front, on the left, Feng Xiao with her spear, on the right, Yang Tao. The soldiers who had been quietly discussing which of them would be assigned to protect me stopped talking. Nia Yun tagged me with a teleport array marker without asking, which I appreciate, and then ordered his own artillery pulled back to 20 kilometers so that the cannons would stop stealing my kills. He said afterward he wanted to see how many levels one person could gain in a day. Wang Teng watched all of that come up out of the ground and did not get angry. That is the difference between him and every other rich boy in this story, and it is the whole difference. Good, he said. Now he will not be walking this road alone. Level 24 in 15 minutes. The turtles were the one thing I could not simply outnumber. 60 of them, rank 40, 120,000 strength and 160,000 constitution, skills hidden. My Dark Knight Storms got shot out of the air before they landed. I had close to 900,000 points of stats behind a 30 times multiplier, and I could not break one turtle. 90% damage reduction. Regeneration faster than my damage, and an energy shield shared between all 60 of them by the power of rules, which means hitting one is hitting a 60th of a wall. Lieutenant Sun Jiang gave me the answer over a 1,000-mile voice channel, calmly, like a man reading out a repair manual. 9 dark red crystals on the head. All 60 are linked through them. Break the link and you have 15 minutes before it reforms, and you can tell whether your damage is beating the regeneration by the crystal itself. Black means you are winning. Red means you are wasting your life. My crystals went black. Mia Yun swung every cannon on the wall to support one 19-year-old the moment he heard it, and the shield came down, and 60 turtles died to Shadow Slash. 819,200 experience each, 6 merit each. Purple diamond armor. More second job certificates than I could carry. That was the swing of the entire battle. With the turtles gone, the cannons fired into open ground for the first time all day, and the tide stopped advancing. My personal complaint about the greatest artillery barrage in 15 years is that it was eating my experience. There was another line having a much worse day. At the 8th, General Ma was holding the entire tide with soldiers alone and refusing to open a breach to let the professionals through, and he had a reason. His parents had died in a sacrifice made to save professionals, and he had spent 40 years deciding what that meant. He jailed a lieutenant colonel for suggesting fatigue potions. He believed an expert panel that predicted the tide would last half a day at most, and he got the slanted-eyed demon and the bone dragon mages early, which nobody had planned for. Over 200,000 of his people did not come back. At the end of it, he had 2 options, and I have never been able to hate him because of which one he took. He could save his line's reputation and let the overflow spill onto ours, or he could admit whose fault it was. He admitted it, and his array master, an old man called Master New, burned his own life and his own rank to cast Void Realm's funeral, and a crater 10 kilometers across appeared where the turtles had been standing, and he came apart like burning paper while he was still talking. Ma Yue, only by turning your heart toward the light can you receive any. Standing inside the horde, a figure in a black cloak watched that crater open and cursed, because it had ruined something that had taken years to arrange. Then it turned and started walking toward our line. 7 hours in, I was level 28, 5 levels in one tide. Bai Qi never did that. Nobody has ever done that, and the reason is not talent. It is that nobody else gets to stand in the middle of a demon tide with an army that does not need to sleep. Then bloodthirsty demonic bats arrived. Level 40, social, damage shared across the flock, and their ultrasonics tore my storms apart from the inside. Armored elephant demons came behind them and buried my flame demon under thousands of water spheres, and in the middle of that, an immobilization spell landed on me that I could not trace to a caster. Because the caster was human and he was standing inside the demon horde, and nothing in that horde was attacking him, I blinked straight to him. He tried to buy his life with information, which was the correct move and nearly worked. He told me about an elemental secret realm that would appear at the 5th line of defense in 2 weeks. He told me that killing the armored elephant demons summons the boss of the tide, a thing called the Roe Owl, and that it drops epic weapon materials. Then he reached for the poison in his own teeth, and I cut his soul instead of his throat, which does not care what is in your mouth. I swapped places with a raven sitting on the Great Wall and arrived at the command post holding him, and General Nie tore the hood back. Instructor Luo, a sitting member of the Empire's own expert panel, the panel that had told General Ma the tide would last half a day. Their argument in that command post is the only part of that war I have ever repeated word for word. Luo said that out of 1,000 people, 100 break the law and cause no unrest at all, and one man who breaks nothing but tells everyone what the 100 did causes the collapse. He asked what the outcome had been, every time, in all of history. He said, there is only hope in this world if it is started over from nothing. Nie Yun said that justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. And Luo laughed at him and asked the question that I have not been able to answer since. Is justice that arrives late still justice? Then, things got ugly in a way I did not see coming, and it came from our side. I asked a major for a fatigue potion. Yi Iman, a rare spirit feather with white wings and a full recovery skill, and she refused me flatly and then kept going. She told me that if anything happened to the general, I should be ready for the ironclad cavalry. She stated, in front of the command staff, that a professional in his 20s tearing through advanced demons was proof of a plot, and that I had been planted by the ancient god cult. Nie Yun overruled her. He was also failing, and hiding it. His legion aura has to be renewed inside 7 hours, or it drops off 100,000 people at once, and he had been holding it since dawn. When the bats broke dark armor and the casualty count went past 100,000, he ordered me to rebuff the entire army. Major Yi delivered that order to me as a sentence. Wang Xingyu, accept your trial. Her ultimate is 9 Thunderblades, and it took 7 strikes to crack dark armor, which is more than anything else had managed all year. The 8th went through my neck like it was not there. And my Shadow Slash went into her soul, and something came out of her. A demon's head, several meters across, screaming as it tore free. Boy, if you ruin this, wait for what comes for you. It went for Yu Ye, and I killed it in the air. Then I looked up at the wall, and the red light behind Nie Yun's eyes faded out, and black smoke came off the heads of half the officers on that platform. All of them. Quietly, for hours, maybe for days. The power of jealousy does not need you to be a bad person. It needs you to have looked at somebody and felt something small and human and let it sit. Instructor Luo had been a believer of the Devil King Leviathan. That is what he had been doing on our wall. Nie Yun apologized to me in front of his own staff. Major Yi apologized too, and hers was worse to listen to, because she now knew exactly what a soul wound feels like from the inside, and she had put one on herself, trying to protect a general she loved. Then Nie Yun used his 1 full recovery on me instead of on himself. As long as we hold the main body of the Legion, our casualties go down. Go. I went back out and re-armored the entire line. The armored elephant demons paid 426,000 experience and 3 merit each, and somewhere in the middle of that my badge changed. 2nd Lieutenant. 9 stars to Lieutenant, 50,000 merit a star. An 18-year-old 2nd Lieutenant is not a rare thing. It is not a thing. Then the sky opened into a spiral that made a sound like something crying, and it rained 1,000 dark red eggs inside a crimson dome. What came out of those eggs started eating the demon army. They evolve by devouring their own kind. I watched a level 41 become a level 42 in front of me because it got to a sibling first. I chained them in batches and killed them in batches, and then I noticed that the spiral was still drinking. It was pulling blood out of my own storm, out of everything dying underneath it, and using it to build 100-foot Roe Owl. Its black flame breath swallowed me whole, and dark armor held, and I blinked onto its head and cut down. 3,760,000 experience, a red-tier diamond weapon called the Scepter of Destruction, and armor to match. A 3rd job advancement certificate. Roe Owl blood essence, 3,000 strength a drink, 10 drinks, level 40 required. 2 sky-piercing horns, and the devouring heart. The moment I took it out of the drop pile, it started beating, and it was loud enough that people 20 meters away turned around. 2 men had just arrived on the field behind me, and both of them heard it. William Manny had come back to the battlefield, and this time he had brought an adult. The first black arrow blew me into red mist, damage transfer successful. The second one annihilated a three-eyed warrior I had swapped in, and the warrior did not come back, because there is a level of power at which my passive stops being a joke and starts being an accounting method. Salmon, 4th rank archer, not a student, not a family retainer. A man whose profession is ending careers at a distance for money. He got 3 arrows off, and then he stopped, and I watched his head come up like a dog hearing something in the next field. He grabbed for a teleport stone and used it correctly and fast. A hand covering half the sky closed on the space he teleported into and broke it. Bai Qi did not shout. He asked one question. Who gave the order? Salmon went straight to diplomacy, and I have to admit it was well constructed. He talked about a great man making things difficult for a junior and how the world would judge that. He asked, once he understood how badly it was going, whether the god of slaughter was really willing to start a war between 2 countries over a boy. He got slapped across that battlefield hard enough to lose teeth. Who gave the order? No one. He was still saying it when Bai Qi finished the conversation. Then Bai Qi went to the Manny estate personally. 3,000 acres. He erased half of it with 1 energy ball, without landing, and left the old man a message. If there is a next time, it will not be a problem that half a manor can solve. And then he handed William Manny to me. He who kills gets killed. Blame your own arrogance. I did not enjoy it. I want that written down somewhere because I have noticed that I have stopped saying that about most things. After the tide, the guards at the Outer Heaven Gate who had asked me where my parents were came to attention and saluted a lieutenant. Yu Ye and Tantai Ming Yue came out at level 28, Hie Yu at 28, Xiao Ai at 30, and she spent 10 minutes apologizing to me for having been useless, which she had not been, and which I told her twice. At the trading center, the supervisor was a woman in a red cheongsam named Nie Shu Lan. She looked at my materials list and told me honestly that I would get 20 or 30% more for all of it back on Blue Star. Then I will take it to Blue Star, I said. Her whole face fell. I am joking. I am also from the Great Qin Empire. The safer this battlefield is, the safer Blue Star is. Total, that afternoon, over 100 billion gold. I want to sit inside that number for a second, because I still cannot make it mean anything. On Earth, I graduated with a construction degree into a job market that did not want one, and there was a month where I could not put 300 together. In Ning City, I lived in a room where the bed stood on a brick, and a stranger threw 2,000 yuan at my feet and told me to be gone by sunrise. That was 5 months earlier. They gave me a black card with a 30% discount, and I bought all 10 bottles of the improved fatigue potion, the new formula with no side effects, at 300 million each. Then I put 103 billion down on an elementary cooldown talisman. 100 billion is the sticker price, and it is not the problem. The problem is that you have to apply and be approved. That is why even great families rarely hold one, and why an 18-year-old walking out of a trading center with one in his pocket is the kind of thing that gets written down and forwarded. That is a lot of people now writing my name in reports. Bai Qi and Liu Bolong were counting on exactly that. My talisman application came back in 2 days. That process takes a fortnight, and it takes a fortnight for families with their own seats in the capital. Somebody had walked my paperwork through a building personally, and I could guess who, and I did not ask. The carries kept running, and somewhere in that queue the question changed from, when will you take us through, to, when are you starting a guild? If he does, I am joining first. I filed that away too. It turned out to matter. Back at Huaxia University, Long Ao Tian was shopping. He went to a fan-carrying schemer named Baili Wenren, who sells the sort of thing that is technically not banned, and bought forbidden scrolls. Then he recruited a martial arts fanatic named Li Xiong, who had just hit level 30 out in the Demon Tide, and told him where to be standing on the first day of term. The opening ceremony had over 1,000 people in the square, which surprised me until Su Xiyan explained it. Huaxia University also takes 100 or 2 straight out of the capital every year, on top of the national admissions, and the Youth Palace kids do not sit any exam at all. Liu Jun was waiting for me at the front. So was Su Yixuan, who had spent the summer growing 4 inches, buying a sword case and acquiring a hairstyle that stopped conversations. Ai Weiwei and Rahu were with them. The dean silenced 1,000 people with 1 syllable. Then they ran the new against old exchange, where seniors fight down at the freshmen's level, and the freshmen still got taken apart one after another because rank is not skill, and everybody has to learn that in public at least once. Su Yixuan was the first freshman to win a match, controlling 4 flying swords at the same time, and up on the platform, 5 homeroom teachers leaned forward at once. Then the seniors parted, and Li Xiong walked out, and he was carrying the specific weight that only outer heaven puts on a person. He looked at me for about a second and a half, and I watched him revise everything he had been told. Tang Jiayi went up to the stage before he called me out. She has been a rare sword saint since she was 17, and she had spent the whole summer preparing to prove it in front of the capital. He threw her off the platform in one motion. She never got a swing in. Then Long Ao Tian talked him into a wager, loudly, so that everyone could hear. I named the figure. 1,000,000 points. Long Ao Tian could not cover it. He went around his own followers borrowing in public and got to 500,000, and teacher Liu Qianqian held the stakes with an expression I have never been able to read. Badges off. Li Xiong, level 30, martial arts master. Wang Xingyu, level 29, Shadow Mage. The square made a noise at that second number, because level 29 in 1 month is Ancient Academy entrance pace, and because it meant every rumor about me had been an understatement. Li Xiong crushed the first scroll, and it sealed my summoning space. Feng Shao stepped out of my shadow with the spear. The dark domain is not a summoning space. It has never been a summoning space. Nobody has ever asked me what it is because nobody has ever thought to. He crushed the second one. Is this thing expired, or did they sell me a fake? Yang Tao appeared on his other side. One shadow slash into the soul, and it was over in under a round, and Li Xiong went down on his knees in front of 1,000 people, making a sound that everybody in that square recognized and nobody could place. Long Ao Tian tried to walk away from the bet. I let the crowd handle that one. There is nothing I could have said that was worse for him than 1,000 people watching a dragon family heir discover that his word costs 500,000 points. Then Su Yixuan came over and asked to follow me, and told me why, which she did not have to do. Sword Immortal. A new sword slot every 10 levels and every 500 points of spirit. Ai Weiwei and Rahu did not ask. I watched both of them decide, politely and privately, that I was a school phenomenon and that school phenomena do not travel. They were pleasant about it. They walked away from an offer I never made, and I have not spoken to either of them since. Bai Qi's next instruction was the strangest one yet. Stop leveling. Go and live in the library for a few days. Then he told me what had been holding up my first job change all this time. There was one material he could not source anywhere in the Empire, and he had been quietly failing to find it for weeks. A Goblin King's heart. I took it out of my bag and put it on his table. He looked at it. Then he looked at me. Then he laughed for a long time. 4th test. Complete your first job advancement and then win the professional tournament. I will win the championship. Before that, I paid a debt. I took Liu Jun and Su Yixuan through Ice Crown King City on Hell. Dark armor at 87,000 physique for 14.5 hours. Shadow serpents as mounts. And when the throne room doors sealed behind us, I said, hello. Old friend, we meet again. I killed him in one blink and Liu Jun made a noise. We collected 18 mystic ice fruits between the 3 of us. 4,500 points across every attribute. Then I told them what to do with it, and it was the same thing that had been done to me. Run this dungeon for other people. 5,000 points ahead. Use the money on the training ground. Get your skills up and level after that, not before. Liu Jun turned into a businessman inside 4 seconds. He asked whether there was a bulk rate. He asked about repeat customers. And I handed Su Yixuan 16 Hellgrade longswords for his 16 sword slots, and his spirit went to 32,930, which is higher than mine was at that moment. That is the whole thing I have to say about friendship in this world. The road is paved now. How far either of them walks it is not mine. Bai Qi handed me hundreds of random skill scrolls the night before the ceremony and explained why. The skill you gain at your first job change becomes an innate skill. It costs almost nothing to use, it levels faster than anything else you own, and it can wake up affixes that no scroll will ever give you. I burned through every scroll he owned, almost all duplicates. 10 ordinary new skills out of hundreds. Then I started on my own excellent ones. Law manifestation of heaven and earth. Become a Tenjong giant. All attributes times 10. Bai Qi took one look at it and renamed it, and it upgraded on the spot to times 15. 70% less physical and magical damage taken, 70% elemental resistance, and a line at the bottom about multiple transformations becoming possible at a certain level. I asked him how renaming a skill upgrades it. He poured tea. The advancement itself is 49 pillars in an 8-trigram array: the Soul Gem, the Goblin King's Heart, a Dragon Serpent Gall, and the Certificate. Shadow Mage advances to Shadow Archmage, legendary grade, 200% more attack damage on everything, 30% off cooldowns, 30% off costs, 30% faster recovery. Gained new talent, Monarchic Overlord. The sky over Huaxia University changed for the second time in my life. The first time it went black and showed figures with scarlet eyes. This time a giant sat cross-legged in the clouds above the campus, an emperor looking down at the world, and in front of him, filling the horizon, there were countless figures on their knees. Liu Bolong watched that and said something that I did not understand for another 6 months. Auspicious omens and ominous signs together, good and evil separated by a single thought. Here is what Monarchic Overlord does. I can appoint 10 generals. They cannot betray me, they cannot be turned, and they get 10 times their attributes, capped at 1/10 of mine. Each general appoints 100 guards at 5 times. Each guard appoints 1,000 soldiers at double, and every level I gain from now on stacks another 100% onto every single one of them, plus a domain, 10 kilometers. Enemies inside it lose 30% of their strength. Every subordinate of mine gets 10 times their attributes, ignores all negative status, takes half damage, and deals 1,000% more for 1 hour. I read that panel 4 times, and then I sat down on the floor of the array. Because the talent is not a weapon. Bai Qi had just handed me a talent whose entire function is to build a country, and I had 1 week earlier been a boy asking a school principal about prize money. Bai Qi trained me himself for the week after that, and it is the only formal instruction I have ever had in anything. His first lesson was 1 sentence. During a fight, you must hide your presence. Otherwise, anyone can find your weakness. Then he showed me what he meant by dancing on my own imprisonment chains, not breaking them, standing on them, walking down them, using a 270 chain trap as a staircase. It took me 2 days to work out how, and the answer is that my chains leak. They bleed energy as they travel, and they vibrate the space around them, and a man who has been fighting for 400 years can read that leak like footprints in snow. So I started throttling my own output, which cost me speed at first, and then stopped costing anything at all, and the chains started moving fast and silent. He stopped playing after that. He showed me deliberate openings, feints that cost him position on purpose, a halberd rain that was entirely a setup for the step afterward. And at the end of the week, we put every skill away and went at each other bare-handed on a stone floor. His own master needed 3 months to bring him to the peak of combat skill. It took me under a week, and I want to be clear that this is not a boast about talent. I had a body carrying millions of points of attributes and a teacher who is the strongest man alive. Anybody would have learned fast. Not everybody would have been allowed to. His parting instruction was to go back out to outer heaven and digest it into something that was mine instead of a copy of his. Somewhere in that week, I also built my own energy shield out of nothing by arranging my own energy into a pattern and holding it there until it stayed. That is the thing about this world that nobody at home understood. Skills are not only bought, they can be invented. Every scroll that exists was somebody's idea first. Then I made my generals. I offered the first 2 appointments to Liu Jun and Su Yishuan, and I gave them the price honestly and completely, because a thing you cannot cancel is not a gift unless the other person understands it. You cannot undo it. Only I can, and your ceiling is 1/10 of mine, forever. Liu Jun said yes before I got to the second sentence. Boss, you picked me. Su Yishuan heard the whole thing, stood there for about 10 seconds actually thinking about it, and then said yes anyway. I chose to follow you, so I go forward. There is no point hesitating about it now. A phantom appeared behind me in a yellow robe carved with a 5-clawed golden dragon, and it had my face, and it was older and colder than I am, and it touched each of them on the forehead, 10 times, on the spot. Su Yishuan did the arithmetic backwards before the light finished fading, because that is who he is. If his new numbers were 1/10 of the ceiling, then the ceiling was over 3 million, at level 30. He did not say it out loud, he just looked at me differently from that afternoon on. I gave them one rule for the 100 guard slots each of them now controlled. Nobody with bad character, no matter how strong. and nobody without enough talent to be worth the slot. That is it. That is the entire founding charter of the thing that eventually became a city. Back in Outer Heaven, I started leaving shadows lying around. One at every defense line, tucked out of the way, doing nothing. Anchors. Because Shapeshift lets me swap places with any summon I own, and a summon I planted last week at the 5th line is a doorway I built and forgot about. Nia Shulan sold me the recipe for an intermediate cooldown talisman, which needs the parts of 9 high-level demons and 6 low-level ones, and which is why nobody makes them. I pulled Tan Yongzhen's squad and Xiao Ai out of a hole they were not getting out of, and the thing standing over them was a Cerberus, a low-rank demon that summons hordes and then commands them properly. Dark armor came down out of the sky on all of them first, then the demon lost most of its teeth in one arc. Somebody in that squad called me the Little War God, as a joke, in front of about 40 people. It stuck. It is in official correspondence now. I would like it known that I did not choose it. Cerberus threw fire and frost and lightning at my self-built energy shield, and none of it made a ripple, and I asked it a question I had been waiting all month to ask something. How does it feel to be the one being played with? 4,200,000 experience and a 3-colored heart. Then I went out to the actual edge of the abyss and killed a high-level demon frog for its eyes, and the moment my aura touched that boundary, something noticed. Deep in the dark, a plain skull with nothing special about it caught fire from the inside. That smell. He actually came here. Human, you do not get away this time. I shape-shifted out 1 second before something landed where I had been standing, and I did not find out what it was for weeks. There was one side effect of the anchor system that I want on the record because it delights me. I had planted shadows inside statues on the 5th line of defense, which meant that professionals stationed there kept seeing a young man in white robes walk out of a statue, cross the courtyard, and disappear into another statue. A soldier named Feng Zhou reported it. His captain laughed at him. Then it happened in front of the captain. The military filed it as an unsolved phenomenon. A working group was convened. Their leading theory was that it was a new type of abyssal demon scouting our defenses by impersonating a human, and security was tightened across the entire empire because of it. I found out about the working group from a bulletin. I have never corrected anyone. Around then, I pulled 3 more people out of a horde, and they turned out to be a set. Lu Ming, who becomes a 3-tailed fox. Chen Nan, who becomes a 10-foot azure giant and calls it Thor's Wrath. Xia Mo, who buffs and who scouts with a mouse that can slip into the Void Realm. 3 legendary class prodigies, in the same weight class as Tantai Mingyue, and after I dark armored them and killed their Cerberus in 1 blink, Lu Ming spent 20 minutes convinced that I had an invisibility effect because there was no other explanation he was willing to accept. Then I found Tantai Mingyue surrounded. Shimen Wu, legendary Dragon Knight, already passed his first class change. He wanted her Frost Mage for a speed clear of the elemental secret realm, and he had decided the appropriate way to recruit her was to protect her into it with a sword out. Real arrogance comes from being able to back it up, I told him. Arrogance from someone who cannot is just a loud noise. I am curious which one you are. He burned his extreme defense down from 20 seconds to almost nothing on energy bullets alone, and then he left. Mingyue explained what everyone was actually going into that realm for. The heart of the elements, socketable, 50% elemental resistance, 70% damage reduction, 50,000 across every attribute, and an active skill that is different in every single one and comparable to a forbidden spell. That information does not appear in any public listing. It circulates between families. The elemental battlefield rioted before the entrance opened, which is a screening step nobody warns you about. It scrambles magic classes, and warriors without their casters find out very quickly how much of their career has been other people. Then 64 pillars of light came up. The elemental secret realm has officially begun. The entrance will be open for 8 hours. Only 8 of the 64 entrances are genuine. Everybody else had to walk them and guess. I summoned 64 three-eyed assassins and sent one into each. I found a real door in about 4 minutes, and I noticed something on the way in that has bothered me ever since. The 8 true entrances map onto the 8 trigrams. Qian is metal, Kun is earth. That is a Chinese arrangement in an alternate dimension made by something that was here before humans were professionals. Earth and this world are connected. I have been collecting evidence for that since a school courtyard, and I have never once been able to put it down. The realm has levels, and each level has one idea. Earth was mole beasts hiding inside the ground with nothing showing but two small eyes the exact color of the dirt around them. You do not spot them, you step on them. At the bottom of it was a rock giant dragon at rank 55, 640,000 constitution, 90% physical reduction and 90% elemental reduction, and killing it took long enough that a mountain range in that realm no longer exists. The Earth Spirit Orb it dropped gives 10,000 across all attributes, 50% Earth resistance, a free Earth skill, 10% better odds at the third job change, and it fuses with other orbs. Metal was an endless sea of gold where the local soldiers reforged their own spears out of the ground when you break them, and metal was where I lost a shadow. Gold-eating insects, 50 centimeters long, pathetic stats, absolutely no threat by any reading of the numbers. And they ignore physical defense and magical defense completely and take 90% less damage from everything. They ate a shadow serpent with 100,000 points across the board, alive, in front of me, and there was nothing about it I could stop. That was the first time something many times weaker than me killed one of mine. I have thought about those insects more than I have thought about most of the bosses. Water was an island under siege from a completely still ocean, shrimp soldiers and crab generals coming up out of water that never moved, at level 31 with stats past 5 million. Wood was the one that stayed with me. The treants do not attack, not unless you enter their territory. And they are arranged in stages, like an exhibit somebody built. First, the rooted ones, standing where they grew, guarding. Then the ones that had learned to walk, and you could tell just by watching them move that walking was new and that they were delighted about it. And then a village, wooden temples, paths worn between them, visible differences in status between the ones at the center and the ones at the edge. I killed all of them, floor by floor, without stopping. The boss was a 1,000-armed wood dragon, with 99% physical reduction and 99% magical reduction. And standing in front of that, I finally said out loud the thing I had been circling for 2 levels. The difficulty in here is not scaled to the party, it is being tuned, at me, specifically. Fire was the Lava Lord, and I have a strange respect for it. It is the only boss in that entire realm that did not talk, did not posture, did not announce anything. It surfaced and attacked within seconds. So I hid my aura the way Bai Chi taught me, and killed it from behind, because it had earned better than a fair fight. Somewhere else entirely, an old man was watching all of it through a crystal ball, and he was dying while he did it. I hope you succeed, otherwise it is another long wait. The 5th level forces everyone into a central chamber, and when I got there, the 3 prodigies arrived behind me, with 12 Koreans on their heels who had followed them the entire way and let them clear the road. People of the Dragon Kingdom, we are giving you a chance. Hand over everything, and we will let you live. 1 chains of imprisonment took the entire squad, including their captain, who fought with his fists and was genuinely good. They threatened an international incident. Then they named a Chable. Darkness Blade. Lu Ming and Chen Nan and Xia Mo had been loud and casual with me all morning. They were quiet and careful with me after that, and they stayed that way, and I understood exactly why and did not try to fix it. Then the chamber's boss woke up, and it was a holy light white tiger, and its counterattack reflected all 200 and some chains straight back into my face. Its holy light domain had to be beaten down before its regeneration could be beaten, which is the same shape of problem as the turtles, and took the same solution, only louder. 50 million experience and the light spirit orb. Level 6 was under a blood moon, and it was built entirely out of ambushes. Dark ravens that split into dozens of smaller ones when struck. Shadow werewolves, patient enough to follow me for a kilometer without moving wrong once. And then a dark-winged demon dragon at rank 60, 99% physical reduction, 99% magical reduction, and immune to dark damage. My entire kit is dark damage. Its dragon domain stopped even my chains, and I stood in that thing for a minute and a half getting nothing done, and understood that this was the actual test. So I stopped trying to break it with power. I put hundreds of 3-eyed mages on it doing 1% each and let them grind the domain's energy budget down to nothing, because a domain is not a wall, it is a battery. Then its owner arrived, demonized sage, Qi Wu Shang, rank 60, hooded, red-eyed, and his attributes did not appraise at all. He fought me to a standstill with his hands. Not with power, with skill. He read my openings, and I read his, and neither of us landed anything clean for a long time. Human, I did not expect your combat skill to be this good. That is the only compliment I have ever received in the middle of trying to kill somebody, and I have kept it. And when I asked him about the tuning, about the difficulty being scaled at me, he genuinely did not know what I was talking about, which meant he was not the one doing it, which meant somebody was doing it over his head, in his own realm, without telling him. 80 million experience, a heart of the elements, a legendary weapon called the Crimson Blade, the Dark Spirit Orb, and behind him, a palace with an old man on a throne in it, withered, kind-faced, and only a fragment of a soul. His body was destroyed fighting a Devil King an unthinkable number of years ago, and the entire elemental secret realm is the last of what he had left. I did not soften my opening question. Unsolicited kindness is either a scheme or a robbery. State your purpose. He told me. Countless ages ago, the demons came down on his people and forced them to search for something. To make them useful searchers, they rewrote the rules of that world and turned its inhabitants into professionals, with levels and classes and dungeons. The same rules we have. A goddess told him, before the end, that the world has already been destroyed hundreds of times, that the abyss has done this before and will do it again, and that if this attempt fails, they will simply begin the next reincarnation and try once more. What they are searching for is the Tower of Babel, and whoever holds it can cross dimensions. And the reason they farm us instead of exterminating us in one stroke is worse than the exterminating would be. They discovered that if you pen a species up for a while and then kill it, the tower shows a trace. They are not fighting a war, they are running an experiment, repeatedly, on the whole species, and the negative energy we generate while it happens feeds them. His request was simple, and he had no way to enforce any of it. Find the tower, take the Dominator's power, drive them out, and bury his ashes at home. The Crimson Blade was a gift, not a payment. The space came apart behind me as I walked out of it. Wang Tung came to find me 2 days later, and Tantai Mingyue had sent him, which she also will not admit. He wanted the Flying Bull. That is a level 45 world boss that specifically hides from anyone above level 45, which is a rule written by somebody with a sense of humor, because the only people who can kill it are the people it will not come near. It has spatial escape skills. He had been hunting it for 8 months, and this was his last window before his advancement deadline. The deal was 1 golden eye for him, everything else mine. That fight was not a fight, it was a list of exits. Broken Void swallowed my crescent hole. Rebound turned 200 of my own chains around and dropped them on my head like a rain of spears. Etherealization made my blades pass through it as though it were weather. And when I finally landed a full Dark Night Storm on it, a mustard seed space opened and ate the entire storm. Then it ran out of exits, and I was already there. 80 million experience, a red tier divine ox staff, an egg, and 3 golden eyes. Wang Tung's hands were not steady when he took his. 8 months. He had a dragon, a dean, a family that owns a district of the capital, and he had spent 8 months failing at the one thing standing between him and the rest of his career. Wang Xingyu, I owe you for this. If you ever need anything, come to Super God Academy and ask for me. 12 Knights of the Holy See were waiting for us on the way out, in second-tier gear that changed color when it moved, and the first thing they did was seal 10 miles of space so that Wang Teng's portals stopped working. Their captain quoted our own proverb at us. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind the mantis. Their extreme defense wall bounced my energy bullets. Their night domain stopped Wang Teng's space blade and then his black hole, and he had to open his truncate void realm to crack it, which he had been saving. Then I gave them the other half of the proverb. There is also a saying about using a plan against a plan. Because they had scanned my summons on approach and read them as mediocre, under 10,000 attributes each, and had built their entire operation around that number. They were dark-armored, three-eyed warriors, and I had been holding the buff off on purpose since before they sealed the space. Their captain spent his last breath promising me his bishop. Then the sky over the 5th line went black. An abyss leader was coming down, and the thing that assembled itself into a 1,000-foot skull directly over my head was one I had met before, at a school examination, wearing a smaller face. Human, I will imprison you in the abyss and use you to light the lamp. I put a dozen shadow slashes into that skull and shapeshifted back to Huaxia University in the middle of my own sentence, which I recommend as a way to end an argument. Bai Qi took one look at me when I landed and reached into my chest. He pulled out a dark red skull made of black smoke, a seed of jealousy, planted in me during the Tower of Trials in the same hour the Chen family young master got his, and activated the moment I first stepped into outer heaven. That is how the abyss had been finding me, every time. The frog at the boundary, the skull that woke up in the dark, all of it. I had been carrying a light on my back for 4 months. I handed him the crimson blade to change the subject. He laughed out loud, which I had not heard him do. Legendary equipment is not personal property in this world. It is a national asset. There are countries that have never forged one in their entire history, and there was a period when the empires treated them the way my old world treated warheads. And it could be fully restored. Yu Haisheng arrived at the pavilion the next morning, god of magic, one of the 9 war gods, and he spent the first 6 minutes of our acquaintance trying to introduce me to his granddaughter. Then Bai Qi told me the actual business, and he did not soften it, which I have always respected him for. The leadership had put him and Liu Bolong in charge of this year's professional tournament. The tournament brings every top professional in the world into one place, and the ancient god cult quietly kills every peerless genius who surfaces anywhere on the planet. I intend to use this to draw them out, and you are the bait. Understood. I will make sure the mission succeeds. And after I left the room, he said something to Yu Haisheng that I only learned about later. He is my disciple. They held the formal ceremony back until after the tournament, so that the trouble that comes with that name would not arrive early. I attended my first ever class that week, which, at 19, is a strange sentence to write. It was about creating skills instead of buying them. Liu Qianqian asked the room why the Empire pushes invention over scrolls, and the room did not answer, and I walked in halfway through the question, which did not help my reputation as the arrogant one who never attends. Because of creation, I said, because of thinking ahead, and most of all, so that it is ours instead of borrowed. Half the class laughed at me. The teacher said I was right. My assignment was to clear the level 35 super large Dark Demon Palace, and to upgrade it first, which requires 10 dark gems plus 10 each of fire, earth, metal, water, wood, lightning, wind, and light. Payment on success. An opportunity to enter the Tower of Babel. I read the dungeon file and did the arithmetic. The dark gem drops at 1% solo. 10 of them is 1,000 runs. 1,000 runs is the entire 4 years of my degree and then some, which told me what the assignment actually was. They were not testing whether I could clear a dungeon. Bai Qi had hinted more than once at people who carry what he called great luck, and this was the school quietly checking whether I was one. A man who woke up in somebody else's body in another world does not have bad luck. Whatever else I have that. Then I read 720 books in 1 week and paid 12,000 points for the privilege, and I would do it again. Dark Demon Palace had Super God Academy sitting on it when I arrived. That is the 3rd blockade, from the 3rd family, and by then I had stopped being surprised and started being bored. Their man was Huangfu Shenghua, a previous national top scorer, legendary overlord class, whose ultimate transfers 10% of every teammate's attributes onto himself for half an hour. Stuck at 45 preparing his second change. And, underneath all of it, one of Nanggong Waner's suitors, which is the real reason he was standing in that doorway. So you are Wang Xingyu, the one who offended Waner's brother. It was not him that stung, it was the crowd. A few hundred students, most of them from families with nothing, watched an aristocrat close a public dungeon and took his side out of pure habit. Ordinary people should do what ordinary people are supposed to do. I have been called worse things by better people. You want to be somebody's dog and use me to make the introduction? Find another door. And then, because the crowd was listening, I said the other part. Powerful families, wealthy clans. They are all just the steps I walk up. The record board over that entrance had 10 entries on it, and all 10 belonged to the Ancient Academy or Super God Academy, full teams, and the best of them was 18 hours, 23 minutes. Dark Demon Palace is 9 dark gray islands on suspended bridges, arranged 3 by 3, and every row, column, and diagonal adds up to 15. Somebody built that place as a puzzle box, and then filled it with monsters as an afterthought. The first island grows devouring fruit that ripen and hatch the instant something living comes near, and they absorb energy to evolve, which means using skills on them makes them stronger. Huang Fu, Shenghua's team, had to clear that grove with basic attacks only, swinging weapons at fruit for 2 hours. I froze the entire grove and walked through it. The second island hides everything inside a black swamp. I spent the monster's skills first by throwing mage volleys at nothing, and then pulled the tentacle rats out with a storm because they are curious, and curiosity is a mechanic. The third had a demon-absorbing Bat King, whose splitting is a passive with no cooldown and which cannot be damaged while it splits. The official strategy is to grind 2/3 of its energy off over several hours. I noticed the split bats were a projection. Then I looked up at a sky with thousands of blood-red clouds in it, over a kilometer up, and found the one cloud that was a shade darker than the rest. One blink, one crescent. The fourth had a wolf king who gathers 1,000 flame demon wolves under one shared energy shield a kilometer across, which sounds terrifying until you realize he has just made 1,000 wolves into a single target. The eighth had a storm lightning eagle throwing lightning across the whole island indiscriminately, so I could not close on it, and whose eggs have dropped fewer than 100 times in the recorded history of the dungeon. And while I was working through those islands, something happened outside that I did not arrange. Li Xiong, the martial arts fanatic who had knelt in front of 1,000 people, overheard Su Yixuan and Liu Jun talking in outer heaven, and worked out that following me was the only road he had left. The crowd around him filled in the rest of his story out loud, the way crowds do. His talent is Gold-Devouring Beast, 10 times all attributes per level, which is one of the strongest multipliers anyone has ever seen, and which is officially rated among the 10 most useless talents in the Empire, because it also costs 10 times the experience per level. His family spent everything on him. Then they worked out what they had bought and cut him loose. So he became a maniac. He kills monsters day and night, alone, on a schedule that would break most professionals, purely to outrun a number. And even the people who mock everything else about him do not mock that. He stands to Su Yixuan and Liu Jun and asked how to join. The interview was 4 questions long. Have you ever killed anyone? Yes, all of them deserved it. What about your parents? I am not strong enough yet, so I put up with it. Then Liu Jun offered him a guard appointment and explained honestly that it could never be cancelled by him, only by me, which means handing your life to a stranger. He took it. Li Xiong, level 30. 169,000 strength. 5 times stacked on top of his own 10 times, which means every single level he gains from now on is worth 5,000 points across the board. The talent that ruined his life turned into the best one in the group, and he found out standing in a dungeon queue. The Storm Lightning Eagle has a blind spot, and it is behind its own head, but only while it is holding a sustained skill. So I waited until it committed to a lightning field, walked around it, and finished it there. It dropped an egg. Feed it dark energy crystals, and it hatches and grows, maximum level 90, and I put it in my bag with a very specific question in mind. Does the Shadow Monarch talent work on something that is alive? I have still not answered that question, and I think about it constantly. Then I got to the palace itself, and it does not match the rest of the dungeon at all. Black stone, a European arch tens of feet high, 2 dark angel statues that never activated no matter what I did to them, and behind the gate, a red carpeted corridor with Roman columns and moonlight coming in from a sky that is not outside. I pushed the gate and got a face full of dust that had been settling since before the Empire existed. The Dark Guardians work in squads of 30, and they are the first enemy in months who were designed by somebody who understood my class. Enormous defense, a taunt that reflects damage back at you, a crescent called Netherworld Waning Moon that absorbs buffs off whatever it touches, and reflection rotation, which is a shield that mirrors your attack straight back into your face. My Shadow Serpent's poisonous breath came back at me at full strength, so I stopped opening with damage. I interrupted the rotation, swept them off their feet with a tail, and shadow slashed the moment the shields dropped. And the buff-stealing crescent did nothing at all to dark armor. I had read that immunity line 30 times, and I still had not appreciated it. Complete immunity to negative status does not mean I resist your debuff. It means your debuff does not happen. I took all 30 of them, and at 40 times amplification, their attributes came out over 100,000 across the board. My panel at that point read Shadow Archmage, rank 31, 27,500 base, with 9,423,000 stacked on every attribute. Dark Domain at 2,024 of 2,560. The only thing I was annoyed about was that the passives of Shadow Monarch and Monarchic Overlord do not stack with each other. Two divine rank talents in one body, and they refuse to be in the same room. The 9th floor is an open plaza under a blood moon with 49 Roman columns around it, and there was a figure sitting on the moon. Two bright green scimitars, jet black wings, a lion's tail, ram horns as black as ink with patterns cut into them. Dark red eyes looking down at me the way you look at weather. Human, I did not expect you to arrive this quickly. Leviathan, envy, one of the 7. And then it explained the joke to me, because these things cannot help themselves. The consciousness clone unlocks only if you clear the first 8 floors fast. That is the entire condition. Move quickly, and you unlock a boss whose purpose is to kill whoever unlocked it. The reward for being talented is a thing built specifically to end talented people. Leviathan, are you a clone or something else? You actually know the word clone? It sounded genuinely startled. Then it started laughing, and it was delighted, and it told me it had been a long time since a human race prodigy had been fun. Rank 40, 260,000 strength, 230,000 agility, skills hidden, characteristics hidden. For reference, a strong human being with good equipment at that stage runs 20 to 30,000. Its crescent moon blade came in like industrial machinery, both scimitars spinning, and my energy barrier threw sparks and held. Then it simply swung its arm and threw me across the plaza. My barrier broke, and I took real damage, and I sat in the rubble genuinely offended, because that was not a skill. That was strength. That was the level of raw combat ability something at that rank is supposed to have, and mine was not there yet. I got one important thing out of it mid-fight, and I got it by being annoying. Do you not know that the fight here is synchronized with my main body? Then it caught itself. You will get nothing else out of me. When I kill you, it will find out anyway. Which told me everything I needed. It was operating strictly inside the rules of the dungeon, which meant nothing outside the dungeon could reach me until the copy ended. Its last move was a ball of dark red lightning between the horns, and it was very proud of it, and it told me my skills were useless right up until the Shadow Slash landed behind it. 9.5 million experience. Leviathan's Essence Blood, 5,000 to every attribute. 2 Thunder Horns, legendary weapon material, a Talent Stone, and a Dark Gem. 6 Talent Stones and 1 Fragment. 4 more stones and my Shadow Monarch talent advances again, and it is the only divine rank talent in the world that anybody knows of. Then the bell rang. The leaderboard in the dungeon hall shoots a column of gold light into the sky when a record falls, and there had been a crowd outside that entrance for a day and a half. Is that Huangfu Shenghua's team? Could it be Wang Xingyu? Brother, what are you even thinking? A figure walked out of the entrance, then it turned around and walked straight back in. Where did he go? Am I seeing things? No, he went back inside. Wang Xingyu cleared the Hell difficulty Dark Demon Palace in 5 hours, 22 minutes, and 13 seconds. Previous best, 13 hours. I went back in because I wanted the gems, and I ran the whole thing on 1 skill. Dark Night Storm, once per island, at 40 times amplification. Nothing on any floor survived being in the weather. I killed the Storm Lightning Eagle by punching through its barrier and slashing, and it dropped the egg again, because the faster you kill something, the better it pays. And Leviathan, without the consciousness clone in it, died to 1 punch. That is the whole fight. 1 punch. 2 million experience, some rhinoceros horns, a second job advancement certificate. I stood there in a plaza under a blood moon, feeling genuinely wistful about a devil king, which is not a sentence I ever expected to think. 3 hours, 26 minutes, 49 seconds. The crowd outside handled that one about how you would expect. Somebody said out loud that he wanted to be jealous and could not manage it because the gap was too wide to feel anything about. 2 hours, 4 minutes, 39 seconds. Nobody reacted to that one at all. They had gone numb. The consensus in the hall by then was that the only person who was ever going to break that record was me. And that is the exact state the crowd was in when Huangfu Shenghua came out. His whole team came through the entrance at once, arms up, shouting, "Captain, 18 hours and 5 minutes. We broke the Ancient Academy's record." It is only a record. Is all this necessary? That is normal. For most of these people, breaking a record is a dream they will never touch. And the crowd said nothing. Not booing, not applause. Several hundred people standing there in complete silence, watching him, waiting. He told me afterward, much later, that it was the worst 30 seconds of his life. No cheering. No admiration, just anticipation from every direction and no idea what for. Then he turned around and read the board. First place, Wang Xingyu, 2 hours, 4 minutes, 39 seconds. Sixth place, Huangfu Shenghua, 18 hours, 4 minutes, 51 seconds. His teammates were still gloating behind him. They had not looked at the board yet. One of them was in the middle of explaining to the crowd how far out of reach the record was for ordinary students. All of you, shut up. Several hundred people put their hands over their mouths at the same time. I was not there for any of it. I was asleep in a rented villa with the curtains shut. 10 more days of farming got me to level 32 and 9 dark gems. 9. The 10th would not drop. I ran that palace until the sight of red carpet made me tired, and the 10th gem simply refused to exist. And eventually, I put the assignment down and went to the training ground instead. Room 7 again. I asked the assistant for an energy shield around the whole room, because by that point I had stopped assuming nobody was watching. 10 hours of growing and shrinking. Celestial manifestation, level 32. Turn into a 20 Zhang giant, which is a little over 60 meters. All attributes times 32. Physical and magical damage taken down 73%. Elemental resistance up 73%. 9,600 spirit every second. Even with my pool, I could hold it for a little over 10 minutes. Innate skills are supposed to take years to master. I did not know that when I started, and I am glad, because I would have expected less of myself. There were messages waiting when I came out. Boss, where are you? The professional tournament starts tomorrow. Which province are we registering in? Yi Xuan and I both hit level 30. What was that surprise you mentioned? And, at the bottom, from Liu Jun. There is something I forgot to tell you. I have taken Li Xiong as my personal guard. Then the panic message. You have to have completed a first job advancement to enter. Level 30 is not eligible. Li Xiong was the one who fixed it, and the tip he gave them is the reason he is worth his slot. When you change jobs at 30, one of your skills converts into an innate skill, which means the skill you happen to be holding at that moment matters more than anything else you will ever do. And the more powerful and practical it is, the better, because innate skills improve across the board and cost almost nothing. He had been buying scrolls for 2 years specifically for that moment. A man whose family threw him away had worked out the single highest leverage decision available in a professional's career, and had been quietly preparing for it alone. I gave him 2 dragon serpent galls at the pavilion. He stared at them for a long time. He had drained most of his parents' savings, and spent a year gathering materials himself to get his own odds up to 60%. Su Yixuan came out of it a legendary master. Absolute control over anything he controls, 200% more skill damage and control strength. His innate skill is 100 refinement sword formation, 100 flying swords, 300% mental damage each, and 5,000% combined. Liu Jun came out a legendary great sage. Sage's aura, everyone within a mile, double healing, 150% more skill damage, 30% more attributes, 30% less damage taken, and immunity to crowd control, for 100 spirit a second and no cooldown. The boy who spent an entire dungeon queue being told a sage has no damage and no healing now hands out both to everyone within a mile at once. We registered in Ning City, my hometown and a 4th-tier city that has never had anything. Liu Jun was insufferable about having called it. Yi Xuan, I was right, was I not? The boss registered at home. Underneath Ning City at that same hour, the mayor was standing in a basement. I did not know that then. I learned it later, and when I did, a lot of things stopped being confusing. Luo Qisheng was down there looking at his own son in a jar. The fusion was very successful. The illusionary demon eyes had reached the middle of the legendary rank, and to go further, they would need legendary rank material. There were 4 more jars beside that one, all at legendary level. How is the potion extraction going? Complete. And then he went further down. There is an elevator under that lab. It swings on its cable, the lights flicker, and the space around it does not behave. At the bottom there is a natural cave with a rusted bronze gate set into the wall, covered in patterns, with 3 characters above it that nobody has ever been able to read. He opened his finger and let blood fall into the recess. Behind the gate is a starry sky, and in the starry sky there is a single golden eye large enough to fill it. He went down on his knees without deciding to. The professional tournament begins tomorrow. I would like my son to lead the team. Permitted. The Ning City Arena is a steel thing built with open-work walls big enough for hundreds of thousands of people watching several matches at once, and the mayor's office had put a bounty of 1 million on anyone who brought glory to the city. The age rules produced the funniest 20 minutes of the entire tournament. First advancement under 40, second under 70. Then somebody worked out that both figures were in the traditional reckoning, which puts everyone a year older than they thought they were, and a section of the crowd discovered they had aged out that morning. Why did they not say that clearly? It is the one time this thing is held in my own country. The next one is in 60 years. If our generation misses it, the next generation will not. At the registration desk, the clerk wrote down my name and profession, assumed I was making fun of him, and scanned me. Wang Xingyu, 18, Shadow Archmage, freshman at Huaxia University. He read it twice. 18, level 31. Then Liu Jun, 18, Great Sage. Su Yixuan, 18, Master Controller. Li Xiong, 19, Martial Arts Grandmaster. He watched the 4 of us walk away, and he was still holding the pen up. Then a girl in a beige dress came over. Brother Xingyu, are you still hiring? Yeah. What are you doing here? Liu Jun told me later that both he and Su Yixuan physically turned to look at each other, because apparently that is not how a person is supposed to greet a girl who has crossed a country to find him. Her family had refused to let her enter. The finals are on Penglai Immortal Island, which sits in a sea full of things, and her grandfather had said no, so she ran away from home. The preliminary rules went up on the screen. Individually, 15 players a group survive the burning of an incense stick while 100 low-level demons chase you, or kill 5 to clear early. For teams, 3 teams a group, kill 50 while 150 chase you, under half an hour. That sounds brutal, and it is designed to be. It eliminates 99% of entrants and does not inconvenience a prodigy at all, which is exactly what it is for. Then Luo Shangsheng cut the line. Dark red hair, dark gold armor, mayor's son, and the entire queue folded out of his way like a curtain. Friend, if you think I am a fool, move aside. Liu Jun did not move. Dude, first come, first served. In Ning City, among people our age, you are probably the first one who has ever spoken to me like that. If you do not apologize, you will pay for it. Really, do not worry, we can afford it. Let your captain speak. His words are my opinion. Luo Shangsheng looked at me for a while, and I watched him read whatever it is people read off me now. Very good, I will remember you. Then he told the queue ahead of him to make way, and it did, and every person in it smiled while doing it. The people he offends never end well, and the interesting part is that nobody has ever been able to produce evidence about any of it. Principal Wu Bing brought about 40 people down from Daying Middle School to sit in the stands and shout my name. My preliminary group had 15 of us in it, and the other 14 formed an alliance in the first 90 seconds and then decided what to do with me. Young man, what level are you? 31. That low, and he does not even have the sense to hurry up onto the stage. They worked out loud that a level 31 was no use to them, and that letting me fend for myself was the efficient play, which is true. One person objected. A level 35 water mage named Chen Siqi. We should let him join. We only get through this by working together. What do you know? A level 35 water mage who has never been on a battlefield. Keep talking and you are out too. She looked at me and apologized with her face, because there was nothing else she was allowed to do. Then they released the wolves, and the lead one picked out the boy standing alone at the edge of the arena and peeled off toward me, and the alliance was thrilled. That is a lucky break. Let him hold on a while, it improves our odds. I cast dark armor on the girl who had spoken up for me. Black flame, head to foot, in front of everyone. She read the description on her own screen twice, and then looked at me like I had handed her a house. Then I walked into the wolves. It took about 4 seconds. 5 kills clears the round, and 5 wolves went down without me changing pace, and I was already off the field before the incense had burned a third of the way. Behind me, 14 people exchanged one glance and had the same thought at the same time, and I have never seen regret arrive that fast in a group that size. Then they turned on the girl. Chen Siqi, you are out. Leave on your own or we will make you. Because passing does not extend to the people you were kind to. That is not a rule anybody wrote down. It is just how it goes. The wolves reached her first, and they piled onto her armor, and they could not get through it. They worked at it for a while, then they gave up and went to eat the alliance instead. There were a few rounds of that, Then the arena was empty except for one water mage in black flames who had done nothing all match except be decent to a stranger. Up in the box, Mayor Luo watched the whole thing and made a note. Whether it was the support or the attack power, it was well past what a legendary professional should manage, and he wanted to look into it further. That is the exact phrase. He wanted to study it further. I did not hear him say it for another 2 weeks, and it has stayed with me since. He ordered a banquet for the qualifiers that night. Luo Shangsheng's own preliminary took about 2 seconds. He stood still, his eyes widened, a red light flashed, and nearly 30 Gale Wolves came apart on the spot. Yu Yi grabbed my arm. That energy, it felt like space. Su Yixuan took his group in white robes with a sword case on his back, controlling 4 blades at once, and the stands screamed loud enough to interfere with the announcements. Yixuan, I did not know you were popular. If you are a limited release, you are always popular. And Liu Jun did not get drawn. Day 1, his name was not on the board. Day 2, he checked in the morning. Where is my name? Day 2, afternoon. Yu Ye is group 3. Li Xiong is group 5. Where am I? Wait until tomorrow, Su Yixuan said, patting his shoulder. Day 3, he got group 7 for individuals and group 6 for teams, which means he had to sit through the entire competition twice before getting to do anything. Just one more set. The people around us started moving their bags. That one has a screw loose. Please do not put me in his group. Yu Ye's round was over almost before it started. She threw a dark gold short sword, appeared where it landed, and Storm Jade wiped 5 wolves at point blank, and Su Yixuan turned to me with a completely new expression because he had not known she had spatial skills either. Li Xiong soloed the team round. 8 steps to heaven, mountain shaking palm, 1 hit each, 50 of them in under 2 minutes. Luo Xiangsheng watched that one from the walkway and said one thing before he left. Wang Xingyu, you wait. Over 3,000 individual entrants, 16 advanced. Over 500 teams, 3 advanced. Then the invitation came, and I accepted it before the man finished the sentence. Boss, Liu Jun said, why did you say yes to a banquet?
That is not like you at all. Be careful tonight. I want to check something. The mayor's residence has stone Tao Tia at the gate and staff in black and white, and that night it held the top 10 guilds in Ning City and every family with a name. Chen Jinyang was there, head of the Chen group, father of the young master who turned into something on a rock in the battlefield beyond the heavens, and of the girl who ground blood spirit jade into my admission certificate. He came over and made my team an offer. Full university expenses, all 4 years, for any of them who left me. Every one of them said no. Su Yixuan said it most politely. Sorry, I think I have a better future with the boss. A guild head named Tang Kui explained the real strategy to a colleague within my hearing, because people do that when they have decided you are already dead. They were not going after me. They were going after everyone around me, so that supporting me meant offending the mayor and the Chen family at once. No family guild would take that on, and nobody was going to spend protection on a boy from a slum. Is a genius who dies young still a genius? Then the mayor himself came over, warm as a fireplace, and made his ask. Ning City is 4th tier and stuck. To move up a rank, it needs a genius, and it needs exposure. His son's team had been assembled for precisely that. Would we advertise for our hometown and wear the outfit specially designed for the tournament? It had better not be green. It is not green. Then his son arrived with a bottle of fruit wine and an apology. Student Xing Yu, I was out of line the other day. Allow me to drink first, out of respect. He drank. So did we. All of us. I watched him work very hard to keep his face still while we did it. Liu Jun's verdict on the wine was that it had at least dozens of kinds of fruit in it, and that he wanted the name of the vineyard. On the way out, Chen Jinyang, who had been drinking longer than any of us, stopped in front of me. You offended the Chen family. You will not end well. Do not worry, I said. If he comes, I will bury him. And then I walked out into the street and finally said out loud what the whole evening had been. The mayor's office was not angry that I had talked back to his son. The mayor's office was using his son as a way to get me somewhere private. That was why they were being so pleasant. They were building distance between themselves and whatever was going to happen to me.
The provincial round was in Tianfu City, and we torn up in the outfits. I have seen a lot of things in two worlds. I have never been laughed at that thoroughly. Are they not embarrassed advertising their own city like that? Who came up with this? Liu Jun, quietly, without moving his mouth. Boss, have we been had? I agreed to it. There is nothing wrong with doing something for where you are from. Then I checked the clock. Of course, it also depends on how the mayor's office performs. With 10 minutes left before registration closed, Luo Xiangsheng's team walked in, not wearing them. Well, if it is not Wang Xingyu, what a loyal dog, so obedient. He wanted me to swing at him in front of officials and lose my entry. It was a good plan, and it was the first genuinely competent thing his family had done all week. I put a hand on Liu Jun's shoulder and answered him instead. Is that not the useless captain of a level 40 team? He is not even keeping up with a group of level 30s. The old man is no good, and it turns out the young one is no better. I might as well go home and take apart an abacus. You piece of trash. Yes, with my worthlessness. Luo Xiangsheng, you are barking like a dog, and you are not even good at it. Liu Jun stared at me for the rest of the walk to the desk, because in 11 years he had never heard the boy he grew up with talk like that. He does not know why. The Wang Xingyu he grew up with would not have. This one grew up somewhere else. After we register, I said, we change clothes. But we promised the mayor. He did not keep his half. Why should I keep mine? Because he is the mayor and that is how it works? I am not buying that. Yu Ye's contribution was one sentence, and she said it loudly. Handsome. That is exactly how it should be. Then we registered under Huaxia University instead of Ning City. Luo Xiangsheng found out at the board. Good, very good. Originally, you were going to get a quick death. It seems you do not have that kind of luck. Down in Ning City, the mayor read the same report and could not make it fit because his investigators had come back with a very confident profile. Kind-hearted, keeps his promises, would rather take a loss himself than break his word. They were describing a dead boy. They had researched the wrong person. Far away, 3 old men were drinking tea, and one of them was in a bad mood. Where is your granddaughter? Bai Qi asked. Which team is she competing with? I did not let her go. She snuck out anyway. So they bullied Liu Bolong into scrying, which he hates, and the compass showed a girl staring at somebody with an expression that made her grandfather put down his cup. They could only see the back of a young man in white robes. Then an explosive lion charged him, which is comparable to an intermediate demon, and one dark red energy ball ended it before it covered the distance. Strong. No wonder my granddaughter picked him. We will still have to test his character. Are you not afraid it is one-sided? Old Bai, you are a jinx. My granddaughter is outstanding. The number of people who have tried to get her attention would go around the planet several times. Then the young man in white turned around. How could it be that kid? Yu Heisheng had personally tried to introduce me to his granddaughter a month earlier, and I had turned him down flat because I wanted to fix myself before I was any use to anyone. So this is unrequited love. Old Bai, did you know the whole time? His back looked familiar, and I recognized the skill. For the record, I had no idea who her family was. None. She never mentioned it once. Not at the campfire, not in Ice Crown, not in a Demon Tide. If I had known, I would have behaved differently. And she knew that, which is exactly why she never told me. The tournament is global, and while we were changing out of advertising jerseys, other people were doing arithmetic. In a basement on the other side of the world, there were several hundred analysts, a president, and one of the 9 war gods of the United States. Their conclusion from the qualifying rounds was that the Dragon Nation had at least 20 players at legendary genius level in this cycle, and that the Ancient Academy and Super God Academy had not entered the qualifiers at all. Every few decades, our country produces a wave like that, and the word for it is a golden age. Assassination was off the table. They had tried that before, and it had gone poorly enough that it was still in the file. Let Sakura Country and South Korea do the sniping. I know there are professions they have not deployed. Should we use the same group again? I have my own plans for that. In the provincial finals, the Ojun finally got to fight against an ironclad demon bull in dark armor with a spiked club, and he put an energy hammer into it and followed with chain lightning and put it down himself. He talked about it for a week. We took the qualification and the teleportation stone to Penglai Immortal Island. Penglai Immortal Island sits in the East China Sea inside a permanent mist and there are smaller islands floating above the main one, and a waterfall 3,000 feet high that falls off nothing. There is a wall a few hundred feet high standing between the island and the water, and while we crossed the bridge, something the size of a district swam past underneath us without surfacing. Immortal Mountain is in the middle. Liu Jun stood on the bridge staring up at it and asked whether immortals had actually lived there once, and nobody had an answer. Everything on that island is free for contestants for 7 days. Food, hotels, every attraction on it. Is it free for spectators too? It costs money. Only participants are free. He has never gotten over that. Then we found the challenge leaderboards, and Su Yixuan stopped listening to anything else. 5 boards, open to the entire world. Strength, speed, reflexes, jumping, skill damage. Split between first and second advancement, and a first advancement player is allowed to challenge the second advancement board if he thinks he can. 3 hours to hold a position, 3 attempts per item. First place gets 3 heavenly heart fruits, 2,000 across all attributes each. Second gets 2, third gets 1, down to 10th, which gets you 500. Su Yixuan needed those more than any of us. His whole build is a multiplier on a small base, and a multiplier on a small number is still a small number. There was a Russian team next to us, and their professor was telling them the same thing in a much better voice. Be serious. You are the best in your country. There are countless of these in the world, and the Dragon Kingdom would not offer rewards like that unless the difficulty justified it. The boards themselves sit on floating islands surrounded by 10 times gravity, and you have to reach them under your own power. That is the first filter, and nobody announces it. Hundreds of contestants and spectators stood at that cliff edge and could not leave the ground. A level 40 high-level warrior went up and fell before he was halfway, because the gravity increases the closer you get. If you cannot get onto the island, you do not qualify to be on the board. That is the whole rule. Then the South Korean witches arrived, and the crowd made way without being asked. A staff member called after them that if they failed the ascent, they should not resist the fall. Kim Do-ra did not turn around. We will not fail. Then all of them went up, straight up, effortlessly, on telekinesis alone. Yu Ye checked my eyes at that exact moment. I know because I felt her do it. Then she relaxed, which I did not understand for another month. Luo Shangsheng's team cut in front of 40 people and flew up. Then hours went. Li Xiong left the ground like something released from a bow. Liu Jun chased him. Su Yixuan rode a sword up. Yu Ye threw her short sword ahead of her and covered hundreds of meters at a time in flashes. I thought about the top of the island and was standing on it. Boss, Liu Jun said, arriving last and out of breath. That is not fair. You left after all of us and got here first. Behind us, a section of the crowd was talking. Who are they? That young, with that kind of strength? It is the mysterious East. That place is full of people nobody has heard of. The strength board is a stone tablet a few hundred feet high. You hit it at the bottom and the number goes up at the top. 10th place needed 100,000 jin. First place needed 1,000,000. There are warriors over level 40 who are not on that list. Is the Dragon Kingdom deliberately making it impossible? Every genius in the world is standing here. Getting onto that board means you are one of the strongest people alive. It is supposed to be impossible. A witch went first and put up 120,000, and the crowd made a lot of noise about that. Then Kim Do-ra went 810,000. Then 850. Then 910,000. Second place standard on a first advancement body. Luo Shangsheng's mage went up and got 35,000, then 42, then 39, and I watched his captain's face go dark. His assassin got 55,000 and could feel exactly where that look was coming from. Their strongest managed 150, and that is where I picked up the thread that unraveled the whole thing. Because I could feel the energy in those 4. It was enormous. It was far past what they were producing, and it was sitting in them like water in a sealed bottle, and they could not get at it. Not their own power. I have thought about a lot of unpleasant things in this world. That one arrived with its own conclusion attached, and I stood in a crowd at a sports event and hoped very hard that I was wrong, because if I was right, the mayor's family had earned everything that was coming. Liu Jun put up 450,000, which is remarkable for a support class, and which is entirely down to how he trains. Li Xiong put up 720,000, and he did not celebrate. He stood there looking at the number for a while, because that number was the first step of a very long argument with a family that threw him away. Su Yixuan put up 920,000 and the plaza erupted because that was the highest score anyone had posted and because he is 18. Kim Do-ra noticed. She had been in first place for about 6 minutes. Yu Ye declined to try, which I respect. She knows exactly what she is and is not. Then I walked up. The square went quiet on its own. I did not do anything to make it happen. One punch. The shockwave kept moving across the face of that tablet after the sound stopped, and then a bell rang somewhere above the island that people call the 9-day bell, and it went out over the whole island and every board on it. 3,560,000 jin. That is a first advancement result. A first advancement result. It does not matter which academy he is from. That is not a normal number. They are not in the same category as him. And in the stands, in a dozen different sections, people who were not there for the sport wrote it down and sent it on. Yu Ye's first reaction was to worry that we would be mocked for having only one entry that mattered, which is a very Yu Ye thing to worry about. Then go and take the speed board, I told her. With your speed, first place is not a question. Liu Jun offered his own solution. Sister Ye, it is simple. Just become the boss, and the problem solves itself. She tapped him on the head. You talk too much. Then Kim Do-ra came over and introduced herself properly. Level 45 Witch. Wang Xingyu, Great Qin Empire. Level 31 Shadow Archmage. She hit it well, not perfectly. Are you interested in a match with me? I do not compete for nothing. She had already guessed that. I saw it land. Simple. The loser serves the winner as their master. Do you dare? Yu Ye grabbed my hand and told me not to, and she was right to. A witch's strength is not her body. It is telekinesis, and at her level, it can put out attacks dozens of times heavier than her stat line suggests. Backing out? I accepted. I do not go back on things. Good. I like decisive men. She produced a contract scroll, which is not a piece of paper. It is priceless, and once it is signed, nobody can break it. Not her, not me. Not a war god. We pricked our fingers and pressed our hands to it, and a golden formation swallowed the whole thing. I will be waiting for you on the skill damage board. Liu Jun did the arithmetic on the walk over and got there before I expected him to. With her methods, whoever holds Kim Do-ra holds most of South Korea's rising generation. And behind us, the Sakura country section was doing arithmetic of its own. South Korea had made their move. They could not be seen to fall behind. The skill damage board spawns level 45 turtle demons. Almost no attack, absurd defense, and they come in grades. Normal, then enhanced, elite, enhanced elite, boss, lord, and finally, boss. Kill one within a second, and the difficulty rises a step. 3 attempts at each step. To take first place, you have to one-shot a boss-grade intermediate demon, which is something a strong first advancement professional can theoretically do, and which plenty of second advancement professionals cannot. Kim Do-ra one-shot the low-level demon, then the boss-rank low demon, easily, and the crowd loved it. The enhanced elite intermediate demon took everything she had. You could see her holding it. And for the intermediate boss, she spent her trump card. She came off the ground, crimson lightning ran down from all 10 fingers into the stone, and she said one word. Whatever that was, it wrapped the turtle in something that behaved like a very small collapse, and when the light cleared, there was no turtle, and she was on her knees on the platform, breathing like a swimmer. They offered her the leader grade. I give up. First place. Your turn, Wang Xingyu. They are not going to make me wait 3 hours before starting, are they? The crowd read that instantly, and read it wrong. I thought he was somebody. He saw her score, and now he is looking for the door. Luo Xiangsheng stood up in the stands so that his voice would carry. Wang Xingyu, are you stalling so you can back out of your bet? Do not embarrass the empire. No, I said to the platform official, not to him. I am trying to get more out of it for my people. The 3-hour hold is what pays. Whoever is on that board when the clock runs out takes the fruits, and I wanted the clock, not the ranking. Kim Do-ra refused the delay. Those things are valuable, but I would rather add you to my ledger right now. Which was her decision, and which meant I no longer had to be polite about any of it. I started at Enhanced Elite Intermediate, because starting at the bottom would have taken all afternoon. Energy Bullet, 1 shot. Leader Grade, 1 shot. Lord Grade Intermediate, 1 shot. Luo Xiangsheng actually relaxed when he saw me use the same skill a 3rd time, and told the people around him how arrogant it was, and then watched the number on the board and stopped talking mid-sentence. Then they brought out a nearly 20-foot armored dragon turtle, boss grade, advanced demon, 1 energy bullet. Kim Do-ra, fulfill the contract. She had a fallback ready, and she said it with a very straight face. I will, and after this competition, I am going home to South Korea. Which is a genuinely clever answer. A master with no way to give orders is a title. She would call me boss on paper and go home and never think about it again. Unfortunately for her, that scroll was signed on both sides, and I had not told her what I was. We went up onto a deserted peak for it, and she braced herself. She has admitted since that she went up there planning to absorb whatever humiliation was coming and to remember it in detail for as long as it took. Do not resist, I said, monarchic overlord. The phantom in the yellow robe with the 5-clawed dragon came up behind me, and a golden beam came down on her, and every attribute she owned went up 10 times. She stood in that light with her arms half raised for a good while. She thought she had outmaneuvered me, is how Liu Jun tells it, and he is not wrong. But he is missing the part that mattered. I did not expect you to have this in reserve, she said. This is not me winning, this is both of us winning. Then I sold it to her properly, because I did not want a servant. You want your own base of power. You do not want to spend the next 30 years as somebody's ornament while men with money decide which alliance you get married into. She did not answer that, which was an answer. You can appoint 100 personal guards, 5 times attributes each. You collect 1/10 of theirs, and it stacks. Each of them appoints 1,000 soldiers at double. What is your actual purpose? Simple. I want a power base of my own. I am preparing for something. She thought about that for a while, standing on a rock above an ocean full of things. How should I address you? The same as those 3? Whatever you like. No, I want my own. I will call you boss. Fine. Second only to the emperor and above everybody else. I could see her already trying the shape of it on. And I know exactly which historical figure she was thinking about, because she told me later, and she was not joking. The finals are held at the summit of Immortal Mountain, and the only way up is a plaza with thousands of golden steps on it. They call it the Heavenly Ladder, and I had climbed one of those before, at a much smaller scale, with foreign students camping the top of it. This one pushes down harder the higher you go, and the last 100 steps raise the pressure another grade every 10 steps. Yuye had trouble on that climb, real trouble, the kind where the next step is a decision. Liu Jun started to say something to me about it, and then stopped, because he has decided that I always have a plan, and it is easier for him that way. I looked up that staircase at the venue and thought about what my teacher had told me a month earlier. They were very well prepared. Board challenges that flush out every hidden talent in the world. A ladder that measures exactly how much anyone has left. An island in the middle of the sea, days away from any help, with every prodigy on the planet standing on it at once. If you wanted to catch something that eats geniuses, you would build this. The venue at the top is shaped like a bird's nest, and there were 2,048 individual entrants in it. The draw is global, and it pairs the ends against each other, so number 1 fights number 2,048. 4 days of rounds to reach the top 64, then 2 days of finals. I drew 128. Yuye drew 1,560. Team match, 1,024. Liu Jun drew 1,028. I am so far back. You might genuinely be the last person to walk onto that stage, Su Yixuan said, and he sounded like he had been waiting all week to say it. My first opponent was a Brahmin fighter, and he arrived with his whole speech ready. I will beat you in one move and make your dragon kingdom a laughingstock. My country is the strongest in the world. Then he threw a golden wheel blade, and it split into dozens of spinning chakrams, which was genuinely beautiful and would have taken most of that bracket apart. I appeared behind him and used Shadow Slash. He went down and curled up and lost all the color in his face, and what he said afterward was not about pain. It felt like his soul was being torn. I surrender. I surrender. There is no arguing with a man who has just found out that the thing under his skin can be reached. I have watched that expression on demons, and on a devil king, and on a major in an army, and it is exactly the same expression every time. Up in the stands, several middle-aged men in very ordinary clothes wrote in a small notebook. I found out later what that notebook was. It recorded my performances, entry by entry, and judging by the page numbers, I was not the first person in it. What went in that day, underlined, was that Wang Xingyu can attack the soul. Su Yixuan drew the assassin from Luo Xiangsheng's team. Ho Sheng split into 9 figures and then vanished entirely, using a technique that grants true invisibility, and taunted him from somewhere in the arena for about 20 seconds. Then, Su Yixuan's swords all turned to face the same empty space at once. How could you possibly have found me? Simple, I am the controller, and it senses metal. 8 swords went in together, 6 got blocked, the other 2 did not. The American entry that afternoon was billed as a soldier, tight suit, red cape, shield. He took apart a Dragon Country defender so thoroughly that the arena went silent, and then he turned to our stands. People from Dragon Country are garbage. That was easy. The noise after that was the loudest thing all week. The thing nobody in those stands said out loud, and which I only learned later, is that the United States has been running genetic modification programs on professionals for a long time, and the man in the cape was a product. Kim Do-ra drew a ninja from Sakura Country, which was interesting because the 2 countries came to that island as allies. He opened with a rock dragon technique, and she pinned every dragon in mid-air with telekinesis and crushed them into gravel. Then she went straight through his rock wall, appeared behind him, picked him up by the armor, and threw him off the platform, and finished it in the air. His last words were addressed to his own side. "We are allies. Why would you kill me?" She looked over at me on her way out. The Sakura bench did not look at anybody. Yu Ye's summary was delivered with her arms folded. "That little fox, she values you enough to offend her own allies in public. I won a bet. Inside our borders, she is on my side." The team round put us against 5 knights of the Western Church in purple diamond suits. Their straight thrust puts up silver-white swords that ignore defense entirely. Li Xiong blocked one, and it opened him up anyway, and Liu Jun healed him back on his feet. Then their formation summoned a silver eagle, and Li Xiong answered with an azure dragon, and the dragon lost. Both of them came apart, and both men went backward hard. Su Yixuan looked at me. "Boss, are we not stepping in?" "No rush. It is good for him to take a loss." I want to be honest about that because it sounds worse than it was, and it was not that much better. Liu Jun had spent 3 weeks getting applause, crowds shouting "Milk Bro" at him, strangers thanking him. He had started to enjoy it in a way that gets people killed the first time somebody serious shows up. Better a bad afternoon now than a funeral later. The knight noticed the 3 of us standing still and started enjoying himself. "The 3 of you, are you not going to do anything?" Then he sent up a burning eagle with armor piercing on it. "Boss, equipment cannot stop that one." Equipment cannot. Fine. In front of enough power, none of that means anything. 1 energy bullet. Then he opened his last card. Sword pierces the heavens. A silver sword 10 zhang long that came down and split the arena floor apart like wet cardboard. Energy barrier. Darkness blade. All 5. In the visitors section, the Sakura delegation was very pleased. They had come expecting the Ancient Academy and Super God Academy and had found a 4th team out of nowhere. That made the trip worth it, and that is the only compliment I got from them all week. At the same hour, in a pavilion behind the venue, 3 old men were watching a completely different set of numbers. The Beast Kings had not moved, but the count of sea creatures around the island was climbing every hour. The ancient god cult is well hidden. They have not shown their face. In past tournaments, almost none of the standouts survived long afterward. They were all killed quietly, one at a time, at home. That is why we put this one out at sea. With bait this good, I would like to know how big a fish we land. And then Yu Haisheng, who had been quiet, said the thing that ended the conversation. "An Abyss Lord is coming. What do we do?" The 2 academies did not qualify. They do not have to. They skip everything and walk straight into the finals. And most of the senior leadership and most of the war gods of the Empire came out of one or the other of them. The Ancient Academy sent Tantai Mingyue, who did not say a word to anyone, and a senior called Linglong. Super God Academy sent Song Shu Xin in a red dress with a lotus mark between her brows, and Zhang Bin. Those 2 have been rivals since childhood. One of them is fire, and the other is ice, and neither of them has ever let it go. Song Shu Xin got the first shot in public. Your goddess already has someone else in her heart. What? Who? You will find out on the field. And then I looked across the rest area, and my sister was standing there. A year. I had not seen her in a year, and the boy whose body I am wearing had not really seen her in 3. Neither of us said anything. We did not have to. We both turned to our own teams at the same moment and said the same sentence. There is something I need to take care of first. We ended up at the cliff edge on the east side, out of the wind. Who are you? She said. He is not that impressive. A year apart, and that is how you talk to your brother. Wang Xingyu, stop pretending. I can tell you are not my brother at all. There it is. She has been saying some version of that since I woke up in this world, and I have never once been able to argue with it, because she is right, and because telling her why would be worse than letting her be right. Wang Shuijing, what is wrong with you? Ever since 4 years ago. Do not mention 4 years ago. Who are you? She was not calm about it. Her voice came apart on the second sentence, so I stopped pushing. No matter what you believe about me, you are always going to be my sister, and I came to find you because of 4 years ago. I want the truth. She went very still. I did not understand that stillness for months. She has told me since. It was relief. Because whoever I am, that sentence was something only her brother would say, and she had been waiting 3 years for anybody to say it. Then she put the ice back on. Do not come looking for me again. We will talk when you have made your 3rd job advancement and passed me in rank. I have thought about that sentence more than any other sentence in my life. It is not a rejection, it is a bar. She said it as high as she could reach and higher than she thought I could. And the reason is the thing she did not say and did not have to. Do not catch up to me. Stay behind me. Behind me is where it is safe. I took out a talent stone and held it out. Take it. I know you have a talent to awaken. Use it yourself. It is not much use to me. Once I give something away, it is not mine. If you do not want it, throw it away. And I threw it. She caught it before it had finished leaving my hand, in a flash, and then heard herself do it and glared at me. Wang Xingyu, you spendthrift. There it is. That is more like it. I turned to go. Do not go saving talent stones for me, by the way. Your brother has several. She stood there working out how anybody could possibly have several, because it had taken her a year and an extraordinary amount of luck to get one. She has told me what she thought while she watched me walk away, and I am going to write it down exactly, because it is the only good thing I got out of that entire island. This silly older brother of mine is still silly. The next round put us against a Sakura country team in black robes with red clouds on them, and I had to stand there for a second with my hand over my mouth, because I recognized that outfit from a completely different world. People of the Dragon Country, admit defeat, join us, and we will let you put on a show for a while and leave with your dignity. They were the best team we fought. Their opener was a fireball into Li Shang's water dragon, which filled the entire arena with steam, which blinded everyone and shorted out Liu Jun's lightning at the same time. That is not a combo you find by accident. Then a katana out of the steam with no sound in front of it, staff block, instant swap with a clone, then the ice tree descends, froze the whole arena, and turned it into a forest of ice pillars that came after us on their own. Darkness Blade cut the forest down. He wrecked our entire setup with one gesture. Their captain, Yusuke, could turn intangible. He phased my staff through his own body, took hold of me, and pulled me into a pocket dimension where his whole team hit me at once with 4 different ultimates. Between all of us, he will not last. The smoke cleared on a man in a black cloak wrapped in black flame with no injuries at all. I do not believe it. It has to be an illusion. Then he threw a kunai through his own intangibility, and I caught it out of the air mid-phase. How? Nobody can break my intangibility. It is inconvenient for ordinary people. I know what it costs you. And frankly, it is not much of a skill. I finished it with one shadow slash through a spiral in the air, and all 4 of them came down out of the sky holding their heads. When I walked toward them, they surrendered, and the way they said it was not the way people surrender in a sports event. Boss, Liu Jun said afterward, why are they so afraid of you? It is nothing. I hurt them a little. The pain of the soul runs hundreds of times deeper than the body. A lord of the abyss could not stand it. I have never explained that to Liu Jun, and I am not going to. Zhang Bin found me between rounds. Stay away from Ming Yue. The 2 of you are from completely different worlds. Do I need you to teach me how to live? Song Shuxin, standing behind him, actually laughed out loud and asked whether I was not afraid of the Zhang family. I turned to my own team. Let us go.
It is our turn. Then I drew Luo Shangsheng. I never thought I would get to put you down twice. Twice, he said, twice. I stood there in front of him, honestly puzzled, because that was our first match, and I filed it as one more thing wrong with him. He was better than I expected. His strangle puts invisible blades into the air, and it cracked my barrier, which almost nothing had done that month. His methods are genuinely strange, and I could not read where any of it came from. He dodged my first shadow slash, which nobody had ever done. Then his eyes lit, and 2 beams went straight through my body, and the second shadow slash landed. Your attack went at the soul itself. Fine, I will remember this. That was the incompetent noise of a man losing a match, and I did not think about it for the rest of the day, which was a mistake I paid for that evening. I put an energy bullet through him while he was down, because it is a tournament with resurrection, and because I do not leave things standing. Avenge the young master, their heavy-charged Li Xiang. And Yu Ye threw her sword past all of it, appeared beside their mage in the middle of a cast, and put Storm Jade into her at contact range. That is the move I gave her in a dark cave 4 months earlier, and she used it in a world final, and I have never been prouder of anything I have done in this world. Off in a resurrection hall somewhere, a conversation was happening that I would have paid a great deal to hear. Young master, we lost. It does not matter. The stronger they are, the better for us. Hu Sheng, are the preparations ready? Everything is ready. Good. To avoid complications, we act after the finals. And out past the wall, the water kept getting more crowded. Something the size of a hill would surface every few hours, look at an island wrapped in mist, and go back down confused because it could sense what was in there and could not see it. The semifinals were the 2 academies against each other, and it was the best fight of the tournament that I was not in. Zhang Bin is a heavy water Dharma King, which is comparable to a legendary high-level professional, and he opened with 9 water dragons. Tantai Mingyue froze all 9. Then he told her that heavy water counters ice, and proved it. It escalated from there until there was a sky-blue spiral over the arena, and the ground was whitening outward from her feet in a ring. Ice sword withers against the azure sea surges against the sky. Then he called down a water god, a cyan giant tens of feet tall carrying a trident, and drove it at her. She put up Frost Domain, an absolute ice seal, and the trident stopped half a meter from her face, and then the ice climbed up the shaft of the weapon and took the giant with it. Zhang Bin, you are too arrogant. You were always going to lose. I want to record my honest assessment from the stands because it kept me humble for exactly 1 day. Those 2 deserve to be called the best in 500 years. Even with my multiplier on them, Liu Jun and Li Xiang were not in that conversation. The only one of mine who could have stood in it was Su Yixuan. Then we drew the Americans. Their captain opened with an offer instead of an attack, which I will give him credit for. We would like you to join us, green card, full support, and the United States has a far better future than your country. We have always stood for human rights and peace. My empire is one of the 3 great powers of this world. Why would we go and be somebody's dependents unless we had lost our minds? And then I mentioned their outer defenses and the death rate among their young professionals, and the offer was withdrawn. All team members, liberate gene locks. The human body has 8 of them along the meridians, and the United States had unlocked 3 in that team. That is a power increase of several dozen times, and some of them require drugs to open, and the side effects of those drugs are the reason nobody talks about the program. Standing across from millions of attributes, being able to punch above your level does not help. That is what happened to both academies. And that was the moment I understood what that team was actually for. They had not come for me. They had come for the Ancient Academy and Super God Academy, and they had trained for years for it, and they had won both matches earlier that day. I put dark armor on my whole team, which I had been holding back all tournament, and then I put out hundreds of chains. Their captain was delighted. My shield is extraterrestrial black iron. It reflects attacks 100 times over. Sir, your teammates do not have shields. I bound the other 4 first. Then I waited for him to lose his composure about it, which took about 4 seconds, and shadow slashed him the instant he did. How could you possibly have found my weakness? Do not be so confident. If I had not wanted to see what you could do, you would not have survived the first exchange. Final standing of that tournament, and I want it written plainly. Super God Academy lost to the Americans. The Ancient Academy lost to the Americans. One team on the planet beat them, and it was 4 18-year-olds and a runaway from a 4th-tier city,
registered under a university that had tried to expel one of them on his first day. The award ceremony was upgraded at the last minute. Minister He was replaced as presenter by committee member Ma Xing-he. Great Qin has 15 grades of executive. The highest official in a province is grade 7. Minister He is grade 7. A god of war is grade 2. Ma Xing-he is 3rd in the empire. Truly, heroes come from the young. A level 31 team defeated a level 45 team. Prizes: 5 gold coin cards at 50 million each. 3 Heavenly Essence Kingwoods, 30% better odds on the second advancement. And a Fire Spirit Orb. That last one made me sit up, because I already had 4 of those in my bag. He explained it to the cameras. Collect all 7 spirit orbs, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and dark. Combine them, and something extraordinary happens. And there are only 2 places in the world they can be obtained. One is the elemental secret realm in the battlefield beyond the heavens, which I had already stripped. The other is in the Ruins of Return. The end of the sky is called the Ruins of Return. Where exactly that is, you will have to find out for yourselves. Then he smiled at all 5 of us and produced the real prize. This one is sponsored personally by me. 3 purple orchid heavenly heart fruits. 5,000 to every attribute, 5 dark gold boxes. The moment my fingers touched the lid, something colorless went up my arm. I want to describe exactly what went through my head, because I am proud of about 1 second of it. The first thought was that I had the timing wrong. I had assumed the ancient god cult would move after the challenge matches. They moved at the award ceremony, in front of the cameras, on a stage. The second thought was that Liu Jun and Yu Ye and Su Yixuan and Li Xiong were standing next to me holding identical boxes, and that if my face changed at all, they were finished. Committee member Ma, we will take our leave. We have a challenge match to prepare for. He watched the 5 of us walk off the stage, smiling and waving. Now all that is missing is the setter. Then his expression changed, because the sky over Penglai broke. Bai Qi, Liu Bolong, and Yu Haisheng came through the barrier from outside, and Bai Qi's voice went across the entire island at once. Ma Xing-he has colluded with the ancient god cult and intends to exterminate every human being on this island. Sentence is carried out now. His halberd became 100 feet of weapon standing between the ground and the sky, and something caught it without effort. Mephisto, you came to Earth. You should thank the 3 of you. You opened the channel for us. Then Ma Xing-he explained himself out loud, deliberately, so that everyone on that island could hear it. They had reversed the array. He had arranged for the formation to be altered while our side was still setting it up. He had known from the moment the god of law got involved, and he had decided to play along. You thought we would move after the challenge matches. We were collecting intelligence from the first day of the competition. Your people noticed us because we let them. Somebody in the crowd behind me said it before I did. He worked out the God of War's plan from the beginning. Penglai was chosen to lure them out. And they saw it and used us instead. Liu Bolong, very calmly, you anticipated our prediction. There is a saying, the devil is always 1 step ahead of the saint. The channel opened and the skulls came through. Beelzebub looked down at the island and found what he was looking for immediately, because I was still carrying the mark he had put in me, and he had been waiting 4 months to be sure. Belphegor came through as a cloud of bats, became a woman, and put a pink light over the entire island, and every single person on it stopped moving. Every age, every rank, all of them. Liu Bolong broke it with 1 word. And I had made a genuinely stupid mistake that morning. I had canceled dark armor on my team for the ceremony photographs because it looks like being on fire and the cameras were there. I put it back on all 5 of us, and the instant it landed, 5 separate coordinate markers that had been planted on us at the ceremony were purified out of existence. Beelzebub fired at me the moment he saw it happen. Bai Qi parried it in the air. You are embarrassing yourself. Sneak attacks on a junior. I am of the abyss. Why would I care what anyone thinks? That one dies today. Boss, Liu Jun said, in a very small voice, what did you do to it? Nothing much. I have a skill that goes at the soul. I used it on that skull once already, in the battlefield beyond the heavens. Everyone within earshot turned around to look at me, including my sister, who was standing about 40 meters away, and who I am told said something under her breath about her stupid older brother, and then decided something that took her another year to act on. Then the island wall came down, and the sea came ashore. Teleport stones stopped working. The space was sealed. Mephisto dragged all three of our war gods into an abyss battlefield and left with one instruction over his shoulder. Ma Xinghe, this is yours. I gave my team their orders and split them up on purpose. Go to the lines and help them hold, not together. If they have a second plan, I do not want all of you inside it. Then I summoned everything I had. Shadow serpents, Yamata no Orochi, the flood dragon, 200 three-eyed warriors and 150 of their mages, storm lightning eagles overhead. They came up out of the ground and formed ranks behind me without being told, because they have been doing that for months now, and they stood there like an army waiting for a word. Ma Xinghe stopped talking. He had a file on me. His file did not have this in it. As expected of the greatest talent in the world today, it is a pity you still die here. And over on the far side of the plaza, 2 academies who had spent the week being the most impressive people on the planet looked at the things standing behind me and had the same thought at the same time. Those are his summons, and we are about equal with his summons. Then what is he? Kill them. I went down the mountain toward the shore, and every team I passed on the way got dark armor put on them for free. No conversation, no introductions. Some of them did not even see who did it. I have never done anything cheaper that mattered more. Halfway down, I came across Luo Shangsheng's team holding a line against a wave of sea creatures, and they were holding it well, and I revised my opinion of them. I had spent a week convinced that family was tied to the ancient god cult. Watching 4 people I disliked stand in front of a gap and not move, I decided I had been thinking too much. I offered to help. Twice. Both times they waved me on and told me to keep moving. That struck me as strange even then. There are grudges, and there is being hurried away from a fight you are trying to join. A few hundred meters further on, in open ground, my body lit up. Successfully prevented energy loss. Successfully resisted bloodline dissolution. Successfully resisted professional separation. Talent removal successfully achieved. Talent removal successfully achieved. I stood there in a field on a burning island reading those 4 lines and said out loud to nobody the only thing there was to say. When exactly did I get got? Wang Xingyu, you have finally fallen into my hands. He came out of the trees, and he took his time about it, because he had waited for this since a registration queue in a 4th-tier city. I told you, offend me and you will wish you were dead. Can you feel it draining? Then he explained it, at length, because they always do. The apology wine at the banquet. Nirvana creation liquid. It strips a professional of everything they are and turns the whole person into a pill. I asked why purification had not caught it. I had cast dark armor a dozen times since that night. Because on its own, it does nothing at all. It is completely harmless until it is activated inside a heaven-seizing array. How else would you do it discreetly? Then he said the part that told me what he actually is. Although I am disappointed, I was planning to take all 5 of you at once, and you came alone. And the bodies I had smelled higher up the mountain, the ones I had assumed were sea beast kills, were not. Those people got in the way of my plans. This is how the world works. If you do not have the ability, you get walked on. His endgame was simple, and it was not new. The pill turns everything I am into raw material, and whoever consumes it inherits it, my class, my talents, my levels. That is when I finally understood how a 4th-tier city that has never produced anybody was fielding a team of legendary professionals with power in them that was not theirs. You have done this before. Are you trying to get me talking? Just be a good pill. Then he checked his own array, and his face changed. By now, your strength should be down 90%. Should it? Wang Xingyu, you are actually fine? Surprised? No, this is not possible. This has never happened before. I do not know why it did not work on me. I have theories. A divine rank passive nobody has ever cataloged. A dark domain that is not a summoning space. A body that came from another world in the first place. Take your pick. What I know is that a man who had turned 5 other people into ingredients had finally found one that would not cook. Luo Shangsheng, Do enough of this and it catches up to you. Today, it caught up. He had 4 backup plans, and I want to go through all of them because he really had prepared. The first was a blood array with 5 pillars, chains out of the ground that sealed the space and killed teleportation. Each chain carried over 5 million points of force, which is more than a 3rd-tier professional handles comfortably. I blocked all of them with a staff. I could hear his people talking while I did it. They had activated 1/10 of the heaven-seizing formation, because 1/10 was supposed to be overkill. And now they were worried about the formation backfiring on them and handing all of that energy to me. The second was to make me use law manifestation of heaven and earth, which was not their plan, but which happened anyway. 20 jong of golden flames standing up inside their barrier, and the barrier started to creak like a board about to split. Increase the output. What is wrong with him? Why does he still have a card left? If we had known, we would never have started this. The third was a pill of their own. The potential unleashing pill gives you almost 30 times your strength for 10 minutes, and it permanently ends your ability to ever advance your profession again. All 4 of them swallowed one. Fight for your lives. This is the last chance we get, and the 4th came down out of the sky. A bronze cauldron on 3 legs, enormous, coming through blood-red lightning with the principles of heaven and earth cut into its sides, and I have never seen anything look that heavy. A 4th-level expert takes that hit and does not get up. Miles away, on a branch, Liu Jun stopped fighting and looked toward the light. That is where the boss went. Everybody hold. I caught it. At 50 feet out, I set my feet and put both hands up and took the whole thing on my palms, and my legs bent, and the ground under me went down and then cracked outward like a web. You monster! He was burning his own blood to force it down on me. All 4 of them were. Then I straightened up and threw it back into the sky. All 4 of them came apart into smoke where they stood, because a formation that eats people does not care whose people they are once it stops being fed. 5 Ein pills floated in the air over that field. 1 for each of the 5 of us. They chose people. Liu Jun got the one made from their mage. Yu Ye got the assassins. They found their targets across a whole island without being sent. The origin pill is refined by taking apart living beings. After use, you can inherit it or dissolve it into nourishment. There are no side effects. There are side effects. They are just not physical. Because I swallowed mine, and I got the memories. A boy at an awakening ceremony, hands in the air, shouting that he had awakened the eye of motion. The same boy on a phone, telling his mother and his sister that he was a real professional now, and they were going to get out of the slums. The same boy in an office, promising Mayor Luel that he would cooperate fully with the young master. And then the same boy underground, months later, Finn, asking why. That was Mu Shue, or the person who used to be Mu Shue, number 4 of 6. And I got Luo Xiangsheng's too, which I did not ask for. A small boy asking his father where his mother had gone. His father telling him she was far away on a mission and would come back when he was grown. The boy promising that he would awaken a powerful talent and kill every demon and avenge her. And then the boy at his own ceremony, white-faced, staring at a result that said night vision, saying that he had no hope left in his life. And the hand on his shoulder. Shang Sheng, come with me. Where are we going, father? The Hall of Reincarnation, the place that will change your fate. The memory ends at a rusted bronze gate with 3 characters carved above it that even a stolen memory cannot hold on to. I sat down on the broken ground of that field for a while. I am not going to pretend it made me forgive him. He turned 6 sets of people into ingredients and would have made it 7. But I had been telling myself for a week that I was fighting a spoiled child, and I was not. I was fighting the end product of somebody's decision, made about a boy who had wanted to avenge his mother. The system asked me a question. Keep Shadow Grand Magister or take the illusionary demon eye. Keep it. Shadow Archmage advances to Shadow Grand Magister. 400% more attack damage on everything. 40% off cooldowns, 40% off costs, 40% faster recovery, elemental antibodies, better affinity, which broke a rule. Professionals only advance in rank at a job change. That is not a guideline, it is one of the load-bearing rules of this world. Whatever the reincarnation hall is, it can rewrite that. Then it offered me a new talent or the upgrade of an existing one, and I took the upgrade. Monarchic Overlord, level 2. 10 generals at 20 times, capped at 20% of mine. 100 guards each at 10 times. 1,000 soldiers each at double. 200 attribute points per level for me, and 110% bonus for everyone under me. And the domain went from 10 kilometers to 50. Enemies inside lose half their strength. Every one of mine gets 20 times attributes, ignores every negative status, takes 70% less damage, and gets 2000% to elemental control and every kind of recovery for 2 hours. Somewhere on the North Shore, Kim Do-ra was in the middle of a swing when every attribute she owned multiplied by 20. She landed, looked at her own hands, and said it out loud to her 4 subordinates. The boss has advanced his talent again. We start the plan as soon as we are home. Those 4 had come to that island grudgingly, as an obligation. They stopped being reluctant that afternoon. They had not done a thing to earn it, and the return was already absurd. The island held, and I had almost nothing to do with it. An archer named He Yuan Tai fought a 9-on-9 duel over the water against a man he had served with for years, and the traitor made his case first, and it was not stupid. He said he was always the one sent first, that he worked himself down to nothing and watched promotions get handed out by seniority. He asked whether the man across from him had ever contributed more than he had. He said the ancient god cult is not trying to exterminate humanity, only to overthrow the people currently on top, and that at least they treat people who accomplish something as though they had accomplished something. He Yuan Tai told him those decisions are for the leadership and that the rest of us do our duty. Do not tell a man to be kind about a life you have not lived. Then he lost. Ma Xinghe was level 95, and when he stopped holding back, he called down a thunder god 1,000 feet tall that moved exactly as his own body moved. Below the 4th level, you are all ants. The whole plaza gave up at once. I heard a man say that this was supposed to be the safest country in the world, and that he should never have come. Then 49 yellow flags flew in over the island and planted themselves in a ring, and the 4th rank formation master of the Void Realm put a fresh barrier up under the hammer. It bounced. You could watch Ma Xinghe understand it. He had been maneuvered. Liu Long had looked flustered on purpose for 2 days. He burned his own blood to go from 95 to 96 and swore he would bury the island with him, and the barrier started to craze like a windscreen. And a golden rope came out of nowhere and wrapped him in mid-swing. You brought the immortal lock. Are you not afraid of what is inside it? That thing is the enemy of humans and demons alike. You are playing with fire. Committee member Ma, mind your own situation first. Guards, taken. An old man in a silver-white robe with a beard that moved in no wind arrived in the Abyss battlefield and took 1 arm each off Mephisto, Belusi, and Belphegor. Xuan Yuan Wu Ji. We will remember this debt. Old man, Bai Qi said, are we chasing? If we cannot kill them in 1 stroke, there is no point, and this was still a complete success. Give 1/10 of each arm to the participating nations, and they will all be quiet for a decade. Then He Yuan Tai did the smartest piece of diplomacy I have ever watched. He had the formation master cap every demon and sea creature on the island at under 1/10 of its strength, and then he announced that to every national delegation at once. An island full of terrified foreign professionals turned into a feeding frenzy in about 90 seconds. Everything on Peng Lai that had come to kill us became free experience, and people who had been screaming 10 minutes earlier were now shoving each other for position. Liu Jun found me in the middle of it. Boss, can I leech some experience off you? And in a briefing tent, He Yuan Tai gave the Empire's official assessment of the champions. The captain is Wang Xingyu, the new hidden class Shadow Mage. Nobody has been able to make him show his full strength yet. How strong he actually is remains unknown. Then he looked at the list again and stopped. That one is the God of Magic's granddaughter. Why is she in this competition? Arrange protection. Quietly. The last thing that happened on Peng Lai was the Sea Beast King, and it never even reached us. It came up from the deep, and everything else in that water fled from it, and the Formation Master put a deception array and a void isolation array over the island, and the whole island simply stopped existing. It circled for an hour, looking for a shore it could no longer find, threw up waves hundreds of meters high out of pure frustration, and left. And on the teleport plaza the next morning, in the queue, some idiot behind me said what everyone was thinking. Shame the Beast King showed up so late. If I had another day. Brother, if that thing had come ashore, none of us leave. 2 more days in the Dark Demon Palace finally produced the 10th Dark Gem, on a run I nearly did not bother making. Then Bai Chi put a small stone statue in my hand, and Liu Bolong nearly dropped his cup. Old Bai, you went to the Hall of Heroes and asked for that. It is worth it for his safety. A drop of blood bound it to me, and for about 2 seconds I felt something I have not been able to describe since. Warm, and from the fore I was born, and not from this world or the last one. He also gave me a golden token. In the primordial world, our people hold 9 strongholds. Only a token holder gets through the gate. Then he told me what I was actually going into, and it was the first time I ever saw him careful. Before recorded history, when our ancestors first came into power and started exploring, they found a road. Everyone can go. First-tier professionals under 25, second-tier under 35, third-tier under 60. Fourth rank and above can enter, but they are pinned down to third-tier strength while they are inside, and that restriction is the real reason so many strong people never advance in the first place. Everyone inside the age brackets fights at full strength. Some of them can go toe-to-toe with fourth-rank professionals, and killing a fourth rank pays enormously. Most people who reach this stage fail here. The mission was one line: bring back the 9-syllable mantra. What is it? We are still researching it. All we know is that it existed before ancient times and that it is immensely powerful. How it actually works is not solved. Then he asked me a question that has stayed with me longer than the mission did. Xingyu, what do you think Blue Star is right now? A prison. His mouth did something complicated. Correct. The entire solar system is a prison, or more accurately, a shield. I did not argue with him out loud, but I have an objection that I have never gotten past. If it is a shield, how did the abyss get in? One more thing. It is a lawless place. It is worse than the battlefield beyond the heavens. Unless you know somebody extremely well, be wary of everyone. Does it have a name? Where the sea ends, the sky becomes the shore. Enter the ruins of return and right and wrong come apart. Our ancestors called it the ruins of return. It has another name too, the primordial world. The ruins of return. Which is exactly what Ma Xinghe had named on that stage, in front of every camera in the world, 1 hour before he tried to kill everyone on the island. I walked out of that pavilion and had a thought I have not been able to shake since. I know almost nothing. Every single time something matters, I find out about it from an enemy or from an old man's aside. I need my own intelligence organization. Not eventually, soon. The road opens once every 6 months, and it was opening in 3 days. I told him about the reincarnation hall before I left. He stood up. Both of them lost their composure at the same time, which is not something those two do. Xingyu, do not mention that name to anyone. If you do, even we cannot guarantee your safety. What is it? Have you heard that heaven and earth are without mercy and treat all things as straw dogs? He was not looking at me. The legend says the reincarnation hall was made by gods who thought nothing at all of living beings. To them, people are insects. I had spent 5 months thinking the enemy was demons. I watched 2 war gods talk about immortals with the exact expression I have seen on soldiers talking about the abyss, and I revised the size of the world again. The teleport into the primordial world takes long enough that I could have made several round trips to outer heaven in the time, which told me something about the distance that I still do not want to think about. And I landed in paradise. Bright sun, dust turning in the light, half a dozen kinds of flowers in the air at once, birds in the treetops, actual birdsong, the first I had heard since I woke up in this world. So this is the primordial world. It is beautiful. And then I stopped walking, because the god of slaughter had told me this was the most dangerous place a human being can stand, and had looked worried while he said it, and I was standing in a postcard. It was flawless. That was the tell. Not one dead branch, not one insect on one leaf. Every scent balanced against every other scent like somebody had mixed it. I punched a tree in half. The inside was rotten through, dry, hollow, falling apart in my hand. It could copy the look of a thing, and the smell, and the sound, to a standard I could not fault with my eyes. It could not copy what the thing actually was. Since you will not come out, then stay hidden. The forest came at me. Branches in waves, one after another, hundreds of thousands of attribute points in each one, and behind it all a figure leaning against a trunk a few hundred meters off, watching, looking exactly like the illustrations of an immortal in a children's book. Then the whole landscape bloomed at once. Every plant in every direction flowered and fruited in the same second, red like fire and white like snow and colors I do not have words for, and the pollen coming off it started pulling energy out of my body. Successfully resisted energy absorption. Again, again, again. If I had not been wearing a purification effect, that alone would have worn me down to nothing in a field of flowers. Illusion Spirit Race, Huan Sire, Grandmaster, rank 45. 20,000 strength, 22,000 agility, 30,000 constitution, and 270,000 spirit. Human. You are the strongest human I have ever met. And the others you met? She threw something at my feet. A guild token, still warm, stripped off somebody's belt, with the seal of a stronghold on it. How is that for a greeting gift? I have a great many more. The most beautiful voice I had heard in that world saying the ugliest thing anyone had said to me in it. Then she talked, and she talked for a long time, because she thought I was already dead, and because she wanted something. Humans are a resource here. That is not an insult, it is an economy. Every race in that world collects human beings the way our world collects ore, because slaughtering us pays out in race points and in blessings from heavenly Tao, and because we are ranked last. There are more than 3,000 races here, and every one of them is above you. What she wanted was coordinates. Tell me where your world is, and I will make sure you get credit for it. You have not found it in all this time? The abyss is cunning, they erased the trail. And then she used two words that stopped me cold. Solar system, blue star. She had those words. They did not come from a star chart. Somebody, at some point, told them. I got more out of her while she was enjoying herself. The abyssal demons rank 500th among the races there, which sounds low until you realize what that implies about the top 100. And abyssal demon is not a species at all. Anyone corrupted by the power of the abyss becomes one. That is why nobody can ever be rid of them. You do not exterminate the abyss. You keep pulling it out of your own people. Her racial talent let her turn into a phantom and refuse one instance of absolute damage, once a day, at enormous cost. My first Shadow Slash burned it. Then she raised a 4-pillars ceiling array, 4 wooden figures 30 feet high boxing me in, and told me proudly that it suppresses my attributes tenfold and multiplies hers tenfold. I stood in the middle of it and felt absolutely nothing happen. You people take humans apart for points. Let me show you the other side of that. I caught her hand out of the air, put her into the ground, cut the vine sea down with darkness blade, and cased the whole grove in chains before it could grow back. I do not believe the lowest ranked race can be this strong. Believe whatever you like. It does not change the result. Her last words were the most useful thing anybody said to me that month. Human, you have the Soul Clan's soul attack. That is their most closely guarded secret. Prepare to be hunted. Successfully defeated the Illusion Spirit races Huan Chai experience plus 3 million, race point plus 1. And then the world took its mask off. The blue sky tore open along a seam and blood-red cloud came through behind it. The ground under the flowers turned to dry, dark brown dirt. The trees went bare and thin and looked drained. And scattered across all of it, in every direction, were the skeletons of enormous animals lying where they fell, like an army nobody came back for. That is the primordial world. The other thing was advertising. 2 things noticed me in that minute. Somewhere, across an entire territory, the chief of the Illusion Spirit race stood up. Who killed my daughter? And in abyssal territory, a winged statue opened its eyes. Human, I did not expect you to come here. Let us see how you manage now. My token told me the nearest human city was 30,000 kilometers away. 30,000. The teleport is supposed to be accurate to within a few hundred li. I found out much later what did it. Bai Qi and Liu Bolong had put a tracking mark on me before I went in. The moment I crossed, the heavenly Tao of that world erased it. The erasure threw me tens of thousands of miles off course and wrecked every plan they had made for me. Bai Qi's reaction, when he worked it out, was one question to Liu Bolong. If his summons get sealed in there, how much does he have left? I did the only sensible thing. I split hundreds of shadows and sent them out in every direction to map a world, and I sent 27 three-eyed assassins toward the 9 human cities, and I walked the other way myself. And I discovered something on that walk that changed how I travel. Anything that casts a shadow is a door, not just my own summons, a rock, a tree, a wall. If it has a shadow, I can be inside it, and nothing notices. The first things that attacked me were sparrow wolf spiders, 6 legs, pincers that clash constantly, rank 45, 36,000 strength. They burrow, they hunt in groups, they hear everything, they eat stone, they breed fast, they shrug off most physical damage, and they fire lasers. Dark Night Storm turned a swarm of them into very cold sculpture, and nothing dropped. Successfully killed the sparrow wolf spider, experience plus 90,000, and that was all. I stood there and thought back and realized nothing had dropped off Juan Caer either. That is the rule of that world. Killing things gives experience, and nothing else. Everything material has to be taken, traded, or won. I ended up cutting the pincers off with a longsword by hand, like a man skinning rabbits. Which meant if I wanted anything at all, I had to hunt elite and above. So I went and found the nest. The cave was lit from the inside by something in the rock, which explained why creatures that live underground were perfectly comfortable in daylight. Spiders sealed both ends of the tunnel behind me the moment I was in it. They used tactics, actual tactics, coordinated with a reserve. I sent shadow serpents in first with poisonous breath, and dark guardians behind them with taunt, and I strolled along at the back with my hands behind me. The thing that genuinely impressed me is that the cave did not collapse. Skills were going off in there for 20 minutes and the ceiling held. Those spiders are better engineers than most of the contractors I worked with in my last life. There were 9 giant ones in a row in a chamber, throwing golden webs corrosive enough to take the cave down if they had all used them at once, and one of them cut me most of the way in half with a pincer. And I stood there afterward and could not work out what was wrong with the picture. There was no smell, there was nothing on the floor. The wound was there, and the aftermath was not. I have never gotten a satisfying answer to that. The rules of that world simply do not render it. Elite level, 270,000 each, and they dropped sparrow wolf spider pills, 100 poison resistance and 100 to every attribute, stackable to 10, and a material for something called a heavenly marrow pill. The tunnel past them sloped down, and I worked out why while I was walking it. When intruders kill the guards at the entrance, everything that runs downhill. The nest is built to be fed. The Spider King is over 10 jang tall and 100 long, and on the top of its head there is a face that is close enough to a human one that my whole body objected before my brain caught up. It smiled at me. Badly, like something that had been told what smiling was. It burned the river beneath it into rockets and blue mist that took my sight. Then it hit me in silence, which I appreciated as craft. Then it used devouring the heavens and the earth, drank every drop in that cave, swelled until it filled the chamber, and swallowed me whole. Nothing that goes in there comes out. That is well documented. It roared in triumph. Then its face started doing something complicated. Then it began to move in a way that was not voluntary, and dark red cracks opened all down its length. I came out through the middle, successfully defeated the boss Sparrow Wolf Spider King. Experience plus 1,620,000. Gained 1 kill point. Second kill point. The first was Juan Caer. That is when I got my working theory, and it turned out to be right. Kill points come only from legendary class professionals and boss grade beasts. Everything else is race points, which count for something else entirely. And then, as the heart and the core floated free of the corpse, the space around them rippled, and both of them were simply gone. A very handsome young man was standing across the chamber holding the Spider King's heart up to the light, turning it, admiring it. With that, you could forge red-grade diamond equipment. He did not introduce himself. I saw him again much later, and by then I knew exactly who he was, and it did not help. A squad of illusion spirits was waiting for me outside the nest, and finding me there was pure coincidence, which they never worked out, and which is the only reason I got what I got out of them. Their captain was Huan Yue, son of an elder, and he was out hunting the person who killed his clan chief's daughter. He walked up to a man standing over a dead boss and did not connect the two facts. Human, where are your companions? Bring them out. You worked hard on that beast, so I will let you end yourself first. His men were afraid of him, and it was not the healthy kind. One of them, a smaller one, asked a perfectly reasonable question about the plan, and Huan Yue took him by the head and threw him dozens of meters like a sandbag. If there is a next time, you have no reason to exist. The man lay face down in the dirt and said yes, he understood, and thought something else entirely, and I watched him think it. He is the reason the second wave found me later, so thank you, Huan Yue. Then a golden beam came out of my chest and lit up the whole slope. That is the heart-damaging seal. Every one of them backed up a step. That mark flags anybody who has killed a member of their race, and it does not care what you are wearing, because dark armor could not touch it. It sits above the rules rather than inside them. Here is why they have it, and it is the piece of the world I most wish I had learned earlier. If any member of a race gets onto the heavenly, earthly, or human rankings, Heavenly Tao randomly grants that race a blessing. Their clan chief's son is inside the top 10,000 of the Earth ranking, so their blessing is a thing called the Light of Judgment, which finds people who kill them. One of the squad tried to hold my chains with his own, blood red, and rated at 10 times the defense of mine. They shattered on contact. So he burned a secret technique for 100 times the defense, and those shattered too. That is impossible. His chains have 10 times mine, and a human broke them in one strike. Then Huan Yue used his innate skill, and I found the first thing in this world that dark armor cannot stop: the illusionary demon eye. The world went dark, and 2 enormous eyes opened over me, looking down the way a person looks down at an anthill, and the weight of that gaze was not physical and did not care about my immunity to control effects. I have thought about that a lot since. Everything has a counter. Everything I own has a counter. Somebody out there has a skill that turns my whole kit into decoration, and I have not met them yet. I broke it anyway, caught his hand on the way down, and took the arm off at the shoulder. How could he possibly get out of the illusionary demon eye? And then I did to him precisely what he had promised to do to me, which he had described in detail and at length while I was still pretending to be cornered. You people enjoy breaking humans for information. How is it from this side? He offered terms. Spare him and his race would not go to war with mine. I will be interested to see who destroys whom. Then he tried scale. Was I not afraid that humanity would take heavy losses? Was I not afraid we would be wiped out entirely? If you had that ability, my race would already be gone, and you would not be lying here negotiating. You cannot do this. I am of the noble illusion spirit race. So I bluffed him, and it worked better than it had any right to. I already killed your clan chief's daughter, so you are worth less than she was. The silence after that was superb, and behind him, in the ranks, one of his own men thought something extremely disloyal about how a mere elder's son does not outrank a chief's daughter. Then I got my exposition, because a man who has lost an arm and his standing in one afternoon will explain an entire cosmology if you let him. The human ranking is first-tier professionals. The earth ranking is second tier. The heaven ranking is third tier. Every 3,000 places you climb, your race gets another blessing. The race at the top holds 10. The blessings last while you are listed, and for 10 years after you fall off. Only a race's highest placement counts for anything. Which is a snowball, and it is designed to be. The strong get blessings, blessings make them stronger. The weak get squeezed further down, and eventually the bottom of that list stops being a race and becomes labor. We are at the bottom of that list. And the reason the illusion spirits are on it at all is one sentence he said, without understanding what he was handing me. Our clan chief obtained one word of the 9-syllable mantra by accident and successfully held on to it. One word, not the mantra. One character out of 9 got an entire race onto a ranking and bought them blessings that let them farm my species for sport. That is when I understood what Bai Chi had actually sent me to do. In his eyes, everything I had done so far did not qualify humanity for that list. The 9-syllable mantra is not a treasure hunt. It is the entry fee. He also gave me the clock. In 1 month, the Heaven, Earth, and Human Rankings competition opens, which happens once a decade. And there was a rumor going around that the race competition, which happens once every 1,000 years, was about to start, and that the rankings might be postponed for it. Racial rivalry is the cruelest test Heavenly Tao runs. Some of the weaker races simply stop existing. And I have never stopped chewing on the thing that implies. Humanity is the weakest race on that list. There have been race wars before. Races much stronger than us have been wiped out in them. We are still here. Somebody should have asked why a long time ago. I had told him that if he answered to my satisfaction, I would let him off the hook. So I summoned Feng Xiao and let her handle it. Human, you broke your word. I did not touch you. That is not the same as nobody touching you. He cursed me with his last breath, which he had earned. The thing I said back to him is the only line from that day I would actually defend. That was decided the day your people started harvesting mine, and you are only the start of it. I am going to keep going until every race in this place looks at a human being and decides to walk the other way. He also gave me one last gift, and it was poisoned. He steered me toward Winterless City, 300,000 miles out, jointly built by 9 races ranked inside the top 1,000, a hub of trade and communication for everything within 1,000,000 miles. It sounded like exactly what I needed, and I decided to go. A day later, I came over a ridge onto a fight, and one man was holding a line alone against a swarm while 3 people ran. Yao Yue, go! Chen Feng, you cannot hold that by yourself. Stop wasting time or none of us gets out. You know what happens if they take us alive. He was very good. Overlord Blade, then Earth-splitting Slash, which starts at the tip and goes in every direction at once, and took a dozen of them off their feet. He was also finished, and he knew it, and he kept looking back over his shoulder in the direction the others had gone. The girl who had refused to leave him is called Yao Yue, and she is a legendary Holy Word Master, and I had never seen the class before. She buffs by speaking, out loud, sentences. Grant him speed, give him reflexes beyond a person, let his blows ignore defense. Whatever she says happens, and the better the effect, the faster it drains her. And I stood on that ridge for 4 full seconds, watching a class that has no business existing. There was a red-haired boy with them who fought like somebody being chased. His last team had been found in the open and hunted down to the last person, and he had been the only one who got out, and he had not been right since. That is the world down there. Long ago, the other races killed humans efficiently, when they killed them at all. At some point, a rumor started circulating that slaughtering humans specifically brings mysterious benefits, and nobody knows where it came from, and it nearly finished us. In ancient times, our people built hundreds of thousands of cities in that world. 9 are left, and the part that keeps me up at night is that other countries from our own planet have far more cities down there than we do, and nobody at home will say why. Then the demon arrived, and Chen Feng, who had been about to die on his feet, spent his last breath warning a stranger. Brother, thank you for coming, but you still have strength left. Run! That is a low-level demon, and it can summon low-level and advanced demons without limit. It is fine. It is not a lord of the abyss. He looked at me like I had told a joke at a funeral. Her name is Sylphus, and she is a lower-rank demon with bat wings and a face somebody designed on purpose. She opened with Crimson Flash, which is light compressed until it stops being light, and my energy barrier took it, and she stood there for a second with her whole expression gone. His ultimate could not even scratch the defense. That is still a human? Is that everything a low-level demon has? Then she heard my voice again and jolted, and I did not understand that at all until much later. She had accepted an assignment days earlier to find a specific human, and she had just found him by accident on a hillside in the middle of nowhere. She threw 9 white stones into the sky, and 9 columns of white lightning came down, and a gate tens of feet high opened between them. 9 advanced demon giants came through in plain armor with spiked clubs. Rank 50, 200,000 strength and 200,000 constitution each. 9 of them, and it felt like 1,000. Yao Yue in a very small voice. Brother, do you want me to add some support skills? No need. She told me afterward that being turned down was a new experience, and she did not enjoy it. Wang Xingyu, Sylphus said, you are too arrogant. Now you do not get to leave. She knew my name. I want to be precise about how bad that was. Liu Jun did not know I was here. Bai Qi did not know where I had landed. I had been in that world for 2 days. Did Beelzebub send you? Beelzebub? He does not give me orders. Of everyone in the abyss, he is the one I hate most. The giants came in with their clubs burning dark red, and somebody behind me said it was over. And somebody else said it figured that this is how it ends. The Devil King modified those giants personally. They gave up all magical defense to put everything into physical attack, which is a fantastic trade against almost anyone. 1 blur, 1 shadow slash. The first giant went down, and its club landed harmlessly a few meters from the group. What is happening? Sylphus got out because her race can turn into bats. If she had been anything else, she would not have. She crushed a black stone and vanished, and the last thing she thought before she went was that even the Devil King's giants were not enough, and that the order she had been given suddenly made a great deal more sense. The red-haired boy sat down where he was standing and could not stop staring. He had spent months certain he knew what a demon was. He sent that afternoon revising the definition, and I do not think it landed on me in a flattering way. My name is Wang Xingyu. This is my first time here. First time, you are joking. I told them about the 30,000-kilometer error, and Yao Yue guessed the number before I finished the sentence, which unsettled me more than the giants had. I hear there is a winterless city 300,000 miles out. I plan to go. Every single one of them turned around. You want to go to Winterless City? Then their leader, an older man named Tian Qi, told me what it actually is. It claims jurisdiction over millions of miles, and that is a story it tells. In reality, it is one enormous city with no rules at all, where humans are inventory, where nobody who walks in walks out, and where killings in the street do not get a second look. I asked how they knew, since nobody comes back. Tianqi's own master had a complete simulation talent and went in to scout it. He came back with half of himself and a set of rules carved into him that prevented the healing of the rest. That is when they learned why none of the humans who went in had ever returned, and stopped assuming those people had found something better. So I checked the other thing Huan Yue had told me, and they confirmed the rankings competition and had never heard of any race competition. Which means he told me the truth about the calendar and lied about the city, and did it in the same breath while missing an arm. Scheming like that, from that position, is nothing but a man trying to get somebody else to do the killing for him. Then the second wave arrived, 30 of them, because a man who had been thrown across a field like a sandbag had followed us and made a call. Yao Yue and the girl with the scythe, Su Mengmeng, lost most of their fighting strength the moment they saw those robes. It was not cowardice. It was what those robes mean out there. Brother Xingyu, if they take Meng Meng and me alive, do not let them keep us. I have thought about that sentence for a long time. It is 30 illusion spirits, I said. They should be afraid of us. The golden beam went up out of my chest again and lit the whole slope. In the back rank of their formation, one particular man saw it, recognized me, and quietly slid backward through his own line. Every one of his colleagues looked at him with open contempt. I killed the front rank with Shadow Slash, and they came down out of the air like birds that had forgotten how it worked. Then I stopped and made the others watch. Look at them. The illusion spirit race is not what you think it is. Most of them are ordinary. It is your fear doing most of their work, and their methods are designed to produce exactly that fear, and it has been working on you for years. Then I killed the rest slowly enough for them to see it properly. Look at them. There is nothing special there. 1 race point per illusion spirit, 1 kill point for their captain, and none for anyone else, which confirmed my theory about legendary professionals and boss beasts. Then Chen Feng asked to follow me. Qinshi pulled him back by the arm. Are you insane? If we get home this time, we can join the Flying Dragon Guild. Do you want to throw away everything we have done? I have made up my mind. Su Mengmeng could not understand it at all. She kept saying there were other ways to repay a favor. I did not take him. When you get back to a city, if you meet a man named Su Yixuan, whether you get to join him is up to you. Between the desolate plains and Winterless City, there is a range they call the 10,000 Mountains, and the local description of it is a place where the living and the dead are close neighbors. Several races once put an alliance together to cross it. They took heavy losses and gave up. Everyone since has gone around, and going around costs months. I went in, because a straight line is a straight line. The beast meat in there restores stamina and spirit and hunger and gives you no attributes at all, which tells you what the ecosystem is for. Lightning Sables came at me first, elite level, 405,000 experience each, and they died in ones, the way things had been dying in ones for a week. Then I noticed I was being steered. Every time my heading drifted, something would come out of the trees and push me back onto it. Not attack, push. And there was a trail of blood on the ground running toward one particular peak, which is not a thing that happens by accident. Below the halfway point, that mountain is dense forest. Above it, nothing. Bare rock, like the rim of a crater. I stood at the tree line for a while, wondering what could be up there that had every animal in a mountain range acting as its staff. Then the mountain moved. The whole range shook hard enough to knock trees down. Every beast within sight stampeded downhill past me without a glance, and boulders came off the summit in an arc like a meteor shower, and most of them were aimed at me. A roar came out of the top like bark splitting, and the cloud cover spread out from it in rings. Then dozens of tentacles came over the ridge and covered the sky. Dark red, thick-scaled, and the suckers on them had rows of serrations in them. It looked like an octopus. There is no ocean within 1,000 kilometers of that mountain. The first tentacle came down on me the way you swat a fly, not even aimed properly. 9-headed octopus king, world-class beast. Level 60, 1,536,000 strength. A first-tier professional, standing where I was standing, would have stopped existing on that first casual swat. Its opening skill dyed the whole sky. 9 streaks of black came down out of the cloud like a river falling, and where the liquid hit it vaporized, and I could not see my own hands. And on the next mountaintop over, somebody was shaking a small red bottle and laughing. Sylphis. With an obedience potion given to her personally by the Devil King, which is how you take the entire beast population of a mountain range and turn it into a set of hands that walk a man into a world boss. Wang Xingyu, I do not believe you get out of this one. That is a world-class boss. A full team of second-tier professionals would struggle. I cut a head off with an armor-piercing longsword, because my own strength was past 10 million by then, and the sword was a formality. Each of those heads has its own soul, so they went one at a time, and none of the others could stop it. The last head smiled at me and told me we would go together, and lit the remaining 7. And the shockwave that came off that blew the ink out of the sky in every direction. Sylphis, on her hilltop, was still celebrating. The octopus was the one panicking. I could hear it. Why will his defense not break? It threw meteorites through spiral tunnels at me at the end, which is a genuinely spectacular skill, and which did nothing. 30,720,000 experience, 10 kill points. And then, standing in the wreckage of a mountaintop, I got the announcement that decided the rest of this story. A voice arrived that was not a person's voice, and it went out to every human being in 2 worlds at once. Inu no Kojiro of Sakura Country, on Blue Star, has used the heavenly decree to initiate the race championship. The Blue Star Championship, Sakura Country challenges the Dragon Kingdom. First side to kill 1 million beasts at level 40 or above inside 3 days wins. Contestants must be level 40 or under. No participating city may field more than 1,000 people. The winning nation gains 200 to every attribute. Winning cities gain 2,000. Winning contestants gain 5,000. The losing side loses the same. Top contributor on the winning side gains another 5,000. Begins in 3 days. At Huaxia University, Bai Qi stopped hiding his killing intent for the first time in a century, and every student on that campus started sweating where they stood. They activated the Heavenly Tao Decree. Do they not understand that once it is used, humanity is committed to the racial struggle that comes after it? There is nothing we can send, Liu Bolong said. Not even from the Tower of Gods and Demons. We have 9 cities. In a conference room in Sakura Country, they were toasting. They still believe we will honor the Millennium Treaty. Everyone agreed to that treaty because China had 1,000 cities at the time and could enforce it. Here is the stake, and it is worth understanding properly. At our peak, our people held hundreds of thousands of cities in the primordial world. We beat race after race back off them for generations. 9 are left. If the 9 go, we have no foothold in that world at all, and the decline shows up on Blue Star within a generation. Bai Qi said one thing at the end of that briefing. I hope the city Xingyu is nearest to is not the one they pick. The octopus dropped a Heavenly Tao Order, which is a race war token. It lets the holder name a race, a faction, or a rank cap and challenge them directly. Double rewards for winning and double penalties for losing. Minimum 1,000 participants, maximum 100,000. It also dropped 9 golden eyes, which merged into mine and gave me dynamic vision, 5,000 to every attribute, and a skill called King Dao's Might that turns me into a giant that pins whatever it looks at and works better the more spirit the target has. I came out of that fight roughly half again stronger than I went in, and I made a decision standing on that peak that I did not tell anybody about for months. World bosses drop talent stones. I need 10 to advance the Shadow Monarch talent, so I was going to hunt every world boss in that mountain range. Fortunately for everyone involved, nothing in that world could hear me think. The next one was in a lake in deep jungle, in a valley so quiet the silence had weight. I sent a flame demon down to look, and something came up and swallowed it whole before it reached the water. Rampaging Crocodile King, world class, 1,700,000 strength, and a bite several times that. I gatlinged energy bullets into the water, and the water ate more than half the power of every one of them, so it came out to deal with me. A crocodile out of the water is a lizard with a weight problem. 30 million more experience, 10 more kill points, and it dropped 10 betting entry tokens, which are condensed by Heavenly Tao and are the qualification passes for the championship. They expire in a day and change, so the tokens are not scarce. They are just held by things nobody wants to fight. Then the announcement came. Dragon Country will be represented by Li Huo City. Sakura Country will be represented by 10 cities including Osaka. 1 city against 10. The national channel came apart. Why is one of our cities fighting 10 of theirs? If we cannot fill our seats, it will be a few hundred people against 10,000. What about ordinary professionals who do not have 200 attribute points to lose? This will ruin an entire generation. Sakura's forums were having a party. So were 3 other countries, and one of them made a joke about helping us with our overpopulation problem. Bai Chi crushed a teacup. Our ancestors gave everything for the human race and fought until 9 cities were left, and these people are picking our pockets while we bleed. Liu Bolong's answer was colder than anything I have heard him say. After this, we remove our natural barriers from the primordial world. If they want to be ungrateful, they can be ungrateful without our protection. Then Bai Chi asked one more question. Old Liu, which city did you aim Xing Yu at? Li Huo City. He broke the table. Because when every attribute you own goes negative, you do not get weaker, you die. Li Huo City's war council was working the same arithmetic from the other end. 1,600 level 40 professionals had signed up. They had 700 tokens, and several level 31 students from Huaxia University were holding their own tokens and refusing to hand them over, which the young city lord considered an outrage, and which was, at that point, the only sane decision anyone in that room had made. Situ Qingtian is a Blade Emperor, and he is not stupid. He had scouted the beast groups 2 days before anybody asked him to. His plan was 14 teams of the strongest 700, mages first. His problem is that he had been told his whole life that he was going to lead the human race to glory, and he believed it. In the plaza the next morning, 2 of his men leaned on my people about their tokens. It was a very polite shakedown. You are top students. You understand that the overall situation comes first. Liu Jun's answer was not polite. The city lord's mansion, so what? We are not handing them over, not if the city lord himself asks. Then Chen Feng stepped in, which is how he ended up where he ended up. Zilong, when did you people start shaking down newcomers? Your Chen family is third-rate. Watch your mouth. Then he turned to Su Yixuan and said the sentence that changed his life. Boss Wang Xingyu sent me to find you. Liu Jun's response, at volume, in a public square. What? The boss is in the primordial world too? Su Yixuan handled it exactly the way I would have. If you want to join us, show me. Chen Feng, level 40 Blade Master, started to swap out of his gear so the match would be fair. Do not bother. Use it. He opened his knife domain and then went through his entire kit. Overlord Blade, then 9 blades of overlapping waves, which stacks 9 strikes into one for 10 times the power and hurts him to use. Su Yixuan did not move his feet. Is that all of it? Then a torrent of flying swords went out to meet a blade meant to cleave heaven and earth, and Chen Feng's best attack came apart, and the last sword stopped at his throat and went back into its sheath before he registered it. I lost. He turned around and started walking away, and that is when I spoke into his ear from a very long way away. If you do not mind, I will take you. Are you serious? Do not resist, monarchic overlord. 10 times, on the spot, in a public square, from a man he had met once on a hillside. You can recruit your own people. Only decent character and real talent. Better none than the wrong ones. Su Yixuan added one condition of his own, which I did not ask him to, and which I approved of enormously. You will finish inside the top 10 of the rankings. You are not embarrassing the boss. Sakura opened the championship, sitting in a basin they had scouted weeks in advance, full of level 40 to 50 beasts, with informants inside Li Hua City, feeding them our dispositions in real time. The young lord of Li Hua City is clever, he is also stubborn, and he likes an audience, all of which we expected. The scoring went up. An enhanced level 40 beast is 1 point, elite is 2, a boss is 1,000. A world-class beast is 10,000, and the value doubles for every 10 levels above 40. The chat did the math immediately. 10,000 for a world class. Sakura will have 1,000,000 in no time. You think world bosses grow on trees? They would be dead before they got in range. Dragon Country went into that contest with 710 tokens, and there were rumors that some of them had been taken off newcomers by force. And in the plaza, on the morning it began, Lihua City decided it was finished with my people. We will remember your contribution. Now leave. Liu Jun said something. I am told it was good. You are asking to die. Commander Chang, teach him. Commander Chang is a third-tier expert on the edge of the fourth, and he locked Liu Jun in place with an energy spear that put cracks through the space around it. Su Yixuan answered with 100 swords moving as one, and Chang actually complimented him out loud. He said it was a genuine talent, no worse than the leading figures of the great cities. And then he decided to kill him for exactly that reason. A prodigy who has not matured is not a prodigy. For the sake of Lihua City, I apologize. Chen Feng got in the way and was swatted aside, badly hurt. The spear came down on Su Yixuan's head, and my friend, who is 18, said the last thing he expected to say. Is it over already? I suppose I am still too weak. My barrier stopped at 3 meters out. You think you can touch my people? Chang appraised me on reflex. Level 33, Shadow Slash. He stopped being able to fight in the middle of a breath, and I took him by the throat and put him through the statue in the middle of that plaza, hard enough to crack it from top to bottom. Who are you to use violence in Lihua City? Situ Qingtian said. Where does that leave our rules? Say one more word, and I will throw you out of your own city. One of his men pulled his sleeve and whispered that they already had the tokens, and there was plenty of time in the future. They left. Yao Yue, standing behind my people, has told me that watching the young city lord of Li Huo swallow that in his own plaza rearranged her understanding of the world. Then I opened my hand. 200 tokens. Arrange them yourselves. I am not going with you. Dragon Country's entire national supply was 710. Then I swapped places with the Shadow 40 kilometers away and was gone before anybody finished counting. The boss is so elusive, Liu Jun said to nobody. I am so envious. Then I went back into the mountains with over 2,000 shadows and started hunting. I want to be honest about my motivation because it was not patriotism at first. It was that a man on another continent had made a bet with my country's population as the stake, and I wanted to see his face. A Lord-level tyrant dragon at level 55, invisible until it opened its mouth, went down to one exchange and paid 1,000 points because of the level multiplier. The national channel noticed within the minute. That rate is not possible. It jumped 1,000 at once. He is not killing things. He is riding a rocket. Sakura crossed 100,000, and their projection had them at 1,000,000 inside a day. Dragon Country was at 5,600, and most of it was mine. Second place on our board was Situ Qingtian with 20 points. There were fewer than 500 names on our list at all. In a secure room under Huasha University, a team of analysts gave Bai Qi a number. We were 650,000 behind. My personal ceiling by their model was 300,000. The shortfall was 350,000, and there was no way to close it. Xingyu, Bai Qi said to a screen, the future of the country is on your back. And that is when it got ugly at home. And I want to put this part down carefully because it is the worst thing I watched in either world. The United States, Sakura Country, and India held press conferences within an hour of each other. Renounce your Great Qin citizenship, pay a small processing fee, and become an immigrant. Several of those countries were already holding Heavenly Dao tokens for the next challenge, which meant their citizens would be on the winning side of the next one. And then a detail got out that turned it into a stampede. If all of your attributes are reduced to 0, you die. Resurrection materials do not help. 0 is 0. There were 10 hours on the clock. The teleportation arrays filled up, not with panicked ordinary people, or not only, with families who owned things. Officials moving assets in public because there was no longer any point in being discreet about it. There was a woman in a queue in Devil City who explained it to the people around her, at volume, in a very good coat. She called them worms. She said she was going to live properly in another country while they waited here to die. The chat said what everyone was thinking. When the country is in trouble, these people run. Are they even people? Education has nothing to do with character. To them, the country is a joke, and their own interests are the only truth. In the Imperial Council, Bai Qi wanted every one of them killed. The officials argued for mercy, and their arguments were beautiful. They still carry the blood of the Dragon Country. They are enduring humiliation for a larger purpose. Most of the men making those arguments already had children abroad, so Bai Qi changed his position, and his new one was worse for them. Let all of them go, and permanently revoke the nationality. No return, no reapplication. Not for them, not for their descendants, not ever. Liu Long backed him in one sentence. So there is unrest. Has our country had so few chaotic centuries? And the head of state ended it. Those who cannot share hardship are not our people. Bai Qi, this is yours. He appeared in white at every teleportation array in the Empire at the same moment. Turn back now, and this is forgotten. Anyone who leaves forfeits their nationality permanently and can never rejoin. I hope none of you regret it. A man near the front laughed at him. Regret? Only this country will regret losing us. They went. Meanwhile, out in a swamp with 3,000 crocodile turtles in it, Situ Qingtian opened the leaderboard. First place, Wang Xingyu, 219,000. Second, Su Yixuan, 8,210. Third, Liu Jun. Fifth, Chen Feng. Sixth, Situ Qingtian, 1,760. He had left the city before us with 700 hand-picked professionals. His orders, after reading that board, were to find Chen Feng and the students, and to have somebody start managing the regional channel, because otherwise the city lord's mansion was going to look incompetent. That is the moment I stopped having any sympathy for him at all. Hundreds of Qingtian giants charged me on a plateau, 30 jong tall with crimson eyes, treating me as something soft. Dark night storm covered several kilometers. They were too large to leave it. 3.2 million experience each and 20 points each, and they contributed another 1,000 points to the national total by walking at me in a group. Then a storm lightning eagle found a grassland with a lake in it, and lions and cheetahs and herds, and one two-headed black-scaled snake lying in the sun. The snake saw me and roared, and every animal on that grassland turned and came at me at once. I have rarely been so grateful to anything. Darkness blade, then dark night storm, and every lightning strike took one. It felt like the beginner dungeon again, on a scale where the beginner dungeon would have fit inside one of the craters. The snake's own opinion, which I could read off it, was that this human was much stronger than advertised. Then it threw the rest of its animals in anyway, hoping to break the blizzard with volume. Genuinely, that thing was doing my job for me, and I was almost reluctant to finish it. Two-headed king snake. King level ferocious beast, level 60. 2 million strength, 3,400,000 constitution, 3,460,000 spirit. There is a tier above world class. Nobody had told me that. It is not in any briefing I was given. Pure legendary professionals cannot engage one of those at all. Back home, Bai Qi opened the board and checked it 3 times. First place, Wang Xingyu, 315,568. Sixth place, the young city lord of Li Huo, 2,711. National total 536,000 against Sakura's 720,000. So the expert team cannot be trusted in future. How would science explain any of this? Then, immediately, a gap of under 200,000, as expected. I said from the beginning that with him leading, we would win. Liu Long did not say anything to that out loud. He thought something. Bai Qi's actual guess was correct. I had found an enormous beast population, and he remembered one place in that world with an extreme concentration of them, and then hoped very hard that I had not gone there, because that place is known as a graveyard for professionals and a forbidden zone. Sakura's analysis was wrong in a way I have enjoyed ever since. Their conclusion was that I had found a goby full of freshly hatched larvae. Level 40 by classification, no combat power at all, and I am an area mage, so of course my number was climbing. Larvae are finite, Kojiro said. By the time they catch up, we will be past 900,000. Then he ordered his informants to work with Li Huo City to spread rumors and unsettle me, which is the only part of his plan that reached me at all, and it reached me as comedy. The king snake was the hardest fight of my life to that point, and I want to give it its due. I opened with hundreds of thousands of chains. It answered with a roar that made every chain go limp in the air, because to strip a skill of its power, your rule rank has to exceed it, and it did. I have thought about that a lot. If I had walked in casually, that alone would have finished me. Then, venom, in 2 torrents shaped like dragons, corrosive enough to eat energy itself. The rain off it killed the grass down to the roots and turned the whole grassland reddish-brown in about 4 minutes. Then death gaze. 2 silver-gray beams. My storm lightning eagle petrified in midair, fell, and broke. Petrification. On something with those stats. That was the first moment I felt actual danger. Its tail strike I blocked, and I learned something from the block. King-level beasts are not simply world bosses with bigger numbers. Its timing was better than mine. Its instincts about when to commit were better than mine. That thing had been fighting for longer than my species has had a written language. So I did the only thing I am genuinely unbeatable at. I threw energy bullets at it without stopping. There is a moment in that fight that I would pay money to have on film. The snake's own thoughts, which I could feel coming off it in waves. What is wrong with this human? Does he think he is a perpetual motion machine? Does he not need to rest? Its own infinite skill left its throats raw. Mine does not have a throat. It covered the sky with myriad shadow snake head, thousands of green snakes meters long coming down like a tsunami. I froze all of them. It broke my storm with poison and got smug about it. Then a crescent took 1 head off, and the second head went slack, and everything changed. It bit off its own dead head and swallowed it. 4 million strength, 6,800,000 constitution. 10 minutes of doubled attributes, 10 times defense, doubled skill damage, and 99% reduction to all physical and spell damage. Then it put up a domain 10 miles across that killed flight and locked onto everything inside it, and my dark armor started flickering under the poison for the first time since I learned the skill. 99% immunity to physical and spell damage. Fine, let us see how you do against the soul. Shadow Slash, 194 million experience, 400,000 points. Which told me a king-level beast at level 40 base is worth 100,000 points, and that Heavenly Tao had never bothered to publish the number because it had never occurred to anyone that it would come up. The drops rebuilt me. A Scepter of the King, 5th tier iridescent, 100,000 to all attributes and 150,000 spirit on top. An Eye of Death that merged into mine and gave me a petrification gaze that ignores the rules. It has one weakness, you can close your eyes, and one joke buried in the description, which is that against a real opponent, closing your eyes gets you killed faster, a talent stone, and a city building token. Establish your own city in the primordial world and gain city buffs. World-class bosses have a chance to drop one. King level and above always do. I stood there in a poisoned grassland reading that description, and something rearranged itself in my head. I did not have to hand my points to Li Huo City. I could build my own and challenge Sakura Country with it. The prompt asked whether I wished to use it now. Not yet. Back on Blue Star, the national counter went past 970,000, then 980. Then 990. And here is the part that I did not plan and would not have had the nerve to plan. The moment those people renounced their citizenship, the Heavenly Tao chat channel was revoked for all of them. They could not see the counter. They had no way to check. They were standing in a departure hall, making the biggest decision of their lives with no information at all, being lectured by a woman in a very good coat about how the whole thing was obviously a great chin trick. Then, a man near the front of the queue got the real number over a phone from somebody still inside. 980,000. A million within the half hour. He tried to bribe the desk clerk with jewelry to change his paperwork back. Her answer is the single best line anybody spoke on Blue Star that week. You are trying to bribe me. I do not take that, but I will happily confirm the number for you again. And then she told the whole hall. Half an hour ago, one man had gained 400,000 points by himself. His personal total was over 700,000. The woman in the coat got to the counter first. Change my citizenship back. I am not leaving. Her actual reasoning, which she said out loud, was 800 free attribute points, and that if it went badly, she could always renounce it again later, at no cost. We are not processing joining services today, the clerk said. Only renunciations. Bai Chi's order covered everyone, including officials calling on behalf of their own children. If you cannot share the hardship, do not come back for the reward. The clerk had one private thought that got back to me eventually, and that I have never known what to do with. She wished she knew what that man looked like, or how old he was, because she would have liked to marry him. I was, at that moment, 800 kilometers away in a crater, wrestling a monkey. The sky-piercing demonic ape is world-class, level 60, 1,900,000 strength, and it was noticeably stronger than the octopus had been, which taught me that rank is a range and not a value. It punched through my afterimage, then pulled a golden staff out of somewhere and split the cloud cover with it. I chained it. It coated itself in golden energy, stamped the staff into the ground, and kicked the whole thing into my chains. And the longer it went, the happier it got. You could see the energy coming off it flare up every time I did something it had not expected, like oil going onto a fire, a complete battle maniac. Which, I thought, will make an outstanding summon. My one worry was that it might have the berserk skill the golden ape had, 10 times strength for a few minutes, which would have put it over a king-level beast and made this a genuinely bad afternoon. So I opened with Darkness Blade to make it commit, and the moment Dark Cloud and blood-red flames started coming off its shoulders, I shadow slashed it. 30 million experience, 40,000 points, and the announcement arrived while my hand was still moving. The Blue Star Championship has ended. Dragon Country wins with 1,037,000 points. On another continent, Inu no Kojiro had just killed a level 40 leader beast and was feeling extremely good about the schedule. No, that is not possible. The first thing Kojiro did was find somebody to blame. He turned on his own intelligence chief, a man named Ying Mu, and demanded to know why he had not been warned about a threat of that size. I did report it. You told me you already knew and had arrangements in place, and then you assigned me something else. It did not matter. A loss that big has to land on somebody, and it was never going to land on the man who started it. Not even the most capable subordinate is exempt from that. Their national channel was worse than ours had been. Kojiro, you were supposed to win. Give me back my 800 attribute points. I finally reached level 20, and now I am a level 10 nobody. Tens of thousands of people lost to a few hundred. Are you a pig? Sakura Country lost over 1 million people that day. Not in the contest. The penalty is minus 200 to every attribute, applied to everyone at once, and it landed on people who were already out in the field. Whole parties had gone out that morning at level 20 to farm the way they had every day for months, and they did not come back. And the arithmetic of why is not complicated, and I am not going to walk through it. I did not celebrate that part. I have been told that makes me a hypocrite, since I caused it. The person who set the stakes was Kojiro, and he set them for their side too, and I have never been able to make that sit comfortably. The Dragon Country citizens who had moved to Sakura Country in the last 10 hours got it from both directions. Half their assets went to their new hosts on arrival, and they could not come home, and the country they had bought into had just taken the largest single loss in its history. At home, it was like New Year. Every life skill professional and every support class in the Empire got 800 attribute points for free for doing nothing but staying. The ape dropped a 3rd job certificate, a 4th-tier iridescent staff, its own heart, and a talent fragment. And I confirmed a rule I had been circling for a week. World-class kills always drop talent fragments. King-level kills always drop talent stones. 7 stones and 6 fragments. 10 stones advances Shadow Monarch. The problem is that world-class and king-level beasts are far rarer than I had assumed, and I had assumed they were rare. My flame demons and my eagles went out in every direction and kept looking. Meanwhile, the rumor mill at home was doing what rumor mills do. This year's national top scorer is also named Wang Xinyu. I heard he is not strong himself, he just summons enormous numbers of black monsters. They said he was a mage. How are his summons stronger than he is? He led the country to a win and saved tens of millions of lives. He is our hero. And underneath all of it, people fishing. Careful questions in the regional channel about where I was and what I had been killing. Somebody worked it out publicly and worked it out correctly. To gain points that fast, he must be killing world-class beasts. World-class beasts can drop a Heavenly Dao token. And when he arrived inside Lihua City's jurisdiction, he was automatically registered as belonging to Lihua City, unless he holds a city building token, which obviously he does not. Situ Qingtian read that thread and gave an order. Arrange people to confuse the discussion and minimize Wang Xingyu's contribution. He also went to his father with a proposal. Hold a celebration banquet, Invite the top 50 contributors. Induce me to hand over the Heavenly Dao token. And, since a level 33 professional cannot possibly perform at that level on his own, take the equipment too. His older brother, Situ Nantian, objected, and he was the only man in that family worth anything. Our race is weak in this world. A genuine prodigy has finally appeared. Lihua City should be showing goodwill and letting go of what has already happened. What kind of genius succeeds on equipment? And those things only reach their full effect in our hands. One of Nantian's men said it plainly. That is bandit logic. Without your title, what are you? Their father shut it down with a proverb about brothers working together being able to cut through metal, which is the standard thing a man says when he has raised one son properly and one badly, and cannot admit which is which. Out in the mountains, I ran into a fleeing party of illusion spirits, who saw me and immediately decided I would make a useful speed bump between them and whatever was chasing them. Then the red pillar came up out of my chest. Not the golden one, a red one, which appears only after you have hunted several hundred members of a race. He has been hunting our people. This one wants to die. They opened fire without a word, which I appreciated because it saved a conversation. My panel afterward read 215 race points and 165 slaughter points, and no explanation anywhere of what either of them is for. Then the championship reward came down. It fell on the whole country in columns of light, some thin as rope and some as thick as a barrel, and I got 2. Participant Wang Xingyu is rewarded with 5,000 all attribute points. First place on the points ranking, rewarded with 5,000 all attribute points, 10,000 in one day. The strong get stronger and the weak get weaker, and I am now firmly on one side of that sentence, and I try to remember what the other side looked like. And first place also unlocked something else, a private chat group, 1 per plane, mine. 3 invitations, 1 chance each, same plane only, 10 messages per person per day. I was put into a starry space with tens of thousands of figures standing in it, every one of them a real person, and I stood there for a while completely lost. Then I thought about specific faces, and the rest went out. Liu Jun, Su Yixuan, Kim Do-ra. Liu Jun's first message was boss. His second message was, this thing is very advanced. 2 of his 10 daily messages, in the first 4 seconds, on a channel that Heavenly Dao itself condensed and that exists exactly once per world. Nobody replied. There was nothing to say. The next thing I met was a silver-armored ape, 10 feet tall, standing on a rock with its arms folded. Yuan Tiangang, Martial Dao Grandmaster, level 45, 300,000 strength. Human, you want to die. How dare you use appraisal on me? He swung a golden staff that filled my entire field of vision, and then he pulled it deliberately and put it into the ground beside me. The wood-eating worms will be here in under 15 minutes. Leave. One of his people asked why he had let a weak human go and called it an embarrassment. Forget it. The human race has ties to ours. Whether he lives is his own business. I stood there watching them go and had to revise something I had been carrying since I arrived. I had assumed every race in that world was an enemy. That is what the briefing said, and it is what everything I had met had confirmed. But if humanity were genuinely the public enemy of all races, then no matter how strong we once were, we would have been erased somewhere in the long stretch of history behind us. There are neutrals. There are people down there who simply do not hate us. Nobody had thought that worth mentioning. The wood-eating worms arrived like a sandstorm, 3 pairs of thin gray-black wings each, green bodies ringed in red and black, dozens of little legs going constantly. Anybody with a mild aversion to small, clustered things would have had a genuinely terrible day. Level 40, physically immune, 70% spell reduction, and they eat anything containing life. 100,000 of them, at minimum. Dark Night Storm. 56,000 experience each, which is insulting on its own, and which adds up when there are 100,000 of them. Level 33 to 34. Standing in that valley, I caught myself thinking that the 10,000 mountains was a leveling paradise, and then remembered that this exact range is a forbidden zone that a coalition of races failed to cross. The worm's trail ended where the barren ground simply stopped and turned back into green hills, with no transition at all. I turned the golden eyes on and found nothing on the ground. The entrance was in the air, a crack, refracted, bending the light behind it so precisely that from any angle it looked like more hillside. Those things understand optics. They built a door out of the way light bends. Without dynamic vision, I would have walked past it and never known. Inside, there was blue sky and flowers and a faint scent in the air, and the worms had built all of it by carrying the outside world's life force in. They fought in disciplined groups instead of one mass, spraying a milky liquid under pressure that melted the ground where it landed. Everything in that world is poisonous. I have started to take it personally. I ground that realm for hours and enjoyed every minute of it in a way I am slightly embarrassed by. Level 35, then 36, and when the sky cleared I was disappointed because it had ended too quickly. Then the sky went black in the middle of the day and the whole realm started shaking. World-class beasts do not make a mess like that. Only a king level does. Wood-eating Worm King, rank 60, 300,000 strength, which is nothing. 5,600,000 constitution, which is not. Physical immunity, 90% damage reduction. Lifelink, damage share. It was a queen. Its attack was irrelevant. Its job was to produce and to endure. 4 mountains cracked open from the inside, and 4 world-class wood-eating worms came out of them. My Shadow Slash pinged off it, which nothing had done, because it could defend against soul attacks through its own children. My energy bullets rippled and lost most of their power on arrival, which is damage share. 5 bodies taking 1 blow. So I stopped being a person. Law manifestation of heaven and earth. 20 Zhang of golden figure standing inside a secret realm, and an energy bullet 10 meters across, with the space around it cracking and repairing itself as it traveled. The peak behind it stopped existing. All 4 barriers came apart at once. Then Shadow Slash on a world-class worm, and then on the queen, which by that point had no guards and no way to hurt anything. 256 million experience. And another city-building token, which made me stop and read it twice, because 2 of those in 3 days is not a drop rate, it is somebody's opinion. Then the corpse withered in front of me, and dried, and weathered like it had been dead for centuries, and life energy started pouring out of the mountain behind it. There was a cave under the peak, cool and dim, sloping down a long way, and at the bottom of it there was a chamber with sunlight falling through a hole in the ceiling. And in the middle of the light there was a green sapling about as tall as my knee. Ancient tree of life, demigod level, sapling stage. Within 10 miles of it, mental and physical recovery increased 300%. 3 hours a day inside its domain permanently adds a point of constitution. Profession advancement odds up 35%. Talent awakening odds up 20%. And once a year it condenses 1 drop of water of life, which is 10,000 constitution and the removal of every negative condition you carry. It grows in one of 2 ways. It can absorb the life force of living beings, or it can be fused with a city building token and grow as the city grows, which explained everything about that valley. The worms leave the realm periodically to strip the life out of the world outside and haul it back in here, and they have been doing it for so long that their queen had 5.5 million constitution. And after all of that, the tree was still a sapling. I fused it with the token. A beam went up out of that cave, broke the secret realm open on its way, and went into the sky over the entire primordial world. The whole sky changed color, auspicious light in every direction, from horizon to horizon, visible from every city and every territory at once. I stood in a hole in the ground and watched a world find out about me. In Xuanyuan City and Tianjian City, the human lords looked up and immediately understood it as a disaster. A phenomenon that size means a great treasure. For our race, that means another catastrophe. Order everyone home, nobody outside the safe zones. In forbidden places, old things opened their eyes. That is the aura of the ancient tree of life. We take it, whatever it costs. And in Winterless City, a man in a black robe leaning on a throne made of dragon bone lifted his head and his eyes were red. Ye Wu Shang. So the tree finally appeared. 10,000 mountains. Let us see what you used to stop them this time. One of his subordinates asked a completely reasonable operational question about what would happen if the finder put the tree into a spatial item and simply walked away with it, and did not finish the sentence because a black beam went through him. I do not like questions, only results. Then I found out what the golden light actually was. The token cannot go into a spatial backpack. The light cannot be hidden or dimmed. It is a locator. It is a test. You hold it in the open for as long as it takes, while everything within 1,000 miles comes to take it off you. Pass, and it is yours. Which meant I could not go back to Li Huo City. I could not go anywhere with people in it. I also came out of that cave with nearly 1,000 cubic meters of 9 heavens breath soil, which is legendary grade, never exhausts, increases plant growth 500% and medicinal potency 200%, evolves plants, and can bring dead ones back. I did not know what I wanted that for yet. I found out 8 days later when a city fell out of the sky and needed something to stand on. The secret realm cracked open around me, and the first thing waiting outside was Sylphis with hundreds of low-ranked demons behind her. Not soldiers, prodigies. One from every race she could reach, all of them past their third turn. And the rule I had not yet been told was this. A demigod-level item lights the sky for 7 days. If you cannot hold it for 7 straight days, it disappears again and waits for somebody else. 7 days. One of her people was extremely relaxed about the whole thing. We are among the top 500 existences. Out here, who would dare offend us? Anyone from the 5 domains would be tempted, Sylphis said. Do not be casual. You are too cautious. You think like a human. Then the gate opened, and she saw who was standing in it. It is you, Wang Xingyu. Then she recovered and delivered the line she had prepared. Hand over the item, and I will leave you your equipment. Her men started arguing over the split before the fight. Who takes the token to the Devil King? Who gets credited with the kill? What the bounty on a human with a demigod item is actually worth, and whether the accounting is per head or per party. The whole time she kept looking at me, and I have been told what she was thinking. Why is he not worried? Why does he look like he is waiting for something? An eagle-headed demon at rank 67 charged first, and the system spoke before he covered 10 meters. Target's strength has reached rank 67, third rank realm. Rule power triggered. Forcibly balanced to first rank, rank 36. I stood there and read that twice. The token does that. Whoever comes for the tree gets dragged down to the holder's level, which meant that for as long as I held it, nobody in that world could come at me with anything except skill, and I had spent a week with the strongest man alive teaching me skill. 1 punch. Race point +1. Slaughter point +1. The rest charged anyway, and got their own notifications on the way in, and stopped 30 meters out, and stood there looking at each other. Their commander did the math out loud, and it was not stupid. He is rank 36 as well. There are hundreds of us. We are all prodigies of our races. If you had not been suppressed, I told him, you might have made me work for it. Darkness Blade. They came apart like a field being cut. Every one of them was the best their race had produced in a generation, and every one of them had spent their career being the one doing the hunting. And they died in the order they had been standing in. Sylphis crushed a black stone and vanished before I reached her, which is the second time she has done that, and which tells you exactly how much the Devil King values her. Wang Xingyu, wait for me, I will be back. Then the Sky Apes came back. Human race, we meet again. You cannot hold that thing. Give it to me, and you might keep your life. I want to note something about them, because it stood out against everything else in that world. They had walked up on a man holding a treasure that every race within 1,000 miles was coming for, and they did not ambush, and they did not lie, and they did not surround me first. I asked Yuan Tiangang how long the golden light lasts. He simply told me, 7 days for a demigod item or better. Thank you for the information. Then he offered to buy it, an actual offer at an actual price. A Qilin fruit, 30,000 to every attribute, guaranteed awakening of the Qilin arm, a chance at a fire talent, epic rank. Keep it for yourself. One of his people asked why he was wasting words and suggested taking it. Yuan Ming, how many times? We beat our opponents fairly, and then we take what we won. Get rid of those small thoughts. So he proposed a wager instead. If I defeat you, will you hand it over? Fine. And if you win, I will give you the Qilin fruit anyway, as compensation for your time. Then he saluted me formally in front of his whole clan and gave his name and his race and asked to be enlightened. Wang Xingyu, human race, please. And then the token dragged him down to rank 36 as well, and I felt something I had not felt in months. Delight. I have never lost a fight at the same rank. I had also never had one. Everything I had done for a year had been done from above. His staff came at me at what my dynamic vision reported as a crawl. I stepped inside it, bent back out of the follow-up, and made distance. Hold on, are you not a mage? How are you moving like that? Then he used his innate skill. Battle Saint Ape. Everything times 10, reflexes times 10, movement times 10, damage times 10, defense times 5, half cooldowns and half costs for 30 minutes. He told me afterward that nobody his own age had ever forced him to use it. I blocked his staff with my bare hands and knocked him backward twice. His clan started talking behind him and could not stop. The captain got knocked back. He is playing. He must be playing. Even the young clan leader cannot handle him. The chief said that if the captain qualifies for the ranking competition this time, he could reach the top 3,000. He tried a feint at the end, and it was a good one, a rising strike that was actually a setup for a sweep from behind. I caught the staff one-handed and threw him. Wang Xingyu, are you a mage or a warrior? Mage. That is impossible. A mage cannot have that combat skill, or that strength, or that constitution. I started charging an energy bullet, and the air above us twisted, and he stopped. Wang Xingyu, enough. This old ape surrenders. His clan lost their minds behind him. He was the pride of their race. He could not surrender to a human. Shut up. Do I need any of you to tell me how to behave? Then he thanked me for holding back. Do not thank me. Thank yourself. He gave me one more thing before they left, without being asked, and it was worth more than the fruit. My clan ranks about 3,000th among the myriad races. Be careful with anything ranked above 500. The next thing that came for the tree did not introduce itself. Voices came out of the air overhead, several of them, talking about the sky apes and their long-standing softness toward humans and how convenient that was. Then the sky went dark like somebody had drawn a curtain over the sun, and a hemisphere 10 li across sealed the whole area with the darkness inside it. Mistwraith clan. Their captain was careful in a way I respected. The human race is weak now. You should remember what they were in ancient times. Do you really believe a prodigy like this has no way to save himself? Even a lion uses its full strength on a rabbit. Their intelligence was wrong on one point, and it was the only point that mattered. This one is a physical fighter. Our bodies are immune to that. The first of them came at me as rolling black smoke with the front of its body drawn out into a needle, and the token pulled it down to rank 36 on the way. Rank 36. When did the human race get this arrogant? Without strength, the best resources in the world are just a gift for somebody else. He was right about that. He simply had the direction wrong. One shot. The rest went under the black curtain, where I could not see them. So I opened the golden eyes. 2 lights came on inside that darkness and lit the entire underside of the barrier, and the eye of death does not care what you are made of, and it ignores the rules of the world it is used in. They petrified in midair and broke when they landed. There is exactly one counter to that skill, and it is written in the description. Close your eyes. Nobody who has actually been in a fight can make themselves do it. Around then, a message came through the chat group from Liu Jun. Lihuo City had recalled every human in the region, and the city lord's mansion was inviting the top 50 contributors to a celebration with rewards. My read on that took about a second. They were burying their heads and pretending the last 3 days had gone according to plan, and the invitation had one purpose, which was to get a few specific people into one room. Do not agree. And while you are out there, survey the terrain properly. Find me a place that is easy to defend and hard to attack. Liu Jun got there faster than I expected. Only a city building token can... Boss, do you have a city building token? I have 2. If it is awkward for you to move around, have Chen Feng do it. He will know what to look for. His family had already surveyed that whole region years ago. He needed a trip home and nothing else. Liu Jun still did not understand, so Chen Feng explained it to him, and I am told he explained it well. For any race to establish itself in the primordial world, the first step is a city. Not an army, a city. Our 9 remaining cities are all at least level 3. The 4 great ones are level 1. Every one of them is the accumulated work of generations of people who are all dead now. And Su Yishuan, who thinks about the things nobody else thinks about, added the operational note. The boss also said not to expose the chat group. Nobody finds out we can talk instantly. Then they sent Liu Jun to the city lord's mansion to decline the invitation, which I would have paid to watch. The last thing that came for me in that valley had been following me for 2 days, and I let it because I wanted to see how long it would take them to commit. You have been behind me the whole way. Come out. Nothing moved. I could hear them talking to each other without sound. He is bluffing. Anyone who can obtain a demigod item is not simple. We wait for a flaw. So I dropped the forest with Darkness Blade. Dozens of crow-headed humanoids came out of a sky suddenly full of birds and reassembled into people. How did you find us? Was it difficult? Their leader was called Ya Qiming, and he opened with the standard offer. Hand it over, and we will leave you your equipment. Why not let me leave instead? Dozens of them laughed at that, and the thing they said back was the phrase I had heard in 5 different mouths from 5 different races that week, and it is the phrase that made me stop taking prisoners in that world. They told me that livestock should have the sense to know what it is. He opened with a giant black crow wrapped in dark flame, and then an illusion world. I opened the Eye of Death. Close your eyes. He has the king snake's death gaze. In a fight at that level, with everything moving, they told each other to close their eyes. I granted the request. Ya Qiming crushed a bracelet, came apart into a flock, and got about 4 kilometers before he relaxed, and a crescent caught him in the air. And he dropped what I had been sent into that world for. One character of the 9-syllable mantra, Qian, preliminary fusion complete. Complete fusion requires 49 days. Death will drop it. Collecting all 9 grants incredible power. I had come into that world expecting a quest chain across a continent and a war, and I got it off a bird ambushing me for something else entirely, which is how most things in my life have gone. 100,000 to every attribute. Elemental damage times 10, and 5 elements power times 10 on top of that. Control over the 5 elements. Flight, permanently, with no mount and no wings, and the 5 elements sky restriction array. Each additional character doubles all of it. 1 word out of 9 had bought an entire race their place on a ranking, and blessings enough to hunt my species for sport, and I was holding it in a burned forest at level 36. I tested the flight on the next thing that attacked me, which was a group of armored moles with pangolin scales, and which are the worst ambush predators in that entire world. They burrow. They also leave mounds and flattened bushes exactly where they are, in a neat line pointing at you. Dig deeper, that is all. It is 1 note. I turned on the incantation and floated up like a feather, and they surfaced one at a time, poked their heads out, and looked left and right. Where is it? It was right here. Do not know. Then they scraped their lips with their claws and went back under to try again. I hung there in the air about 9 meters up with nothing at all to say. Darkness Blade, from above. And that was the shape of the next few days. The golden light pulled everything in a 10-mile radius toward me, races and beasts alike, and with over 2,000 shadows hunting on their own initiative, my experience kept climbing whether I did anything or not. The only real cost was that I could not pick up what they dropped, which by then was a problem I could live with. 3 ranks in a few days. That is months of work for a serious professional, and years for most. And I remember standing on a hilltop at the end of one of those days, watching my own army bring the world to me, genuinely annoyed that it was not going faster. That is not a human thought. I heard it in my own head, and I noted it, and I let it go, because the 7 days were not up, and there were still 4 to run. Ye Wushang's people got to the valley first, and they were professionals in a way nothing else that week had been. One of them knelt and worked the soil between his fingers. He left recently. Nothing else is tracking him right now. Judging by the residue of those skills, this human is at least 3rd turn, and then, after a longer pause, going by the energy on the ground, he really can fly. Their captain, a man called Nighthawk, did not rush it. Do not alert him. We block the exits first, then we move together. Their opening volley was black arrows falling out of the sky in a curtain, and every single one of them had armor penetration on it. I stood in the dust afterward doing accounting instead of tactics. Penetration on every arrow. Every single one. Which faction has that kind of budget? That is not equipping a squad, that is setting money on fire. I walked out of the dust cloud with the black flame cloak burning off my shoulders like a flag. How is he flying? We laid down a sky restriction formation. Nighthawk got it before any of them. Nothing is impossible. The 9-syllable mantra has power inside it that even the great figures who have studied it personally cannot explain. Then he gave the order that made his whole squad useless. Whoever kills him takes the mantra. And he stepped back half a pace to watch because he wanted to learn my patterns before he committed. He was, privately, extremely pleased. With that character in hand, he was confident of breaking into the top 9,000 of the heaven ranking. His men spent the next 2 minutes arguing about the split while I killed them. Help! This human is only rank 36. The moment you engage him, your strength gets balanced down to rank 36. Nighthawk worked out the cause immediately, which is more than the demons had managed. The token is doing it. I have never heard of forced rank reduction. Of course it was not going to be simple. Everyone attack. Nobody holds back. They tried an illusion realm with enormous eyes in it, which was a weaker copy of something I had already broken. Then somebody fired an arrow of void breaking, and it genuinely did seem to split the space it traveled through, and I caught the shaft in my hand and tossed it aside. It went into the mountain below us, and a section of the slope slid off. Then an arrow rain formation, layered with ice and fire versions, which is good work and which I answered with chains, and the entire squad ended up hanging in the air, unable to move. Nighthawk had one card left, and it was excellent. He stepped instantly behind me and planted 4 bluish-white light swords in 4 directions around me. The 4 Extremes Annihilation Formation. Inside it, the target takes 10 times damage and has their strength cut to 1/10. The materials are single-use and cost more than most people earn in a career, and he had only ever used it when his life was on the line. Then he fired a heavy ion arrow into it, and the space cracked all the way down its flight path. Human, it is finished. 1 multiplier up, 1 multiplier down, 100-fold difference in one motion. It is a genuinely brilliant piece of engineering, and against almost anyone alive, it would have worked. My barrier held. The light off it lit the whole valley like noon, and when it cleared, I was still in the air with my arms at my sides. What are you? How do you survive that? Nothing is impossible. Which race are you? You genuinely do not know us? Appraisal would not read them. They were carrying a treasure that concealed their race outright, which is the first time I had seen that done. Then he tried one last bluff. You fell for it. I may be rank 30-something right now, but the energy I am putting out is advanced 3rd turn. Boring. Darkness Blade cracked his formation from the inside, and Shadow Slash finished him. Successfully killed the Nether race's Nighthawk. Race points +1. And then a second line I had never seen before. Successfully killed Nighthawk, rank 9,999 on the Heaven ranking. Obtained a Wisp of Divinity. Divinity. Each wisp raises your chance of awakening a talent by 1/10,000th, your chance of a profession advancement by 1,000th, your skill damage by 1%, and your chance of becoming a god by 1 in a million. I read that last line about 6 times. No wonder every race in that world claws at those rankings. Forget the blessings. That reward alone would make people do anything. What I did not know is that the moment he died, my face went to Winterless City. They resurrected him. That is what a city lord with resources does, and Ye Wushang has resources. Nighthawk made his report, and the part that made Ye Wushang sit up straight was not the loss. The item forcibly lowered our rank to match his. My lord, that human is only rank 36. Ye Wushang's own estimate was that I was somewhere in the top 500 of the human ranking in real strength, because Nighthawk sits at the tail of the Heaven ranking with decades of combat experience and had lost in a single exchange. That did not make him angry. It made him curious, which is worse. He offered Nighthawk Super Divine Water. It lets a 3rd Nirvana powerhouse burn back down to 1st Nirvana and rebuild, with double attribute growth per level forever after. It does not give back the lifespan or the potential you already spent, and the success rate is 10%, and the other 90% is total erasure. Nighthawk remembered a valley and said yes immediately. The days after that ran together. More races came, and their methods got stranger, and the local beasts got stronger and paid more. Then I called out a tale that had been on me for 2 days. You have been following me since the day before yesterday. Why have you not come out? A girl in an emerald green dress came down out of the canopy spinning and landed and put her hands behind her back. Lilia, princess of the Wood Elf tribe, which is a top 500 existence on the human ranking. How did you spot me so fast? The token puts out an enormous amount of life force. You have been standing in it. She pouted about that, straightened her skirt, and then made me an offer instead of an attack, which put her ahead of every other race I had met. First, she gave me a piece of information for free. The genuine peerless prodigies were on their way. Not scouts, not squads, the real ones. Then she offered a trade. A secret realm full of divinity that you may challenge exactly once in your life with a chance at the divine artifacts inside. I refused all of it. Does she think I am 3 years old? If a place like that existed and paid like that, her own race would be inside it, not offering me a ticket. Her argument for why I should give up the tree was the only honest thing in the conversation, and it landed. The ancient tree of life is extremely difficult to raise. It needs an immense amount of life force. Given the state your race is in, you simply cannot feed it. She is right. I have never had an answer to that. I still do not. Then her cousin arrived with 50 dark elves. Lilia, you are an embarrassment to the elf clan. Lelian did the whole routine. She looked me over from a height, laughed, and told me to hand it over to Big Sister so I could walk away with my legend intact instead of my corpse. I am not handing it to anybody. If you want it, be ready to die for it. So domineering. Big Sister likes you more every minute. Then Lilia put a silver spear across her path. The two of them have history, and it is not personal, it is policy. The elves destroyed the treant's well of life, and they run experiments on ancient trees, and Lilia asked whether they were planning another one. Indeed. And this time, it should work. Lelian's people were the first thing in that valley that dodged Darkness Blade. They moved in a broken Z pattern that put them outside the arc every time, and after the third one, I saw why. There was a black jewel on every chest, glowing faintly. Something that resists the power of rules. That was the first time I had seen it done, and I have been looking for one ever since. They are natural assassins in a way no human rogue can match. One of them used a night raid technique, vanished, reappeared beside me, and cut the space between us like paper. I caught the sword between two fingers. How? My attacks cannot be blocked by a third turn intermediate. Showing off costs something. I threw her back into her own line and put an energy bullet through it. The rest of it was swords ringing off dark armor. Lelian crushed a black stone and left, which is the third time somebody has done that to me, and which is starting to feel like a genre. Afterward, Lilia had the nerve to try again. Since we fought side by side, how about you trade the tree to me? Can you protect it? I will return to my clan territory as fast as I can. That is it? I genuinely thought there was more to that sentence. Playing for sympathy does not move me, and it did not move me then. Come back with something of equal value. You have one day. To the Wood Elves, that tree is functionally a divine artifact. So she went away thinking a demigod item for it would be a bargain, which tells you what they think it is worth. The next visitor was human, and that was worse. Situ Qingtian came into that valley with a dozen middle-aged men in expensive gear, and he did not bother approaching quietly. Wang Xingyu, we meet again. Is there a problem? Our country's victory in the Blue Star Championship was largely your doing. The celebration banquet was held for you specifically. Since the guest of honor did not come, we came to collect him personally. You can locate me. He actually applauded, as expected of the man at the top of the board. Quick. Then he dropped the pretense in the same breath. The appearance of a demigod item is a great benefit to the human race. Hand those items to us, and we will escort them safely back to the city. And if I say no? For the future of the human race, that is not your decision. I am sure you understand our good intentions. Righteousness on the front of it, and underneath it, a man who could not stand to watch the duck fly out of his mouth. I remembered Bai Qi telling me to be wary of everyone in that world, and I had assumed he meant the races. He meant these people, the families that have been guarding our last 9 cities for generations. Have the people of Lihua City always been like this? Or is it all 9 cities? How can those pedantic fools compare to me? What is individual strength next to the strength of a faction? Good things belong in capable hands where they can do the most good. Then he made his real argument, and it is the one I have heard from every villain in 2 worlds. Sacrificing one person can advance the whole human race. That is the general trend. Even if I am cursed for it, I will not be afraid. Future generations will understand my intentions. I have been in a demon tide and a devil king's hall, and I have never had a physical reaction like the one I had to that sentence. Then I worked out how he had been finding me. Every 2 hours, like clockwork. I took out Bai Qi's golden pass and held it up. You have been tracking me with this. His face came apart. Where did you get that? What is your relationship with Bai Qi? None of your business, his uncle answered it for him in a very careful voice. Young master, that token was given to the god of slaughter by our own city lord. He said that if a token holder ever appeared, it would mean the god of slaughter had finally taken a disciple, his only one. And his father had once petitioned to be made a named disciple and been refused. You could watch him do the arithmetic. If I had produced that token an hour earlier, the city lord's mansion would have treated me as an honored guest for the rest of my life. He came to a different conclusion. This is the 10,000 mountains. Even if he dies here, Bai Qi cannot pin it on me. Young master, should we report this? No. With every race moving toward these mountains, this might be an opportunity for us. Attack. His uncle Li Wuya drew a silver-white saber that caught fire along its whole length and put a flame slash 100 meters long through where I was standing. Then, in the dust, his face changed completely. Young master, leave. We will hold him. Uncle Lai, what is happening? I walked out of it without a mark. Since you chose to attack, you do not get to leave early. 5 Elements Sky Restriction Array. It uses the 5 elements of heaven and earth as its foundation and the caster as its core, and it seals 1 li of space. Unless 5 elemental mages of opposing attributes strike it simultaneously, it cannot be broken from inside. You either kill the caster, or you break through a barrier with 100 times the caster's defense. Situ Qingtian turned and ran without looking, and hit it at full speed, and the rebound put every bone in his body out of place. His people, all peak 3rd turn, hammered on that sky with everything they had, and it looked like a fireworks display, and did nothing. How is this possible? Uncle Lai is peak 3rd turn, and he cannot scratch it. Then they surrendered, and while they were surrendering, I watched their hands with dynamic vision, and their hands were still working. Young Master Wang, we surrender. For the sake of Li Hua City guarding humanity out here, spare us. Spare you? If I had been the weaker one, I would already be dead. Where was that thought 10 minutes ago? Li Wuya, and I will give him this, said the honest version. If everyone were soft-hearted, how would we have survived under the pressure of every race in this world? Correct, which is exactly why I am going to kill you. Then Situ Qingtian offered to let me keep my epic-grade equipment. They still believed I had epic gear. They had built their entire assessment of me on the assumption that a level 33 cannot do what I did, so there must be gear. I let them keep believing it. It has been useful ever since. An arrow that has been fired does not come back. I understand the principle of pulling weeds out at the root. So they burned themselves. 16 of them made a 6-pointed star and planted a blood-colored flag in the middle of it and poured their own energy through the flag into Li Wuya. His veins came up and went black. His hair moved without wind. The ground cracked under him when he set his feet. His punch landed at 3rd rank high level and put me backward through several rows of trees. I blocked a burning axe kick with both feet, and the shockwave uprooted everything within a few dozen meters. And I watched the price of it happen in real time. His hair went white while he was fighting me, his face lined, and at the star behind him, all 16 of them aged into old men at the same rate, standing perfectly still. That is life force. They were paying for those 30 seconds with the rest of their lives. Situ Qingtian, watching from the barrier, was not sad about it at all. Wang Xingyu, let us see you handle this. When I get home, I am going to kill everyone connected to you. By the end, Li Wuya had nothing left in his head except the one instruction. My energy bullets came off him like a ball off a wall. I chained him, and his blade lit blood red and cut through the chains. And on one exchange, his guard opened. Shadow slash from behind, and he went down, and all 16 at the flag went down at the same moment. Situ Qingtian, it is over. No, you cannot. I am the young master. 1 energy bullet. I did not look at the drops. I took Bai Qi's golden pass out, dropped it on the ground beside them, and left. I want to be clear that this was deliberate. I went up and waited. About 4 minutes later, figures came out of the trees, and the young man picked up the golden token and turned it over in his hands, delighted with himself. People from the slums really have no experience. Used properly, this is worth more than anything else here. Then he looked toward Li Hua City and said the part that told me everything. That is where I rise. Nothing can go wrong there. I still cannot expose Wang Xingyu. Then he took out a long black needle with iridescent light running along it, a god-slaying needle, a tool made for one purpose, which is to make sure a death cannot be undone. He used it on Situ Qingtian's head, then on every other body in that clearing, one at a time, without hurrying. City Lord's mansion. You would never have guessed I had one of these. He was, in his own head, destined to be Bai Qi's only successor. I watched all of it from a few hundred meters up and smiled. So it was him. I had suspected. I had not expected him to actually go through with it, which meant I had no problem at all anymore, because he could never say a word about that clearing without hanging himself with it. At the City Lord's mansion, they assembled the materials and fired the 5-pointed resurrection formation, and the light was brilliant, and nothing came out of it. Situlay stepped back twice and fell into a chair. Find out who killed my son. I want them torn apart, a set of diamond armor to anyone with a real lead. Somebody gave him my name within the hour. He rejected it himself. A slum kid from Blue Star could not possibly own a god-slaying needle, and probably did not know they existed. Somebody is clearly trying to frame him, he said. He is still going to want to ask me whether I met his son. That conversation has not happened yet. I was sitting by a stream a day later, cooking meat over a fire, with the stones in the bed catching the light, when a human face pushed itself out of the bark of a tree beside me. Young clan leader, how much longer are we waiting? Still not decided how to approach it? I did not turn around when I answered. I am Ruiman, young clan leader of the Treant clan. My race loves peace. There was a faint smell of blood coming off her on the breeze while she said it. She proposed a duel, 1-on-1. If she won, the tree was hers. And if you lose? You are not trying to get something for nothing. How could I? My clan values credibility above everything. Then she took a breath and named her own stake, and it was not small. If I fail, the Treant clan becomes your subordinate race. You are of the human race, are you not? Her own people started shouting behind her. She cut them off without turning. Amy, do you have a better plan? My clan cannot take any more. If you still recognize me as your young clan leader, step back. And then, quieter, to her own second. Fewer than 500 of our brothers and sisters got out, and most of those are hurt. She did not know I could hear it. They were not gambling. They were being hunted to extinction, and she had found the only stranger in that valley strong enough to be worth betting a race on. We signed a contract scroll monitored by Heavenly Tao, where the penalty for breaking it is severe enough that nobody explains it out loud. Very well, as my subordinate, you may pick the ground. She went through her whole kit. Vine thrusts that punched the ground open, then a giant transformation tens of meters tall, then 9 ironwood dragons out of the earth at once, big enough to see from tens of miles out. Chains took all 9, and then took her, and the more she pulled, the tighter it got. Ruiman, you lost. I surrender. Congratulations to Wang Xingyu of the Dragon Country of Blue Star for subduing the Treant clan. Luck plus 100. I had gained 10 points of luck once before, and from that day forward, opportunities had walked into me one after another. This was 10 times that in one afternoon. Back home, the national channel came apart again. He subdued an entire race. Is he building his own force? Can we sign up? And one voice in that thread arguing the other way, patiently, in every single one of my threads for months, always anonymous. With first-turn strength, he subdued the Treant clan, which only proves they are weaker than humans and are of no help to us at all. Somebody told him to post under his own name if he had the courage. He did not. Long Ao Tien has never once put his name on anything. Bai Qi, meanwhile, was insufferable. Old Liu, he subdued a race. Not one of us has ever done that, and 100 points of luck. I know. And then what? The elves came back the next day through a teleportation gate that looked like an opening in the night sky, and Lilia brought 2 elders with her. Wang Xingyu, does our trade still stand? If the item satisfies me. A vermilion bird fruit and a talent stone. The fruit gives a chance at awakening the vermilion bird bloodline outright, and failing that, a random fire talent that can reach divine rank with luck, and at absolute minimum, 1 million to every attribute. A 4th turn expert would be tempted by that. They only brought it because their own race is countered by fire, and it is nearly useless to them. Ruiman edged closer to me while it was on the table, quietly panicking, because if I took that trade, her clan's entire gamble evaporated. I refuse. You refuse? Do you know what a vermilion bird fruit is worth? Do you know what the ancient tree of life is worth? If it is not enough, I can add to it. No need. I imagine your queen already prepared a second plan. Then the 2 elders stepped forward, which is exactly what a second plan looks like. Human, you are clever. Hand it over and walk away. Otherwise. Ruiman put herself between us, which was the bravest and stupidest thing anyone did that week. The Wood Elves are supposed to be trustworthy. Why are you taking things by force? So one of you got out. We would not mind finishing that. Ruiman, step back. Yes, master. My people, I said, are you fit to put a hand on them? Lilia protested that her queen had put her in charge of this, and Elder Yumo told her the truth in front of everybody. Princess, you are naive. That tree is too important to our race. If it requires breaking our word, we will not hesitate. Then they froze me in place and told me, kindly, that they were not going to hurt me. Either I take the fruit and the stone in trade, or I get nothing. Come and try. They opened with 9 stars aligned. Opponent's strength is too high. Forcibly reduced to first turn realm, level 37. Human, you are only level 37? Yumo adjusting in about a second, which is why she is an elder. Elder he, together. He is protected by the rules. Only the Dark Elves can avoid the suppression. They both fired. I appeared behind Yumo, 2 fourth turn experts on the ground in one exchange. She is a 4th turn expert. How could she lose to a human at the same realm? His talent is more terrifying than the princess's. Lilia surrendered on the spot and paid the fruit and the stone to buy their lives, and both elders begged her not to and said they would rather be left there than see that fruit leave their race. No, your lives are worth more than a fruit. If the queen has anything to say, she can say it to me. Both of them looked at her afterward with an expression I have never been on the receiving end of. Fine, I said, but there is no second time. I let them go because they had never actually shown me killing intent, and because the take was excellent, and then something happened that I did not understand for another hour. Across the valley, on the opposite ridge, a dozen races had been sitting and waiting their turn. They had watched a 4th turn expert lose in a single exchange. Yaksha race, if you want to die, we will not stop you. A 4th turn could not manage one exchange. What are 3rd turns like us going to do? Let us go. Races that had traveled thousands of miles for that tree got up and left, one group after another, following each other out of the valley without a word. None of them knew I was 1st turn. If a single one of them had checked, they would have come down that hill together, and that would have been the end of it. I stood there, watching an entire siege dissolve for no reason I could see, honestly baffled. Half a day later, the golden light over that valley went quiet. 7 days. And a message came through the chat group from Su Yixuan. Boss, we found a place that is easy to defend and hard to attack. Chen Feng's father brought the whole Chen clan out to meet me, which is not a small thing for a family that had been published 3rd rate a week earlier in their own city plaza. Su Yixuan told him not to wait for a formal escort. By the time we get there, the boss will already be there. He said it while glancing at a shadow near the wall, and Chen Ming, who is not stupid, looked at that shadow for a long moment and decided not to ask. His private reasoning, which his son repeated to me later, was the oldest calculation there is. Adding decoration to something already finished is worth very little. Bringing fuel to someone in the snow is worth everything. They took me to the Taihua mountain range, out past the edge of the wilderness plains, where it runs up against the 10,000 mountains. The peaks there are steep and squared off, as though somebody had cut them with a knife, and the tops are flat and open. From a distance, the whole range looks like a row of flowers that have just opened. One road in, nothing overlooking it. Water on 2 sides. Is this the place? That is right, boss. How is it? It is good. Chen Ming came forward and bowed properly. Hello, City Lord Wang. I am Chen Ming. Family head, there is no need for that. We are family. Then I took the token out and read it properly for the first time, and I had to sit down on a rock. Gold grade. City building tokens are almost all black iron. A very small number are bronze. Silver grade exists in records, and almost nobody has ever held one. Gold grade has appeared exactly once in the whole history of that world, in ancient times. They built Huasha City with it. I fed spiritual energy into it. It started to glow, and then to shake in my hand. Then a column of gold light went up out of that mountain and tore the sky open, and behind the tear you could see stars that are not in our sky. Auspicious clouds gathered over the peak. Starlight came down through them, and it did not build, it arrived. A city came down out of the sky onto that mountaintop, complete, walls and gate and streets and the mansion at the center of it, and a repulsive force pushed every one of us back outside the walls while it finished settling. Then a line appeared in front of me and nowhere else. Please name the new city. It cannot be changed. I stood on a rock in another world in a slum jacket I never got around to replacing, with a treant clan and 3 families and 2 friends from a 5th-tier city behind me, and I said the only word I had ever been going to say. Zhonghua. Congratulations to Wang Xingyu of the Dragon Country for establishing the new city, Zhonghua. Wang Xingyu gains 100 points of luck. The Dragon Country gains 100 points of luck. That last line did not go to me. It went to every human being on Blue Star at once, in their heads, in the middle of whatever they were doing. A general in the United States put his hand through a conference table over it. What exactly is going on with this Wang Xingyu? I told you to deal with him. Sir, that one is under the protection of a killing god. We have never once succeeded. 100 points of luck. Do you understand what 100 points of national luck means? An aide near the back offered the only useful sentence in that room. General, he is currently in the primordial world. And then a man who had spent his career managing our decline said the quiet part, and his own staff went silent for it. If that Eastern Dragon has actually woken up, then their hard-won sense of superiority is finished. Their own citizens will be proud to emigrate to the Dragon Country. They will go crazy for it. Here is where I was 5 months before that. I was standing on a school formation in a 5th-tier city with the sky broken open above me. A level 50 array master flicked one finger and killed the only thing I had. Then he turned to 300 people and told them my class was the bottom of the rare professions, and that I might achieve something someday if I kept working hard. And now a race that used to hunt my species for points builds my houses, and a city I named myself sits on a mountain that no army has ever crossed. I would like to say that was the moment I felt something. What I actually felt was the arithmetic starting again, because that is who I am now. The city panel came up. Level 9 city, gold rank, all effects doubled, 10-mile territory, 2,000 citizen slots, race unrestricted, a city lord's mansion at level 9, a black iron wall 3 li around, and a sapling growing at the center of it that no other city in that world has. Every citizen gets attributes for nothing. 4,000 for me, 2,000 for a general, 200 for an ordinary resident who does nothing but live there. Liu Jun's first question inside the walls was why Lihuo City had never given him any of that. Yao Yu answered it, and it stung more than she meant it to. Because what you had there was a pass, a temporary identity. Passes do not get benefits. Ruiman got the construction contract before the dust had settled, and she took it the way somebody takes a job they have been waiting a very long time for. And I want to put down what I understood, standing in that gate, because it is the only thing I actually learned in a year of this. Every race in that world establishes itself the same way, and it does not start with an army. It starts with a city. Our people built hundreds of thousands of them once, and every single one of the 9 that are left is the accumulated work of generations of people whose names nobody has kept. I did not build the 10th. I found a token in a swamp and got lucky with an old tree. But it is standing, and it has my word on it, and everyone inside it walked in on purpose, knowing what it might cost. 2 things came back to me before the end of that first day, and neither of them was the reward. The first was that a city lord on the other side of that world is not angry at me. He is curious. He has a man he burned a 90% lethal treatment on just to get another look, and he wants to know what is inside me, and men like that do not stop. The second is that somewhere out there, a stranger is walking around with my master's golden pass in his pocket, telling people he is the god of slaughter's only successor, holding a needle that makes deaths permanent. He cannot expose me. I cannot expose him. We are going to meet again, and both of us know it. And the third thing arrived 3 hours later, while the paint was still wet. Somewhere in the barbaric domain, a man I had never heard of, from a country I had never had a single thought about, had just come into possession of a Heavenly Tao token, and was being told to use it before somebody else did. Jai Wells of India, of Blue Star, has used a Heavenly Dao token to challenge Zhonghua City of the Dragon Country. Begins in 3 hours. Zhonghua City may field 1,000 people. Bangalore City may field 10,000.